Hello, friends. Happy Friday. Let me start this by saying I don't know why I thought today was a half day in court. It's going to be a full day. So take a minute to brace yourself because we still have like 7 hours of this June 10th, 2015 video to get through. So it's going to be a time. We're going to get through it. It's going to be a good time. And is it Doug's birthday? Oh, sound. Uh-oh. My mic is on. Too loud? Too quiet? Unless you mean the court. The court hasn't started sound yet. Yeah, look at that. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad you fixed it. We just made everyone in the chat crazy for a second. And then, yeah, so, I mean, I think there's some homework that's supposed to be done, and, prediction is always for me, a state won't have it done, but who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us today. They have 7 hours left today. 7 hours. And the judge said she didn't really want to have it go past lunchtime. So we'll see how that works out, because lunchtime would be around noon. That would not be 7 hours worth of time. That would only be 3. It wouldn't even be half. But we will see. We will see. I don't know what she's going to question him after. If you guys didn't watch yesterday, there were 2 things that before a part of the June 10th video could be played, Hilton had to lay foundation. Oh, I hear some words coming up on the... Yay!
Okay. Judge, we're missing Mr. Nichols. That's it. Do we have anybody for Mr. Nichols?
A lot of folders.
All right, here we go. Morning. All right, Mr. Schardt, I got your motion limine. Is that something we don't anticipate that coming in today, right? You're just getting a jump on things, which I applaud.
Well, thank you. It may come up in my cross of Mr. Copeland.
Okay. And it hasn't already been admitted, right?
No, it hasn't.
Okay. And we discussed it a little bit before.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I tried to argue 403 about it, and Your Honor did not agree with me. And so I know it's coming in.
Right.
The issue is
that date.
We're assuming that date, and that date, it says that date on the printout, but
which is not anything like what it looked in the original, right? That looks like it's just added on there. Let's find out.
I'd be speculating.
Okay. Ms. Hilton.
When I looked at Mr. Schartt's motion, I didn't see the January.
So there's the picture or the post is attached, and there's this kind of weird little thing floating over the post on the right border. Yeah.
If I could clarify, my issue is everyone's been telling me that was posted on January 10th, 2015. The state has been operating on the assumption that is a fact, and I don't.
It hasn't been established.
Yeah, I don't understand how this has been established as a fact.
We'll hear from Ms. Hilton. You want to just look at my copy? Okay.
We're double checking, but my understanding is Quindarius Zachary, I believe in his interview, says that he took this picture and that what the picture was taken prior to January 10th, it may have been posted on January 10th.
That's not the issue, is when the picture was taken. The post has this date hovering on it.
Correct.
That's his issue.
Right. So as far as the January 10th, I think there's an explanation as to why the January 10th is there. So if it's to come out, there's an explanation for the January 10th.
Okay, so couple of different things. Okay. Did the post ever look like this rendition, or do you have what you intend to submit? Let's start there.
Your Honor, at this time, we didn't intend to submit this picture into evidence, so.
Okay, and what you intend to submit will have this little January 10th box hovering?
Your Honor, we don't even know if we're planning on introducing this picture, so that's why I think he's doing it precautionary, but this is not any.
Okay,
hold on.
Well, then I guess, Mr. Schardt, you can use the post without the January 10th hovering over it, if you want to use it.
My cards face up on the table. It is, I may want to introduce it, but not if it's going to be otherwise inadmissible. And so
Okay.
I just don't, we've been proceeding like it's a fact that this is taken on January 10th. How do we know that?
So with or without the
Or I'm sorry, not taken, the posted.
What's your basis for asserting that
Good morning, Jen. Thank you.
it is posted on January 10th?
I don't know when we've asserted that in trial. This is a picture that we served. It has the January 10th date on it. I don't believe I have ever communicated that we believe or disbelieve that this was taken on January 10th.
Then it
I
shouldn't
think
be part
our
of it. That's
understanding,
part of
I'm just
foundation.
confirming, is that we believe the picture itself was taken prior to the 10th, but it might have been posted.
I understand.
But whether or not it was on January 10th or how this date arises.
Okay, well, number one, you need to figure out why that January 10th is on there. And number two, if it wasn't posted on January 10th, what's the relevance?
We agree, and that's something that if we decided to enter, we would have determined that. I don't know if this is a picture that we were going to enter, so it's the voluminous amount of information. I don't know if this is a picture.
Right, because y'all haven't exactly organized your CashApp. All right, Mr. Schardt, they don't know whether they're going to use it or not. And they don't
course
seem
they don't.
to, it would not at this point be admissible, but I can't tell you if it might be admissible at some other point when they get their case organized.
And you're right, it's not about the case not being organized, it's about whether or not we were using this particular piece
Sit
of
down.
evidence. Like, did
Don't
we have
argue.
multiple of social media?
Right, well, you
pictures, so-
don't know whether you're using it and you don't know whether it is relevant. So, because you don't know when it was posted or why you think January 10th is on there. So we just don't know. So,
Your Honor, in the previous motion, the state asserted it was posted a couple hours after the killing of Donovan Thomas. So if that
Not
is not the
asserted.
case and they cannot assert that, I would ask that this post be deemed inadmissible because it has no relevance and it.
I'm not going to deem it inadmissible because maybe at some point during their case, they'll come up with why they think that. Do you know what motion it was in? Maybe that'll help Ms. Hilton get to the source of.
It was argued in front of you.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what brought it up.
Maybe it was Ms. Love. I don't know. Maybe you need to speak with co-counsel.
Yes, I'm trying to, I believe we were going through the proposed exhibits upcoming and I brought that up, but.
Yeah, you brought it up. I don't think we have gone through much social media yet. So I think you brought it up and they said, but I don't remember who the they was over there at the time.
I don't believe it was me, Your Honor.
Okay, well, maybe check with Ms. Love. But I think it's going to be several hours, if even today, before there's any cross-examination anyway. So maybe we'll know the answer by the time we get to the cross-examination portion of the case. Also, that reminds me that with regard to cross-examination, I know, Mr. Steele, you had at one point suggested an interest in cross-examining Mr. Copeland as to everything that went on during the ex parte. And some of that is no longer relevant. So
Come on, Steele.
anything, I mean, if you want to cross about things that the state said to him or that he said to the state, that's fine. But we have, I think, both circumvented and the whole coercion issue, and he has now been properly and correctly advised by this court and had the advice and counsel of 3 different attorneys that I know of. So that should no longer be an issue. And so that should no longer be relevant. So I would not permit examination or testimony about that. All right.
Well, of course it's okay because you are the honorable court. But I will make an attorney proffer
Okay.
because if you'll accept it, otherwise I could do it with Mr. Copeland. But I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
Mr. Copeland on the 7th of June 2024 stated, and in my way I understand the law, he doesn't have a Fifth Amendment, but he refused to testify. And
Correct.
He used the Fifth Amendment as whatever, his statement. He made it clear to me as a reader of the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting that he was not going to testify. He said in court, outside the presence of the jury, that he was pressured. Please check the record with Ms. Winfrey. If he didn't use that word, he used a similar word. He would never have testified except for that ex parte meeting where Judge Glanville pressured him, as well as Ms. Hilton. So I believe that it does go to his state of mind while he started to testify. Your Honorable Court, correctly, in my understanding of the law, told him what is his options and how long he's looking in custody, and told him, I believe, the decision's his. The legal decision, though, will trigger you to have to exercise your discretion and hold him in contempt. So I believe that the jury gets to determine that information. In addition to that, Judge Glanville was with us since January 4th of 2023. This jury is all selected from the very first panel. To me, he was biased in front of the jury. I understand that what you said, that, no statement, I appreciate what you said. No statement made by the former court disparaging of lawyers should be considered, or whatever the words were. But there's also going to be a jury instruction that nothing that the court says is intimated an opinion. And I disagree in this case with that instruction. I'm going to object to that instruction. And I need the jurors to understand that Judge Glanville, I will make it clear. I will make it clear. I will make it clear I am excluding this honorable court. But Judge Glanville pressured him. And I will argue to the jury that Judge Glanville was biased. And that is admissible because it all happened in front of the jury. And from just Judge Glanville's demeanor. And I'm not here to hurt Judge Glanville. In fact, I like Judge Glanville. But I don't know what happened in this case, but I like him before this case. But the way he conducted himself to people in this courtroom, I've never really seen a judge do. So I want to ask Mr. Copeland, it is very important to me to explain that he was taken against his desire into Judge Glanville's chambers, that he was with Judge Glanville, Miss Hilton, his lawyer. I'll make it all perfect. If I don't, you could admonish me and the state can correct me, but I'm not here to snowball anybody. But to say that I can exclude statements of Judge Glanville and, most importantly, the conscious or subconsciousness of this witness, because I believe, and I've not spoken with him, Your Honor. I've not spoken with his lawyer about it, but I believe that Mr. Copeland will truthfully say that he believed that Judge Glanville and the state of Georgia are one. And that comes out when Judge Glanville specifically says, and I don't remember the transcript page right now, but it's something to the effect of, we need your testimony. There's no we. Nobody needs anybody's testimony. If he didn't want to testify, I've had witnesses tell me, I'm not testifying. We subpoena them and come to court. They're held in contempt. There's nothing that the judge can do because the judge can't give immunity, so they can't compel the person to do it. So the person invokes their Fifth Amendment and they just leave. That is unfortunate, but that's a reality. There is no we. So with all that being said, I'm making an attorney proffer that if you prevent me from doing that, and Judge Glanville prevented me already, I'm just telling you, he prevented me from cross-examining Agent Racy. He's an FBI agent on misstatements made by the prosecution, knowing misstatements, knowing the prosecution, it was Ms. Hilton, knew that a gentleman who's the same last name as a court reporter entered an invalid coerced guilty plea. Judge Glanville stopped me again from getting into the truth of that matter. It's never been corrected. The point I'm trying to make to you is that all came out in front of the jury. So yes, I am going to intend to do, I will follow your rule, obviously, but I intend to cross-examine Mr. Copeland, not only what was said by Ms. Hilton, but what was said by Judge Glanville. I will be respectful. I'm not here to, throw some odd names about Judge Glanville. I will just be very specific. And then if he doesn't answer my questions, I'm stuck with his answer of, I don't recall, or whatever has been going on in this courtroom. But I don't believe that you should limit the cross-examination. I didn't do that. All that to me, that was very hurtful to me. And I don't mean hurtful. I mean, it was offensive to our law. That's how I took that. And I know what you said about it. I know what Judge Krause said about it. I look at it totally differently. I've never had a judge do that. I've done a lot of appeals. I know you've done a lot. I've never read a judge doing that. I've never seen a prosecutor do that. So I think that the jurors are entitled to know, and I think Mr. Williams, because he's the one who, God forbid, gets sentenced if I lose, I think they are entitled to know what caused Mr. Copeland from the 7th to be locked up. The jurors saw that. They saw that. He was testifying. He answered maybe 3 questions, maybe 5. He said, I'm not testifying. He invoked his 5th. The jurors were sent out and he was gone. Jurors come out and they're dismissed. He's just not there. We're on a long delay. I think that it is not irrelevant to this matter. I think it is more than relevant. I think it's probative. And this is the actual treatment by the former court and the current district attorneys of this case.
Okay, I understand your argument, and I am not making my ruling in any sort of an effort to protect Judge Glanville. I do not believe it is relevant to the issues for this jury to determine. With regard to whether Mr. Copeland's testimony between the 7th and the 10th was, I'm sorry, between the 10th and the 12th, was impacted by the ex parte on the 10th. I asked everybody, do we want to do the entirety of Mr. Copeland's testimony over? And everybody said, no, we want what got testified to between the 7th and the 12th at 3 p.m. So y'all had the opportunity to have it all done over, and you chose not to do that.
Because they should have been able to cross about it.
You can ask him about
So now they can't cross about the same thing that they're doing.
immunity and whether he'd be testifying without being ordered to. That's fine. But beyond that, the ins and outs of what happened in the ex parte with regard to whether there was a biased judge or not, are, in this court's legal opinion, not relevant to these issues. And honestly, even the "we need your testimony," Judge Glanville had made a determination that Mr. Copeland's testimony and compelling that testimony by an immunity grant was in the public's interest. And so the "we" there is Judge Glanville, or can very easily be understood to be Judge Glanville saying "we, the public," and not "we, me, and the state." So I appreciate your proffer, but my ruling stands.
Can
I don't
just
agree
add
with
to
that.
then?
Sure.
So it's in the eyes, the mind, and the ears of Mr. Copeland, not a reader who can say, well, that's the public. In addition, Judge Glanville said to Mr. Copeland, on cross-examination, you are going to get tremendous cross-examination, and they know you better than we do.
So you're speaking from a
So
side.
they know what you did. They, I would ask Mr. Copeland, is referring to Mr. Williams, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Huey. And that presumes guilt, because Mr. Williams does not know the reality that Mr. Copeland has done all this other things, like pull a gun on Mr. Watts that he admitted today, shot into a barber shop that he admitted to on the stand. These are outrageous conducts. For Judge Glanville to make that statement, yes, the jurors should hear about it and the effect of Mr. Copeland. And you are respectfully taking away the opportunity that we are all given. Judge Glanville did this to a witness that's currently testifying. And if you don't realize this, because this is, I think your first witness. This is a big witness. He has been spoken about the entire case. I opened on him. I said that Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas. To remove this, I believe, is going to be under the analysis of
You missed the right to
harmless beyond a
confront.
reasonable doubt, because it's a constitutional violation. So I'd ask you to listen to the remainder of the June 10th, 2015 statement, because he's going to talk about, he already has, and if you can't understand it, but the transcript seems to be, in my opinion, fairly accurate, where he talks about Mr. Williams. And if he didn't testify, none of this comes in. I think the jury gets to know that and why he testified. And it was because Judge Glanville held hands with Ms. Unlove and Ms. Hilton, and they coerced this man to testify, pressured this man to testify, whatever his words would be. So I ask you to just, I understand your ruling. I'm going to follow your ruling. I hope I made a good attorney proffer on cross, but those are the topics I would go in. I would not go into, and he also was, by the way, I have, based upon information belief, he wasn't fed and did not drink from Friday
That
when he was held
interview.
in custody
That
until
interview.
Monday when he's in that star chamber. So I think that goes to his frame of mind as well. So, and when I say he, I'm talking about Mr. Copeland. And he was put into a jail in DeKalb County where the system was down, at least that's what he was told. He couldn't contact a family member. So I think that all that adding up to make his determination that, yes, I think that it's a corrupt system and the judge and the DA were going to hold me for not only this trial, but who knows how long 26 people can dispose of their case.
All right, well, that part we definitely dealt with. If he was not given, or you have a reason to believe he was not given food or drink between Friday and Monday, that's something that certainly should have been raised in the coercion motions that several of you filed.
Not if we just became aware of it.
Because that might have impacted between the 10th and the 12th. But again, you all decided you wanted the testimony between the 10th
Just
and the 12th.
became aware of it.
And
That interview was 6 days
That was a
ago.
strategic decision on your part because you believed that there were beneficial things that he said during that testimony. I think that advice that these defendants through their attorneys, would vigorously cross-examine Mr. Copeland is correct and accurate advice, and that these defendants know him better than the state's attorneys know him or anybody else is not inaccurate as well. If you would like to, understanding the parameters of my ruling, provide some questions that you believe should appropriately be asked, I'm happy to consider those. And it may be that there are, I mean, you can absolutely, again, ask him about the immunity grant and the, you know, even right now, whether he is only doing this because it's avoiding jail for him. That's fine. You can explore that completely. All right.
You know, you say it to Mr. Schardt all the time, and I always tell him, don't say okay, because it sounds like you're
Well,
waiving it. So no, it's not.
By which I mean, all right, do you understand? Not all right, do you accept my ruling? Because I know you will abide by it, but you
Yes.
do not agree with the correctness of it.
Yes, and then the last thing I'd like to say, if I may.
Yeah.
When this honorable court said I didn't take up the opportunity to strike the entire testimony from the June 10th to
You said
the
we could
12th,
cross.
That's the law. The
You
law is
said we
until
could
that motion is
cross.
filed of recusal. So I'm following the law, and there were beneficial points. I mean, you just read the transcript where he testified under pressure or not, but that is in the case. So I believe that I have a right to ask him about, you know, those days before you took over, before you gave him the proper admonitions and the correct law. So that's
Okay.
all.
Thank you. So that the record is clear, I am suggesting that obviously the law with regard to the timing, once a recusal motion has been granted, what you have to undo. Yes. What I'm saying is if you believed that there was coercion starting at some point earlier than that, based on a lack of food and drink or any kind of treatment like that, then that could have been brought up. And
We learned
y'all
6
chose
days ago.
not
Say it,
to
Steele.
bring that
Say
up
it,
or
Steele.
not to make that argument. And you all could have agreed to redo the entirety of the testimony, or you could have asked to redo the entirety of the testimony on the basis of it having been coerced, and I would have considered that.
Well, at the time, I was following the court's order, which I didn't think I even needed an order, but that I could cross-examine Mr. Copeland on everything that happened on the ex parte meeting. And that's when I made my ruling, or not ruling, sorry. That's when I said, I don't want it out. In addition to that, I didn't want it out because I want to cross-examine him on why he did it. It's part why he testified from the 10th to the 12th. That's part of the case. And I think that it goes to the jurors. The jurors are entitled to know who the prosecutors are and who the judge was. And it goes to their bias, their interest in the case, and their motivation on how they are prosecuting this case. So.
Okay, I don't think that any order that I issued led you to believe that you would be able to, well, it may have led you to believe, but I don't think it should have reasonably led you to believe that you would be able to explore anything about what Judge Glanville said or did during that ex parte.
I think that it was clear to me, whether you said it or not, the way I understand the rules, that's a part of this case, that's a part of this witness, and that it comes out on cross or direct examination. The prosecutors can sit here and say now, maybe they're going to do it. I have no reason to believe that they are or not. But Mr. Copeland, we had a misunderstanding on June 10th, and we had a meeting with the judge, and your lawyer was there the whole time. They could do all that as well. But I don't see handcuffing Mr. Williams' lawyer on cross-examination when it is a reality case. Just like Mr. Copeland went out and spoke on a jail call and made statements about things. That's his state of mind at the time. It may be relevant. I think it's relevant here. I think it's relevant that Judge Glanville did this and Miss Hilton did this.
You can ask about anything Miss Hilton did.
No, I understand you did not limit that, but you're limiting the way I heard you today. I have to almost excise Judge Glanville, and that's what I'm objecting.
All right. Yes, sir.
Just so I'm clear, with what the court just ruled, we can ask about things that Ms. Hilton said to Mr. Copeland during that ex parte meeting. We just can't label an ex parte. This is what I'm concerned with. There's a lot of confusion and I think misunderstanding of this immunity. I understand the order that was granting him use and derivative use immunity. However, Ms. Hilton articulated to Mr. Copeland in chambers much more than that. For instance, my understanding of law,
and in court, open court.
Your Honor, I know that you've dealt with these issues more than me. The statute of limitations is not what we normally think it to be. It's not from the date of the offense. It's told if there's no evidence of who committed the offense.
Mhm.
That's one, the perpetrator has to be known. So Ms. Hilton said, for instance, we'll use the barbershop shooting. Ms. Hilton said, oh, all this stuff is older than 4 years, so you can never be prosecuted. That he could be prosecuted for the barbershop shooting.
But here's the thing.
They would just have to put a tolling provision.
Is that's not relevant either, because it is not
Voice.
the fact that the statute of limitations may or may not have run that prevents the state from prosecuting him for something he wants to get on the stand and confess to. It is the grant of immunity that prevents that. So regardless of the correctness or incorrectness of statute of limitations comments, they cannot use anything he gets on the stand and confesses to because they granted him immunity, or the court has granted him immunity.
But in my mind, here's the difference. The state has made a deal with the, quote unquote, I'm not calling the man the devil, but that's the saying. And there's a difference between them saying, oh, we're giving you use and derivative use immunity versus them saying, we will absolutely not prosecute you. They have basically, I don't know if they checked with Rich Homie Kwan's father, but they've basically given this man carte blanche to never be prosecuted for anything he says. And if I was representing Kenneth Copeland later on and they indicted him for something like this, I would say, y'all must be crazy. Y'all got in the back room and told this man, you guys are never prosecuting him. So they've done more than giving him use immunity. They've given him blanket immunity for everything. And that, to me, is fertile ground for impeachment and cross-examination. And I think the jury needs to know they want Jeffrey Williams, they want Shannon Stillwell, they want these people so bad that they gave Mr. Copeland just full reign to run around Atlanta, do all these things. And as long as you get up on the stand, we're never going to prosecute you. And I think that's relevant.
Okay, well, they didn't give him full reign to go do things he hasn't done yet. So, I mean, let's not get too far afield with this.
Well,
You may explore any kind of interest he might have in testifying in a way that might be beneficial to the state, although I don't think that's happened anyway. Because you could explore bias. You're entitled to do that. But we're not getting, this is not a trial about how the state handled Mr. Copeland or how Judge Glanville handled Mr. Copeland. This is a trial about whether these defendants, whether the state can prove that these defendants committed the acts that they allege them to have committed. And if you want, again, you also, all of you all are welcome. If you want to give me a list of questions that, or that you believe should be able to be asked, I can look at them.
Very well, Your Honor.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
I just want to raise something
Sure.
while you hopefully reconsider. And this was mostly, the prosecutors. I think Mr. Atkins, I was going to exclude him, but I think he did it too. They asked witnesses, to my knowledge, without any basis, Well, you're testifying this way, but have you ever had to testify before in front of Mr. Williams? When you were giving your statements, was Mr. Williams present? And then they did it with everybody. Was Mr. Huey present?
Right.
Coercion question
And
every time.
I've objected every time. And it's totally, that's a crime of witness intimidation without any evidence. It's just, and they say, no, I haven't testified at all, but I don't remember, or I told you something wrong, or I didn't say that to you. I want to do now and show what the state is doing to witnesses. And I'm telling you, Your Honor, when Mr. Zachary comes, and I brought this up earlier in a pretrial meeting, my understanding is that Ms. Love had him served, he being Mr. Zachary, served with a subpoena.
Okay.
It's a trial subpoena from what I was told. Ricky Richardson was his lawyer at that time. Ms. Love ordered Mr. Zachary the day before to drive from Augusta, Georgia, miss his job, to her office because she said if he doesn't come, Judge Glanville will lock him up. There was no trial going on. This in 2023, we were doing jury selection. I heard about that, so I raised it to Judge Glanville. This is abuse of power. You don't order somebody to come to your office with the hammer of the judge going to lock you up. Judge Glanville said, put on your evidence. He gave me an opportunity. Everybody said they didn't want to testify, so I didn't call anybody. Ricky Richards, I didn't call anybody, so I forfeited the motion. But my point is to say that, somehow there's witness intimidation from Mr. Williams et al. I want to show what's really going on, and that ex parte meeting helps illustrate it. I will also ask Mr. Zachary, because I'm confident he'll know. It was not attorney-client privilege because it didn't just come from Mr. Richardson. He told me you can also speak with Mr. Zachary with Mr. Richardson, and he'll tell you the same. That's all we spoke about, coming to court. And he did come to the courthouse. I'm told that his father met him there too. This could be wrong because I'm not there. And then his father said, the law, there's no trial going on, my son's leaving. So that's what, there was no conversation.
Okay.
But my point is, this is not an isolated incident, and I'd like you to just allow the truth to flow. I'm not going to hurt Judge Glanville. I'm just going to state what was said. That's it. And it's really the impact, like you said, on Mr. Copeland.
All right. Thank you. Sure.
Doug. Oh, wait.
Do you want to wait and see what Mr. Weinstein has to say first?
Okay, Chuck. What's going on, Chuck?
Okay. Briefly, Your Honor. The discussion this morning came up about Mr. Copeland being deprived of food and water at Rice Street, as well as conditions, other issues that happened at Rice Street between June 7th and June 10th. And I believe the court said, I may have misunderstood you, that several attorneys filed motions regarding the coercion in the chambers. Perhaps this is something that we should have brought up. I was completely unaware that that happened.
Well, it's not, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not sure it did happen. He has some reason he thinks it may have happened.
Okay.
He Mr.
Cool, so we get to argue
okay.
it.
So I
We
did
get to
not
make
learn
arguments.
of this possibly happening then, let's put it that way, until I saw Mr. Copeland on social media this week. So this isn't something that I could have brought up regarding Judge Glanville and the coercion that took place. So if we do get further facts of that, I would like to bring that up with the court again, because it sounds like that could have influenced your decision on the coercion. Perhaps not, but I would like to bring it up in the future.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Engelberger.
Yes, Judge. I'm a little late to the party, obviously. When we're talking about privileged communications, I understand there may have been a hearing about what was said to or discussed between him and his other lawyer, but as it relates to any communications between my client and I as of August 13th of 2024, obviously I would assume this court understands those would be off the table in cross-examination.
All right. As far as I know, there haven't been any hearings about
Nobody's trying to
anything
talk
that
about
was
your- okay.
communicated just between Mr. Copeland and either Ms. Bumpus or Mr. Melnick. There was a hearing about things that might have been said with Ms. Hilton present with Mr. Copeland and Ms. Bumpus.
Okay.
Yeah,
understand.
certainly. I understand privilege. Thank you.
Your
Honor, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
There's two very quick things that I just wanted to address. One, and normally I'd ask that the camera be turned off for this, but I think I was wrong yesterday about the statement about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's barbershop. I don't believe that came up yesterday in the statement. And I've looked at the rest of the statement. I don't believe that topic comes up. So I know Your Honor asked me to send an email, and I'm just reporting back to the court on that.
All right.
And also, I just have a question. In the state's transcript with the redactions, there's some that are in red, some they're in different colors. And I'm just asking, as we review along, what the significance of the different colors are so we can check to make sure
Okay.
everyone's on the same page in real time.
Yes, Your Honor. There's some that I put in different colors because I had a question about. Anything that's in yellow and red, we're going to exclude because that was something I had a question about, I think, based on things that have occurred in court. Those will be excluded.
Okay.
The only one that is in blue that I actually was going to bring up this morning, Your Honor, is page 202, line 14 through 20. We had previously discussed 14 to 20 when we first talked about redactions, I guess 2 weeks ago. This is the line in which Mr. Copeland says that he's aware that Shannon carries guns and carries it on him, and if you stop him,
Right.
he'll know that he has a gun. And I think at that point in time, Mr. Schardt brought up his objection based upon what we argued yesterday. And so the state wanted to know we were permitted to now play that part given what occurred yesterday, given your order or ruling yesterday.
Okay, so are you asking what is my ruling about that, or what are you asking?
Basically, we intend to play it, and we just want to make
Yeah.
sure that that's fine. Based upon your ruling yesterday, we intend to play that section, but that was one of the sections that we had a question on 2 weeks ago. We didn't address it yesterday.
Yeah, okay, all right, so that blue has been taken care of, and you do intend to play that
Yes, Your Honor.
based on my rule, okay.
Yes, and while we're on it, Your Honor, I did go back yesterday to see if there were any other portions that could be redacted to kind of move the video along.
That's wonderful.
And
Thank you.
I do have a few
Okay,
portions that the state intends to redact. I just want to put it on the record.
Okay.
One of those. So first is page 165, line 3 through page 167, line 16.
all right, and I guess give the defendants
So it's going to be 11.
chance to look at that and see if that's something they want in, or if it's just nothing anybody needs.
And the top, sure. It is him saying that he needed to pay for the light bill, and that's why him and Deshaun were getting into issues. He talks about the fact that the stolen items that were found in his house were taken from individuals who went outside, who went to go do a jug, which went to go do a robbery. And so that's why those items were in the house. And then the detectives questioning him about the fact that he gave his mother-in-law's car to these individuals and he didn't know what they intended to do, so.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we're going to object to the redaction of that. I mean, that, and I understand why the state would want to redact it. I mean, that's prime example of Mr. Copeland being caught with stolen goods in his house, in his car, and pushing the blame on others, which
All
is
right.
exactly what he's doing
Okay,
here.
so they would want that in, I guess they would play it anyway, so do you want to leave it in?
I'm gonna leave it.
Okay,
The next, Your Honor, is page 176, line 14 through page 181, line 3.
and what's the general topic of that?
He talks about a few things here. Oh, his second child's mother wanted child support, talked about some medical things with her that he paid for.
Anybody care if that stays up?
And it's really talking about that relationship he has with his second child's mother.
Okay. That fine to excise for everybody?
Where does it, redaction end?
176 line 14 through 181 line 176 line 14 through 181 line 3.
Your Honor, I think that those portions, I know we want to speed this up, but those portions, give the full picture of Mr. Copeland. It's more, I'm the victim. These women are taking advantage of me.
Okay. She is indicating by nodding and scratching it off that she'll leave it in.
Next is page 193, line 1 through 194, line 21, which initially talks about Demikian being the reason that DB was killed, and then transitioning into when he gets bored at Deshaun's house, he'll leave, but that he hasn't been cheating on her, etc. 193 line 1 through 194 line 22.
Anybody want that in?
We agree that that's
Okay.
pretty irrelevant.
Everybody's good with redacting that part.
And the last one that we have, Your Honor, is, sorry, the last one that we have, Your Honor, is page 208, line 1 through page 211, line 10.
And the general topic is,
They're telling him he should move. They're telling him maybe he should go to Miami, not go to Miami, but go somewhere like North Carolina or Kansas. That he should start afresh and anew. And then he goes back into talking about the robbery that he was, what occurred leading up to why he was arrested on June 10th.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Silva, you guys, I got to start, what's the end of this redaction?
Page 211, line 10. Okay.
you want that in?
Yes.
Okay, she'll leave,
Never
you'll
mind,
leave
I'm
that in?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Can I take a quick comfort break? I know you're about to bring the jury in.
How about you go do that while we bring Mr. Copeland and the jury in, but not recess for that?
Your Honor, can I do it too? I'm sorry. Coffee.
Okay, never mind. Let's all take a break. Okay,
I think you need one too, Whitaker, so just take the
Quickly,
break. Jesus.
please.
Holy moly. I want to get to this in case Nick is out of here already. Maybe he's still here though. Nick Starro says, I'm going to the Sasquatch Museum today. I heard the Sasquatch is over 6'3", 300 pounds with gray hair and a facial hair. Wait a minute. So chat, first of all, Sasquatch stuff is like a guilty pleasure. But second of all, hilarious joke on himself with Nick Starro. So if you're here, thank you so much. Have a ton of fun. If you're not here, well, we're going to have to come to your chat and ask how the Sasquatch Museum was. So thank you so much. Thank you for the super sticker AI designs. Jen, thank you so much for the happy good morning. You brought sunshine in here. And then Judge Whitaker just... Thank you, Kristen, for the super sticker. Emmanuel McCrae, this super chat was great because Max Schardt ends up asking about it. Super shout out to Woody's confusing immunity deal. Like, do we still really have clarity? Because in the midst of all that, put a 1 in the chat if you heard Whitaker actually acknowledge that, yeah, they were still incorrect in their representation, once again, about how they represented the immunity coverage within the ex parte meeting. But we just glossed over everything that was said in open court this week. Like, it's just nuts. And Schardt is absolutely right. The state spoke to Woody like he had transactional, like blanket immunity. We can't actually prosecute you for the thing. Not just that we can't use your testimony or any evidence you produce to pursue a prosecution as the lead for that prosecution of that thing. So thank you so much for your super sticker and the Oscar-winning performances. Guys, I think Woody might bring up stuff that Judge Glanville told him when he's being questioned. So, for example, if the defense asks a question, did the state say XYZ to you? And did you look at any papers? Woody might just, on his own, just say, yeah, Judge Glanville handed me that. So we will have to wait and see. But it's so infuriating that the defense was told previously by Whitaker, well, and you can cross-examine him on that. You can cross-examine. You can bring that up during cross-examination. She told them that before they made their decision to be okay with striking everything after June 12th and not all of Copeland's testimony. And now she's mad at them on both sides. It's been a morning, you guys. Dondada with a nice reprieve from this stuff happening. Best Thug song, something lifestyle. I do love that clip of when they played that song in the courtroom, and you could see like everyone just like quietly going like this with their head. It is Ramon says, I hope somebody tells Woody to say it on his own. He will if he knows. Judge shouldn't cut him off either. Yeah, I think he will say it on his own. I mean, it seemed like he wanted to say something yesterday. Last week, he was the one that just got on the stand and volunteered. I was coerced. They pressured me. Whatever his verbiage was. But I think, yeah, we haven't seen the end of those type of utterances coming from Woody himself without even being prompted. I still think there's stuff he'll say I don't recall to, but I don't think he'll say I don't recall to that ex parte. Recuse Judge Glanville, your comedic timing was perfect. The judge is wrong. I clearly meant we, the state. Big Baby Jane says, thank you for sitting here with us while we yell and scream at our screens. We appreciate all you do and all your hard work. No problem at all. I'm so glad the chat is here. The chat in unison was like, wait, what? But the judge said. So it's always nice to not feel like nobody else is thinking the same thing that you're thinking, or that you missed something, or that, am I imagining something? So thank you so much, Big Baby Jane. Tywayne Harris says, we need our jobs here. This immunity, please. Kevin Kirksey, thanks so much. Wow, wild, this case is a circus. I think it might be going beyond the circus qualification. Taylor Dutton says, this judge is absolutely gross. Have you seen the pics of her and Fonnie making kissy faces to the camera? Now, so I don't personally draw conclusions when I see people at professional networking events together. It doesn't mean that they don't have a friendship, but to me, those types of pictures aren't evidence of that. If that was the case, there's defense attorneys that have done fundraising for Whitaker as well, so it kind of cancel itself out. However, the curiosity in general, what's the play here? What are the politics here? Who is gunning for who? Who's going to defend one person or another? We had Judge Whitaker in the midst of these arguments this morning kind of blurt out, I'm not trying to defend Judge Glanville. And nobody really suggested that she was. Brian Steele was like, this honorable court, he was keeping it gravy, keeping it friendly. But she just volunteered that she's not, in case anyone's thinking I'm not trying to defend Judge Glanville. She did volunteer that, and it stood out to me a little bit. So I do think there's questions of motives and loyalties. I'm not sure a picture on its own is conclusive of that, but I have seen that floating around quite a bit. And thank you for your super chat. And then Cutthroat Radio Podcast says Judge Karen needs to be recused at this point. Can you imagine if we get more motions of recusals? Woo. Thank you to Kevin G and to Cheryl Balicki for becoming new members. Make sure you use some of those member emojis. Trip, this made me laugh. She's fighting hard for Glanville's black job. That was a great use of another buzz phrase that's been going on. Ike says, who names their child? And I pronounce it Earl, but I think it might actually supposed to be Earl. So I'm not actually sure if I've been saying it wrong the whole time, because I've been saying Earl Glanville, but I think it might be Earl. I don't know. So there's my half answer to you, Ike. And then Chloe Albert's Revenge. Good to see you. Good morning, all. This trial is like that open cut or blister that you can't help but pick at. Maybe spill some orange juice on it or something. I imagine the jury is finding stuff to pick at by now. Yeah, and I mean, they've got to be wondering why we're starting court an hour late after the judge just said, that's it, we're doing 9 to 6 sometimes. No more early outs. Right 2 days after she tells them that, they're starting an hour late. So I'm sure the jury's not loving that. Mark in Texas, good morning. I thought Glanville eventually said they could cross on ex parte meeting. I thought so too. That's something you can take up on cross. It was a defer it. So there's no problem because you can resolve that. Anything you want the jury to, think about differently or be able to consider, bring it up on cross-examination. But for me, it's Whitaker also saying it. And then for Whitaker to change her mind when Whitaker's reasoning could have impacted that decision she's taking issue with now about not striking Copeland's testimony entirely. She was the one that really she concluded that they were going to strike all of the testimony. Remember when we were watching that? Do you guys remember when she volunteered that out loud? Oh, we're going to strike all of it. And we're all like, what? Didn't they say that they wanted to strike through the 12th? And we sat and waited. And it ended up getting clarified that, no, we don't actually want that unless Copeland doesn't take the stand again. If Copeland agrees to be held in contempt, then, as a plan B for that type of scenario, we would agree for all of it to be stricken. Steele made the argument for that, for only the plan B. The other defense counsel adopted that, but then they finally corrected. Judge Whitaker on her own steered that ship to decide on her own, we're just going to strike all of it until it was corrected. And that's unusual to me because that's not the law. She's very focused on following the law. She ignored Steele's argument about it being the law when he made it again today. Why would you want to strike all of that? Especially when you just said a couple minutes ago that your opinion is that Copeland's testimony is not favorable to the state. So why would you make a random call out of left field that you wanted to strike all of it and then be mad at the defense today because they didn't want to strike all of it? Knowing when they made that decision that they should have been allowed to cross-examine Kenneth Copeland on certain things that you're saying they can't cross-examine him on now. So if you guys saw me comment in the chat, my blood was boiling, it was because of that logic, that chain of logic. It's not there, it's broken. The logic Whitaker is using is contradictory to one thing she's saying over here versus another thing she's saying here. So, but yeah, so I thought Glanville also had said the same thing. You know how he's, well, you guys can cross-examine on it. It was kind of like something he said frequently when they raised an issue with something that the state did during direct. But Whitaker also said the same thing. And today just was a mess this morning. And then HTX Cass, is Whitaker making these decisions just so it will be easier on appeal? And I'm getting sick of her kind of doing that, because that's not what a judge is supposed to do. A judge isn't really supposed to facilitate or make an appeal easy for either side. You're supposed to let them make a record, proffer things. You're not supposed to take a can and start punting it and then run over to the can again and then punt it again to keep punting it down the road. Like, there's a reason a judge has the power to do certain things during a trial, to do it right the first time. That's in the public's interest. That's in the defendant's interest. It should be in the state's interest. So why shouldn't it be in the tribunal's interest? So, she might be. She might be. But it's a stupid thing for her to do, in my opinion. And then Trevelyan thinks that Glanville is running this case behind the scene. I do think part of it could just be that his old rulings are going to stand. But if you ask me, Whitaker is kind of putting blinders on. Oh, we're going to respect this one thing because Glanville already ruled on it. We're not going to change it. Oh, but this thing, oh, the state's saying they're not sure if that's really what happened. Well, I'm going to keep that open. I'm not just going to go with what you've cited me, a transcript where Judge Glanville is in fact saying that he excluded this thing. We're going to still revisit that issue and decide later. We're going to make a new decision. Like, just very crazy stuff. Very crazy stuff. But there you go. How's everybody doing? This is a long coffee break, but it was nice. We got to get through a bunch of stuff. And Welsh Lady, good to see you. I saw you say earlier in the chat that you weren't sure if your comments were visible. They are. The videos show me how the, quote, gang, quote, gang, unit acted like a pack of wolves. Is Jungle Book reference appropriate now? I don't think it ever was, but touche. It might be. It might be. And yeah, what did you guys think about, I also think there's a problem with this whole idea that, we're getting the behind the scenes look with these videos at the process behind this investigation into any type of gang activity, whether it's actually happening or, they're taking creative licensing with what someone like Woody is feeding them. But when these gang experts get up on the stand and they're asked like, oh, you saw that person, you were driving and you're doing your work and you saw someone like flash a symbol at you. Yeah, they flashed a symbol at me. And then on cross-examination, Brian still gets up there and goes, what symbol did they flash at you? Well, I don't know. Well, can you demonstrate what the symbol was? No. Do you know what gang affiliation was affiliated with the symbol that you said you recognized as a gang symbol? No. Like, like, what is this? What is this? I think being a gang unit just means if we want to call something a gang, we've decided it's a gang. We don't need to take notes. We don't need to turn over reports. We just get to, it's like we're watching a movie, but we get to sit in the room. We get to treat our jobs like we're watching a movie and write the script as we go. So thank you so much for your super chat. Nancy New says, just seen a clip of Snoop talk about death row and how the label was made up of Bloods and Crips. Hope the jury has been watching Olympics and has seen it too. Okay, so this is, the label having incompatible gangs. Now this is interesting because this is what Woody was trying to explain to Hilton. YSL is a record label because they were different gangs, people from different gangs that are part of this YSL record label. But if YSL itself was a gang, then that wouldn't make sense. And we're back. Gigi, thank you so much for the super sticker too. Army Nurse says, let's send Judge Whitaker to judge school to watch some videos too. Good to see you, Army Nurse.
morning, Judge. Good morning.
Oh, the court reporter.
All right, for the jury. All jurors present, counsel.
You just be looking them down.
Miss Ellen, you can proceed.
Going straight into videos. Oh, yes.
What do you say, you guys?
And Your Honor, we're resuming at 11:29:05.
Where did he say he got the stuff from? He never said. Just go ahead. I give him a key. You know what I mean? I look, bro. They put the gas in the truck, bro. You know what I mean? Bring it back. I bought a cutlet. When they bought the cutlet, they had out to the head. So I said, left, so I still. I mean, I left her. When I hit left her, they were searching whatever they got. I mean, most of them dropping back on where they came from. I mean, when she dropped back up, I was in her sleep. That was last night. I wanted to see you on a video for one of these cars that broke missing. I ain't breaking no car. That's not the question. No, if it's yes or no. I'm not going to see you on no video. You gonna see them breaking in no car. You gonna see them? You sure? Yeah. Okay. Because we found a police report.
Everybody said there's a tag over there.
We found a police report on Foster Street, and these are victims. These two guys, IDs or whatever, was in the truck. And their laptop, and we got the sunglasses and 2 book bags from out their Shannon house. At their Shannon house. This morning, the 2 book bags, they ain't in them. They book bag yours? No, they ain't done. This shit from these cars. You understand? They asked me this time. Yes. Man, it's tripping, man. Because you didn't say that they came in the house. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm not double talking or over talking you. I'm being real clear, precise with what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. I'm going to let you give a little bit, and then I'm going to shoot your story down. I ain't gonna lie, man. Everybody now. So, how can I believe you, Tam Bobby? Who? Tam Bobby. Tam Bobby what? Bobby who? I put a picture on them on my page. You know about, what? Black Bobby last name? Bobby Russ, whatever his name is. And say who? Tam. So, you just said it's Trevante. So, once again, why is this stuff at the place where you read when they bring me the cousin, I still left her. I mean, when I still left her, I was like, shit, they act like they ain't have it. I wasn't really sweating, because I really still left her, because when they brought it back, they trying to show me like, damn, bro, we ain't getting it, you know what I'm saying? I was already tired, so I was like, all right. They sure had all her friends out, they funny shit. So she had all her friends out, but I ain't feel like dropping them up. So Muslim was dropping back up. This was yesterday? Or late last night into this morning? Yeah. Okay. So Muslim was dropping back up. I was in her sheet. You know what I'm saying? That's not true. Yes, it is. Deshawn said she was asleep when you got in this morning. Late. I'm telling you what she told me. Deshawn was woke. I was super late. She made it seem like I got a big shit. She ain't making it seem like nothing. At the end of the day, she lying for you. Because she still got your black ass around and you fucking off her shit. You make it hard. So you need to be focusing your energy on the motherfuckers on the street. Because she the one that's been down for you since all this bullshit been going on. Right. But you got you fucked up because you know that. You fucked up. Nobody else. This shit pressuring me, man. This shit is like the damn money, bro. What money? For the damn light bill. That ain't my fault that you did that. No, I didn't break any car. I wasn't even with them. I didn't in the car. But for what reason though? Because you knew they was going to do some stupid shit to get the money. I knew they was going to go. You knew they was going to do a jug. You ain't know what the exact jug was, but you know what the fucking jug is. You know they ain't going to church. I know I was just this. I'm just looking at it like shit. I ain't going to get in trouble for that. Every time I'm just looking at it. But you is still fucking up their shot because something else would happen to that fucking car. That truck is in her mama's name.
What if they did a robbery?
Like I told you. And this is just the first report we found.
They can check on
What I'm saying, I told him, I said, look, the car they shot my name. You know what I'm saying? I said, y'all my name. She don't tell the police, if y'all do anything, I did. I'm letting y'all know I ain't going out for nobody else. I told him just like that. Once again, this is just the first report we had. That we were able to find was based on the IDs that was left in the truck. So some more shit come back involving that truck. You know we're gonna come back and have another conversation. I'm telling y'all everything right now. Like I'm saying, once again, you're enabling people to fuck you in the long run. You're enabling them because somebody's doing something nice for you and they shine, getting them a truck, doing the rental car, all that shit, and you giving it to these dudes. Which I don't believe you say you wasn't there, but I'm gonna set it on to everybody in Buckhead got cameras. Everybody everywhere got cameras. And I'm gonna review that video. And that's gonna be some more felonies on you.
Just like with the guns and double, we interviewed you at Turnfield. We told you.
I ain't saying right here.
We told you though. We said, listen, bro, we gonna go review this tape. You ain't did nothing, you good. If not, you gonna see us again.
I wanted to say I had it, but I was like, okay, you need to tell me right now where you there when these songs got broken. No. Okay. You say no? I believe you right now. Until I got proof otherwise.
Well, you gotta start thinking about you and yours, bro. That's what you keep worrying about. Everybody that you name don't seem to give a fuck about you.
You're right, and guess what?
So why do you give a fuck about them?
They kind of pressuring me, like,
Shit, I only want to give a fuck about you.
I just kept saying to myself, like, damn, man, I mean, this and that. I kept saying, I'm trying to stay out of jail. You know what I mean? Like, when the police can't come out, I mean, you gotta say, they got me for their gun. But you didn't feel it was coming? Huh? You didn't feel that it was coming? Nah, look. I found out down there got this video. I mean, so who went up there threatening them folks? Because that's what I'm doing with folks. And you don't want to. That's like 3 months.
Bullshit.
Why the fuck they go to city hall and all that?
Why do you call from the mayor though?
Because that's the city rec center. Anybody said that? They're gonna cool with me.
Well, somebody
Somebody in your crew that's cool with you.
put the word out.
Put the word out. Yeah, nah, listen. And I promise
You know, they don't call the police.
listen to me. Listen to me. Listen real good. If anything happens to anybody that works up there, it's coming
somebody came up there like, y'all better not say nothing to the police.
Because I already saw a dude who was in the gym, we was in there talking to him. Yeah. And describe this for you, and I'm going to tell you that they know. No, describe. He said that, yeah. Still ain't threatening him. He works with him. I'm not saying he threatened him, but he coming back running his mouth about whatever, and other people have gone in there and said things to these people. And you may not have had nothing to do with it, but I'm telling you, if anything happens to anything, it's in the name of Kenneth Copeland. We coming back. No, it's not. Oh, John is guilty because it's already been spoken on. No, because y'all saying it's no lie. Since they come trying to him, they told we couldn't come back this way. Listen to this though. Since they said that, guess what? I hadn't been hanging Captain like that. You do. Get out of this, cuz. I got somebody that I work with that's in Mechanicsville all the time, every day, right? What his name is? I'm not going to tell you that. I know his name, he was really tough. Who? Hamburger. No, I'm not talking about police. I'm talking about somebody that lives out in Mechanicsville. You know what I'm saying? I meet with this person once a week. Okay, I said, what's going on in Mechanicsville, blah, 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 right? He showed me pictures of you. What did you do Memorial Day weekend? Memorial Day weekend.
Nathan?
Don't matter. I know what you did, because I saw what you did. Memorial Day weekend. What was you holding in the picture? I take care of the hood because the hood take care of me. Oh, the weed? Yeah, and the lane. You got now shit. You said what did I do like I did something wrong? No. I'm saying that's nothing wrong. Distributing drugs? But I don't want you for that, because that's mine. I don't want you to think about it, so that lets you know that you ain't. Listen. But that's not the way that's dependent for it. I ain't trying to say this, and I ain't going to one thing I go say guilty. I know, I can still wait. What I'm saying is, I ain't doing the type of stuff that, like, I'm trying to find myself. I mean, what you do? I'm not trying to say a drug, that shit ain't working, man. I'm trying to tell me, what you losing, huh?
You better not come up there. Why don't you leave? I'm going to say you, Deshaun, your pretty baby, and get that. Come on, man.
You know what I thought about today? You know what I thought about? I thought I'd get my check cut back on. I had John my phone. She put up on me yesterday. She found out hopefully my child support. I been paid. She told me I get SSI shit. I was like, yeah. She's like, I go down to the Social Security place to get proof of something, and I don't have to pay child support. She supposed to came got me today and took me down there to get my check information so I could go have it. Why you gotta get a check? Do you have an able working body? It's something. I did.
You have a four-wheel, right?
Oh, this is what I'm saying. Fuck yeah, you be willing to doing all that. I can't word class since I was in school. I understand that, but you're a very intelligent young man, kid. You process things, you think about things, and then you react. I will say that about you. You have an able working body. Okay? Get out of that mindset of
Depending on the check.
nah, I did what you
Depending on somebody else to take care of you and yours.
no, this girl is. Y'all don't understand what she's doing to me. She's trying to make it hard on me, like, she keeps trying to get her. She's trying to get no, because I gave her the money. When I had money, I said, here, go get a bush. I paid for the whole thing. You know what she did? She said she gonna get it. When I gave her the money, she kept it. Know what I mean?
That's her body, bro.
I understand it, but you know what I told her? To give her this money. Is letting you know right now. I'm not having no fun. I mean,
That's not,
but she
when you laid up with it, you had parts of it, you know? So therefore, that's
I didn't lay down. I didn't been over there.
when you crossed that line, it was a touchdown, okay? And you got to be a man and take responsibility for your actions.
I want
Regardless.
you know what? The baby goes to my sister and stuff, but
You talking about the baby with that shot or no?
no, that's my profession.
That's your baby.
Yes.
But the other thing,
No, the DNA said it is, but what I'm saying is, you didn't want that. The girl trying to throw it on me like, she not, you know what I mean? She not trying to bitch. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? So,
because guess what, bro?
they pressure me like,
She got
you with that shine and your baby that you wanted, family this, family that. wants that. You don't even want to claim the one that, because I asked my abortion like that, she didn't give it back. I just felt like, so if she give you your money for your abortion back, you claim it back? It's no sense.
That's not right.
I said, I will.
But listen to this, while she was pregnant, she needed that money to eat to feed that man.
But what, I didn't know they have food stamps. You know, they do for the black people. But what I'm saying is, man.
Oh, no. You did not just say that. That ain't never that. Fully, you as a young, all this energy that y'all using to do all this other dumb stuff, you can use that in a right way. So try to live a normal, peaceful life. You remember the last time I said, why don't you leave go to the practice somewhere? What you tell me? I was raised in Atlanta, I'm dying in there. That's your mindset.
But, and then, okay, put it with, so I got this. Have you heard anything been shut up?
Not that we know of.
Man, you saying not that I know. Okay.
A lot of stuff happen that they don't, like, from Canada, they don't really call the police.
Why they know?
They know.
Because they handle shit on their own.
They already know they're going to retaliate, so it's almost like, why call the police? That's why they probably look at you like,
When people involved with them, there's other people shit that get shot up.
Right.
They call the police, like, oh, sister live next door to me, or, you know, whatever, and that's how we connect the dots. So this should show y'all that this shit ain't getting shot up then.
correct.
Because this shit is getting shot
The
up.
neighbors calling it
They
in.
are physically calling, the neighbors calling up like, hey, some car just rolled past and blah, 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 shot up this place, shot up that place.
When they shot up Lucci Mama house, you know what that is? That's like,
She done raised this over here, you know what I'm saying?
exactly.
You got all that money.
It's white people stay right there. You think they gonna sit there and let I ain't gonna say y'all, but you think they gonna just sit back and let that happen?
I say y'all because y'all got fucking guns. You can't say y'all because you don't prove. Listen,
What is it?
you don't fucking Chris. When I was going on, the only two people I had was Shannon and Dick. You know what I mean? It was a different, no, let me really explain it because it was a different story. If you got the gun for Shannon, or you got the gun for Dick. You know what I mean? Listen.
Oh my god, they're only skipping like
This was
13 seconds or something.
Now, anything before, I ain't been through anything. Yeah, I'm trying to hell. Now, me, I ain't shot at nobody, man, but, man, Shannon, like I said, we, I mean, you know, say it, because when you start talking about what you do, you get, I don't know, I know you don't want to, I mean, I hate help, man, but it just, you so over. What's your nickname for?
The one that did it. Like honestly, say Frank, I respect you. You understand? Because you stood overall, you stood tall through it all. Right? Like the last time. I felt when you walked out of here, I thought you seen New Jack City. When Nino came back on the back of the bike and they shut up, I thought when you walked out of here, I didn't want you to go. I'm telling her like, man, they don't get out of that boy, man. And every time you keep coming out unscathed, you ain't been shot. One time. We keep recovering drones of
The hot mic.
where they just, and it's like God keeps giving you an opportunity. You got it covered on you, and you keep living the telling. And instead of you saying, self, this shit is getting a little too real, I need to get on, you keep coming back for more.
You know what's going on?
What?
The truth be told, man, this was really good, man. This was really good.
What?
Every time they got this show, I know my name come back on.
Bro.
So you know what I do? I go here to leave. You know what I mean? I go with his son, and I tell her, I'm right here, you know what I mean? You see me, you see each other. Let's go somewhere. You know what I mean? Let's, I'm being honest with you.
Okay.
Sometimes they might do the shit without me knowing and he'll tell me I just say. Because this one Shannon used to tell me, Shannon used to talk to me. Shannon never think I tell on him. You know what I'm saying? But since this shit happened, bro, just like, I feel like everybody gets me.
You should.
I feel like everybody. Sometimes I be riding with me and Kobe, and I get nervous. Like I had to get away because I know what I done did before. Like what I done told. You know what I'm saying? So once I heard that nigga Doug wanted me killed, I was like, this just scared the hell out of me, bro. I woke up and went to the graveyard and sat up for a long time and talk BB, play music. You know what I mean? Like, so I didn't even get that. I honestly didn't, bro. You want to kill me, bro? You know what I mean? Only reason I ain't saying that because it wasn't my business. I wasn't there. I mean, all I know is what I heard. You know?
And guys, when they're skipping stuff, it's just like a statement that was agreed to be taken out. They're not doing it for time productivity because they're only skipping a few seconds.
But it's like, this was like, I don't think I just did I just mad. I shot that kid. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I did. I didn't do that for the world. I mean, then what's your incident? Huh? What's your incident? I told you about last time.
Which one?
Yeah.
But what you gotta
This the only time, guess what? Man, Kel let it go. Kel was going to thug. I'm in the club. And Kel was just like, what's up with thug? I'm like, shit, he gonna stay right there. I mean, that nigga can't, you know what I mean? He can't, I don't know what up on me.
So they basically coming at you, not really because they can't touch thug, but you the quote unquote closest thing to them.
This is what you don't understand.
And you know what? That's right.
That's the part where you don't understand that. And then the biggest problem that you have with them all, us. You want to know why? Because you want to know what happened when y'all shoot up somebody's house? Guess what happened to me? Okay, I'm on my way in. I'm tired and woke up out of my sleep.
Just problem right now. Whatever he say, he does it.
This is
How much you get paid?
Nothing.
There's no way.
There's no fucking way. It's my mom graveyard.
Why? Well, why is he doing it?
he that guy.
Guess who told me? Guess who told me he wasn't getting paid now? No.
Wait a minute, what?
He said Shannon. Shannon telling me. But why as it sounds, Shannon don't trust you. Why would I tell you anything?
Okay, put it this way. He ain't got to say anything. What does he got? Shannon got a truck. He gonna take you for $3,000 to get a truck ready. And he got $3,000 to go take him. But I mean, the shit out here, man. I know Shannon. So like I got something to say, now come on, man. You right, I don't have to do it. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying that you ain't got shit, but you come with this big ass bag of weed, all these bottles of leaves.
I just take a picture with it.
No, because we know
I make it look good.
Who would let you hold their money? If don't nobody, as you sell it,
And you
don't nobody like
you
it.
know, just, if you pay attention, I never had no money to flinch. I haven't been flinched. You know what I'm saying?
I saw a video where she played.
Of my hood.
Of who?
Of my hood. I just flinched some hundreds. That's all that.
My guy came in and showed me a shitload of shit, and I was just
Like,
like,
they probably found something old, but
no, it was from a word that I'm just speaking about a word that we
it was last time I talked to him.
what, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, this is
That's you in this corner. That's the corner.
these who you need to be feared right now.
You fear them more than you fear them.
Because right now, this, I just need help. If y'all can promise y'all can help me, I promise you, bro. I'm gonna sit right here and tell y'all everything I done heard, everything I done found, and everything. I can tell y'all stuff that y'all can go get. Understand?
Are
Like,
you willing to do that?
I promise I can right now to show y'all houses. I can y'all go bust everybody's spot. I don't care, man. I just want y'all to
What do you
get
want
my
to do?
business like that.
So now you're ready to go. Now you gonna listen and go. But what?
I ain't have no listen. I can't leave, man. I can't.
If you stay, you are a dead man woman. Okay? trust nobody. You can't ride with nobody. You can't sleep.
I feel them, won't tell why I feel them so much. Cause they know how to get me. You know what I'm saying?
You wanna know how they go? You don't know how they can get you? Lizzie. They'll be the one to put one in your head.
Somebody told.
You wanna know why? Because you trust him. And it hurts your heart that you feel like he lied to you. You almost start crying. I said he was deaf.
Yeah, because, bro, I try to help D, bro. Like, I tell D, bro. You don't tell me how I feel about it. You don't tell me how I feel about it. I live by freedom, man. I do whatever it takes to stay free. And I tell you that all the time. Money ain't shit, bro. Money ain't. That we have to come out and say it, not, man. I mean, okay, when I do get money, I get a gamble. It's my hustle. I gamble. I don't get it again. I mean, I win, I lose. But when you just out there and told me that he was in the cup and around the shit he's doing, man.
It all
Like a second for our ears to relax. Thank you for the super chat, guys. Yeah, Chloe, I loved this. Who's the cop and who's the robber is actually a legit question for what's going on in this interrogation room. It's a good question. Especially if you consider it's Detective Copeland in there with Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither.
I just found out that these niggas gonna try to have him killed like 2 days ago.
So at this point, what do you want to do?
So I'm lost, man. I just want to go down and go for it. Cause I don't want to run and I already know, man.
I know you don't want to run, brother, but at the same time,
I haven't done it. I promise you, I finish on everything I love, man.
but your name is, you know how she
Throw did it to me, man. Listen, man. Throw been doing it to me for the longest.
You don't know what you.
Set it up. Every time I got there for the probation violation, he had me go show something here. Boy, you come to Canada, what was it? I ain't have nothing to do with it. I'm around my phone with it. I just want to enjoy life. I can't. Besides it, I get out again. Some other shit I got shut up. How the fuck is all these niggas shit getting shot up by getting up? Just like I said, the same night I got out of jail. You know what? D told me, that story, when D got shot. You know, D told me she went to the club by herself. Most of them dropped out. I talked in here like, you feel what I'm saying? These niggas, they did, you know what I mean? Who do you go to the club with? He went to the club by himself, got dropped out. Like this what happened. Me, my brother, my baby mom, and D went to the hospital. Schardt right. So my baby was sick. So me and my baby mom got out. So the D was on his hand. And he was weak. He was sleeping and everything. All right. Hey, go home, go down, go down. Don't go to the club. Right. D want to be hurt. Fuck these niggas this now. I'm going. D went to the club. About 4 o'clock. My sister called. But they get jumped. D, but they get shot on. I said, who? She said, my head got me. I said, damn, what the hell? I mean, D, who you with? They said, by yourself. Nobody else. So I'm like, man, D already did it up, man. They all said, I'm hurt. I get on Twitter. D on Twitter like, yeah, fuck, nigga, I'm good. So I ain't nothing wrong with it. So I talked to him through the DM. Like, bro, you tripping, bro? What's up, too, bro? You trying to be seen or something, bro? This man, that. So I guess he got mad. So I thought he was trying to say dead. I just look at it like a big brother. You know what I'm saying?
11:57:21. Resume at 11:50:29.
Man, I just need to man. Like, jail ain't gonna do it, man.
Honestly, you ain't gonna make it in jail. You can't go to jail nowhere in Georgia. Do you understand that?
But I did.
In jail, as soon as the word get out, you there.
You say, but I did
No, I'm not doing
on the hot mic, but I
She
did.
already said that I ain't gonna be no blind. I ain't.
Hello? I don't know if they'll put you in the dorm kid. Did you ever think about stuff like that?
So what? I understand y'all think we gonna live. It ain't starting nothing. That's because I had participated in none of this shit they doing.
This is what, the reason we tell you what we tell you is to try to show you a flag, like, hey, the time is now. So you put all this pressure on yourself. You're trying to carry all this weight.
I know what I mean, because listen, I'm keep telling you I didn't participate in none of this. None of this. And y'all see why they keep saying like
Nothing would, look at me, bro. Nothing.
I have participated
You
in
a
none of
fake.
this.
You a fake.
Huh?
You a fake.
What you mean I'm saying?
You a good boy. You a good boy.
Hey, coming to this.
Since January, we talking 6 months. You mean to tell me these dudes have shot up your mama, your sister, they shot at you and your baby mama and your baby, and all this other jazz, and you ain't did nothing wrong?
I'm saying what?
What?
I don't want to believe it. They did it. Guess what I said? Guess what I said?
What?
It's okay, I ain't about to get hurt. Guess what I do?
What?
Put my pride to the side. Listen.
So you got it now.
You know what me and Shannon fell out?
What?
Because Shannon like I going out bed.
So Shannon basically trying to redeem.
Yeah, like.
So you seen the movie Juice? You ain't never seen Juice? With Tupac? I can't even use this analogy, man.
But what I'm saying is, Shannon get under me plenty of time because these niggas came, shot at us, I did something. And I had
Shannon
to
ain't standing for it.
Huh?
Shannon ain't standing for it.
He not going for it.
Where Shannon keep his gun, man?
Shit, on him.
So if we stop him, he gonna have a gun on.
That man got done every day. He gonna run though.
We gonna run. Where else he be at? What kind of car new baby got?
What kind of movie?
Car new baby got?
I ain't seen no baby. I didn't know that I'm on Shannon. He be in the white car, nickel car.
A white car?
Volkswagen, Volvo, one, it's the VW or something like that. Who car is it?
I about new baby car.
Equal.
We
I ain't seen new baby. Niggas, new baby got that red car. Now you know they had red. They told their car out. I don't know what kind of car she got. Let me ask you this, what kind of car you two drive? Motor in a Grand Impala. A Grand Impala or a Malibu? It's an Impala. Impala? Who car is that? I mean, well, who is this girl? What's her name? I don't know the girl, but I know the baby mama. I don't know her name. Whose car is that? Is registered to him or like? Motor got license, so it should be registered to him. Cause at first I thought it was Tree car, but Tree got her own car. They got the same kind of car.
She got her Impala too?
Yeah, great too. I mean, I thought it was. He was like, nah, I seen him like last week, and he said that. I was like, nigga, you still do talk Tree, nigga. I seen her drive the car like. Nah, she got her own car.
Where the baby mama stay?
Boulevard. I don't know if this is baby mama. I think that's where he still. He's on Boulevard coming. When he's in the DD Connie. Like, y'all ain't into a Boulevard? Like, YSL got not into a Boulevard guy. But yeah, they into Boulevard. I don't know. I thought they were. No.
They gamble over there?
Yeah, yeah.
On Boulevard Play?
I was on Boulevard on Saturday. I was on Boulevard Sunday too.
For what?
Shout down about this little side street like about a gas station.
Wabash.
Huh?
Wabash.
That's the name of it?
Where the park at?
Nah. They like what they like going to a $100. But it's on the side street right there.
Boulevard Place. Where the gambling house at? Where they sit on the porch?
Yeah, they was like about here.
No, they talking about Boulevard Place.
Oh. So I told you I've been hanging with the crib, man. I've been 8-year-old gambling. I mean, I ain't no boy. I mean, if you was sitting in the car, and if you seen Shannon somewhere, you seen me, we walk each other, and we know each other. You know what I'm saying? And I remember my baby mom got into it. I was like, damn, he act like he gonna trade on me too. I mean, like, what the fuck going on? So she kind of scared one day. Like we always, he just scared ass nigga. I mean, I wasn't scared. I mean, so, but, shit, man. I ain't getting that picture, man. That shit hurt, man. I mean, I texted you last night because it was on my pride wouldn't let me do it, but I just texted you like, damn, bro, you need time to Shannon phone? Which one is Shannon phone? It's in your phone? I don't have Shannon though. I just got Dino. What's Dino? 698-353-9229. Then you know the crazy thing about it? That me and D still wear the same clothes. What you mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, yeah, like he never brothers do. I know, like his mom is hard on her. I mean, so they struggle. You know, sometimes, do you know you sleep in sometimes? At my brother's house. You did.
Why not? I'm trying to get a job or anything.
I didn't I had Terry Straight and I had Delby take an order. I had no choice, so I was like, man, they probably want to give me a job.
A lot of people.
My probation, I had top probation, and they was like, they were going to try to help me out in September. I mean, try to get me back on the right track. Because it's point now, man, I'm just lost, man. Now, shit.
But you still saying you ain't leaving.
Huh?
You still keep saying you're not leaving. I ain't leaving. If you stay here.
Well, you keep saying, I don't have them to upstate. I mean, I'm not used. Okay, put it away. Miami is nice here. I mean, I can go down there. If me, Jay, Shannon, and Baby wants to go down there and stay, I can go down there like 2-3 days and come back. I mean, so I'm not. And then, I don't wear regular, like North Carolina. Like, it ain't dead shit. Go to Tampa. Why you gotta go to Miami because of the Whitaker? Go somewhere.
He like the beach. Somebody said he like the beach.
Orlando.
There's other beaches though. So beach. You said you go.
I just get homesick and stuff like that. I mean, so.
But what's home to you is it's gonna be the death of you. Because everybody that you hang with, that's what you missing really. They're trying to kill you.
So really, at the end of the day, it's just you. It is. And I know you don't want to go with that sound, but I'm telling you.
Go start.
I'm not gonna leave her behind. Like, we don't gotta do it so much. It's why I go right there. You know what? I don't need supposed to be right here right now. You know what I mean? Because I ain't supposed to stay there last night. She put me out. You did? Yeah. And then when they bring the cover out, she leave. So when I woke up, shit, I just want to be on the door, bring that body. I mean, all I got to see is the police. I was so scared. I was like, what they doing here? I mean, so, I don't know.
This is the plan I say. You, Sean, and the baby go somewhere else. Start fresh. You don't know nobody. Try to live a regular life.
Oh yeah, no man. What's that?
But that's.
Charlie, sitting like that, it's just like everything went. I mean,
Because now you're the elephant in the room. Everywhere you go, that thing is on you. When let's say business, you get charged with all this, they need 2 years. 2, which I doubt, but 2 years. And they say you gotta go do your 2 and tell there. What do you think gonna happen?
you say I'm gonna go to prison for this? You can't if you're convicted.
You're a convicted felon, bro.
So what can I do to make it straight up? I don't know why. I do whatever, man. I don't want to tell me. I do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. I do whatever, man. I promise God, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because last Thursday, Mr. Kim Dammers, the U.S. Attorney, like the head person for the federal services, and I've been basically broke down to her everything that we had as far as your case, all the retaliatory shootings, all this, all that, right? She said you guys have great cases, but we need somebody with direct knowledge that can take down the main culprits. To us, I don't want to say you're not a main target because you are the target for them, but we want top guys that's calling shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get to the big fish, you got to dang the small fish in front of them for them to come, for the fish to come. So, if that's something that you want to do, because our case is sealed with you, like it's not, you know. Of course, we would like to, you know, solve some of these retaliatory shootings and all that stuff, but as far as your faith, at this point, you could. And the only thing that may possibly help you is you helping yourself by speaking what you know. Right. But you know what? That's not Shannon.
He on the same level as you.
Basically, I don't consider Shannon a big fish. Like you said, he a gopher. You understand? And that's the way he's less. In my opinion, he's less than what your status is. What I need to do? I want to know what the fuck Thug's doing. I want to know what the fuck goddamn where his money is from. If they got to get to Birdman, they will talk about damn Wayne Buzz. I know.
And thank you, Angie, for the super chat earlier. Woody got his name because he's made like Pinocchio. Everything he says is a lie. Please skip like 2 hours. Or is this one of the parts that Schardt and them wanted in? Because she doesn't seem like she knows where she's supposed to fast forward to.
We start at 12:11:35.
I comment like that, brother, trying to kill. She tried to give me the phone, talk to me. I mean, he would talk to you. He wanted to talk to me. I was look, why you even call, bro? It just, that nigga kill me. Like, I mean, I just knew he was trying to have me come around. You almost looked at it like a wrong thought might have been your ticket. I had cut it. Yeah, I thought I was gonna get famous. I thought I was gonna get money, man. I didn't think this shit gonna go. Then Rocco tried to get me to hang with him. I don't know what the hell he even think, bro. I'm like, but ain't Rocco cool with Bloody J and ABG, some nigga boy? No, Rocco down with it. Good, Rocco was gonna sign Bloody J, but Bloody J tried Rocco down first. Cause he thought good, you know what I'm saying? So Bloody J, you know, pushed up on Rocco and we're done. But Rocco then had police up there and stuff. You know, there was a deja vu. I know a lot, you know what I'm saying? But y'all just help me, man. I help you, but I really don't want you help us. I just don't want these niggas like. At first I was like, man, they gonna do it. I don't feel like no more. So when did this change? When I see my baby smiling, like. You take it right there first, like you'll see how happy she get. That shit, they made me feel like
You got something to
I
live.
she was like, hey, I'm like, she almost talking.
That's the reason to live.
I mean, so like, when I heard him, he gonna kill me, man. I know a lot about the nigga. I know about the other people he had killed. You know what I'm saying? Like the nigga on gangster. I heard about him now, you know what I'm saying? I heard him tell my own mouth. You know what I'm saying? So when I heard my name come up in this shit.
You take it as
I know you're not saying. You know what I'm saying? You talk about thug. No. You talk about gangsters. Got killed. The blood nigga who blood J. Grumman paid. Oh, yeah. Like, yeah. I heard about all this. You know what I mean?
Question is, what you gonna do about it though?
What you willing to do? I really have y'all to keep me safe.
You're gonna have to look at everything in the wind. This life and all this shit, cause it ain't no coming back.
So you gonna help me. You gonna help, but you can't be going back and forth.
It's either you
But you ain't
with us,
going back and forth.
it's either you with us or you with them.
I'm not with them. You saying that now because you're gonna cook. I called them on the house. I called you plenty of times. It wasn't from an unknown number. I called their son from. You had a house. I
What's the number?
It's 291. I can't remember the last four digits, but we got to save their son from up on the OG. I have called. I called you plenty of times. You know what I mean? I called just let you know what the legit stuff was. If you call me and I think that they bring the stick out. You feel me? I knew they had guns in the night strike.
That's up on Smith Street.
Yep. I mean, if this same day he pulled a gun out, I mean, he just like, y'all gotta move. We ain't going nowhere. Like, I already left after I even called something to me. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, but if you like this, man, if you keep me alive, man, just out of jail, I promise you, I'll do whatever it takes.
How can you keep you alive if you going back over there? We can't. I'm not posting up there with Canada here with you.
No, I had it come there with, guess what I still say with, yeah. I'm telling you what I still say with, yeah. You know, you gotta shoot him. I ain't even get
I gotta use your restroom. I'm trying to hold it.
All right. Yeah. Anybody on the jury need to have a restroom?
Imagine if he ran, runs out of the courtroom.
Just got him here. Okay. Anybody out here? All right, we'll just wait.
Survivor Speaks, thank you, by the way. I had typed my email in the chat. I'm about to put it in there again. And yes, this needs to end already. Even just these videos need to end already. Like, holy moly. Let me see, I'm not sure. Let me make sure I can tag you. Okay, so my email's in the chat there. And thank you so much for your super chat. And I want to know what that little bit, that line right after, we don't want Shannon Stillwell, we want Thug. That little bit that they cut out after. Because presumably it's something that the defendants, maybe Steele, wanted to exclude, but I don't know specifically what it was. Chloe Albert says, why is that knee so shiny? Yeah, so Detective Dennis's knee is like as shiny as Detective Thorpe's head. Oh, what are we doing? Are we stretching or are they gonna want to say something? Positive Q says, good morning. Woody, if you're reading this, look at the jury and say, when the DA and the judge had me in a secret meeting, they said I had to testify. I think he might, because he came right in on that Wednesday wanting to do that. Tywayne Harris says, in my opinion, Woody's favorite movie is The Usual Suspect. Singular. He seems to be the usual suspect. That always gets away with it.
Hey, I told you I was going on. Like, anytime kill, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, I just like, it's like I said, man. Like, what is he following on?
What ties Woody to it is they're always questioning him
What is he
for everything. And then he'll talk and talk and talk in circles.
To be with him. Will be with him. So, we trying to get you out of the town. Trying to get them all. Mom, they trying to get you to be with him. Yeah. They had it going when I locked up. You know what I'm saying?
So these things you the done.
Yeah. So the king of Atlanta. Yeah, I heard of the nigga G Prince. In Houston.
Yeah.
Stud said he gonna be the new young in Atlanta. He got a lot of people to go through though. Who trying to do that? Well, him. He not taking no shit. He not.
What about the Tyrese?
He not taking. Stud not taking no shit from nobody.
What?
Listen.
Right.
Nobody else care about nobody else. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't take shit from nobody.
How did the beef for game again?
The game nigga there shot up his door with told Shannon do it. Shannon told me smiley was up that win.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And Doug told him no. Say some the GD, I can't Nilson, Hudson, something like that. He ain't that beef. You know what I'm saying? He stopped. I mean, I ain't here to play. You know what I mean? I just don't want to go to jail. I mean, I'm not sit down for a little bit. But you're gonna have to sit down for a little bit. Why jail though? What you want to go to summer camp? Lego land or something? It ain't no other choice. Cause I told you last time I saw you. I said you gotta leave shit alone. I told you that at the dump when we drove you in my turn field. I said at some point you gotta stop, and you not. You thinking in your mind, listen to the gun that you found around the house wasn't bad, right? You thinking in your mind because you was doing so much, and now you didn't calm down a little bit, that you ain't doing as much, but you still doing shit. You understand? You still did it. I haven't listened. I understand what you say. I done so much. I calmed down. Listen, I haven't. It's not even like, guess what? I got out of jail. That gun that y'all got, that gun wasn't justice. Which gun? That's the one y'all got in the house there? That gun wasn't just like, I mean, you can come pick that gun up. You know what I'm saying? They get that gun back. But while you were in jail, you don't know what is happening with that gun. But what I'm saying is, I know who had it. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to take it up with them. Right. You know what I mean? I'm not, like I said, like right now, I'm not trying to go to jail for that I ain't do. I mean, well, the thing that you're going to jail for is what you did. You had possession of that gun when you know you wasn't supposed to. When did y'all find that in the house? In the kitchen, in the kitchen drawer, right where you were. And we was in the room sleep. Where did you get taken into custody at? They told me call out. They know. I was there on the floor when they came. My baby mom got it. They had put. She opened the door. I like, they don't know we got a baby in here. I mean, so she told us I can't do it. She opened the door for them. I was laying on the floor, my hands up. I thought he was gonna come in and get me. They like called out. I called out. I mean, I didn't have a gun. I didn't know there was a gun in their house. I promise you. Well, like I said, one thing I know is investigating with that gun. I know. But Johnson, y'all be telling me, can y'all at least investigate it before y'all charge me with it? Yeah, we're not gonna do more stuff with that gun. But we gonna get to it. You're going to jail for
this burnout.
yeah, for the gun from the dump Boston. But we gonna go and like I said, work this inter and auto case for Buckhead, where the laptops and shit was found at where y'all stay. You understand? You just said whatever about 5 of them, we gonna work all that out. And then the other issue with the guns at the house today, we gonna work through all that. And then you, like I said, you got this warrant from the city for traffic stuff, riding the damn four-wheeler. And then you got the issue, like you said, I didn't see that Henry County stuff you was talking about. That didn't pop up. But whatever you got going on with Henry County, and when we clear your name off the system, it automatically gets a call to your PO. So then you deal with that. But like I said, it's up to you on what you want to do. And I can't promise you anything to say, I'm gonna get you out of jail, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna help you, but you gotta give to get. You know how that works. I'm gonna give y'all everything y'all want right now. It don't work like that, like right now. But if you want to tell me something, so that's on you. What can I help y'all with? So y'all, what matters, not just to
So I just done with it, with what, with the bad job, let me with. Fine, yes. You got a lot going on right now, but that will 100% come from me, and I ain't got to say no lie. I'm gonna say, yeah, he told me this. That was thought while I was just talking to the investigator of Taylor's nut case. Like, you gotta help the bodies. We care about bodies and large amounts of guns. I'm not talking about just, oh, this guy keep a pistol. No, I want a whole bunch of guns or some bodies.
And you guys in the chat are funny. They don't want shooters, they want the rappers. And then Pierre with the extra detail here. We don't want poor shooters, we want rich rappers. So that, I mean, that really seems like what they were gunning for with these. We don't want Shannon, we want Thug. We also don't seem to want Woody. We only really want Woody because we found his choppa in a backpack in a bag at a community center.
The ones with them, they gonna leave.
No matter how it got there. Thank you, Pierre.
About how many guns you think in the studio? Shit, everybody got them. Everybody got them. Everybody. I mean, the people there are gonna be a gun for. And see, what truck Thug been driving lately? Nah, Thug in that I want that BMW, that nice car. Mm-hmm. Well, who be driving that blacked out Max Black with that F-50 with the 4 wheels inside the wheel? It's still a truck, but see, he went to the Canada the other day. Like he seen me ride real slow, but they were licking it. He said, But I went close up on the truck, so I said, man, but the last car they seen me was the little BMW. You know what I'm saying? But they still a truck though. Okay. You know what I mean? But what Pee Wee call it? Pee Wee. You know, you see how you know what I'm talking about? It's talking Russell. You know which car I'm talking about? The car that he sent shots out to, but what car?
Lots of stopping and skipping sentences, specific statements here. And Ty Wayne, this is hilarious. Woody 20V. Well, what's going on over there in the back? Listen in, Woody. Tell us. Yeah, these 20v1s that Woody was out here doing outweigh these videos. Definitely more entertaining.
Resuming at 12:30.
So, do you think that Max will come in and say something? I feel like
So that's Thug's sister.
she not gonna tell her brother. Right. She gonna tell everybody but her brother. So I feel like if y'all scare her up. I mean, but she is scared. Some chicks ain't really scary no more. Like, you know, she got a smart mouth, so she might not be. But Shannon, he feel adorable. He fears Dora. Why? He thinks she'll tell him. And Dora is the other one. Her name, she good dress Dora on Instagram. What is it? G-O. Good dress? Yeah. Dora? Yeah. That's her real name, Dora? I don't know her real name. Like, that's it. And Bobby White got them eyes on her, don't she? Like some weird. Well, the big fool. I'll tell you something. She got a smart mouth. Like, I'll be around her a lot. She probably, because she took my phone when she got smart me, you feel? I just like, I don't know if he trying to do it for real, but I didn't know he think he come out for real like this. I mean, so Thug is basically trying to take over the city. Trying, or he got the city. Yeah.
Lots of stop and go. And it is really just weird that they don't ask Woody any of these questionings. You know, when you watch any other trial and they play like videos of someone doing something, they might play a long-ish part, but they do stop and say, and, you know, in that clip, you say this, don't you? Well, why would you say that? They ask questions. And this is just wholesale video admission. Probably more strange because you have a witness that's saying they don't recall.
They said they're a game.
So show it and then ask them again.
Yeah, they said there's a game over there, so I'm not used to this kind of shit. So I don't know what's going on.
You lost to the young man.
Huh?
You lost the young man.
No, they said we wasn't ready like how they ready. I mean, they hang together, and whatever each other mind. Shoot each other's spot, they don't know how to see each other now. So, but.
Resuming at 12:43.
Why are you still in the club? I'm really in the club like that. It just, I just went out there. That's for what? What was that to do, man? Like, I told you, I ain't gonna argue with this shine all the time. And then I did one thing like, sure, you got the club. I'm already in the house. You know what I mean? In fair lane, drive fast out here. I ain't worried about nobody shooting me like that, so.
PlayStation.
I did all that.
ATV game and PlayStation. You like doing that bike stuff. And stay in the house.
I do stay in the house. I stay in the house doing a whole thing to me and this son just get hard. That's the only thing they want to do, we get hard. I can stay in the house. But for you to take care of your baby, you ain't necessarily got to be with her. Right? But I did, like I said, I just feel safer with her. Like, safe from what? She did. But you know she gonna be there. It's a comfort zone. Yeah. Like, I mean, yeah, you know she ain't gonna do nothing to hurt you, like cheat on you and all that stuff. So that's why you can say you feel safe, because you know she gonna do it. I know how I feel, basically. That's understandable.
You know you crazy.
She ain't gonna really put my hands on her and like that. I
ain't saying that. I'm saying she knows you about that action, but she ain't even gonna try you like that.
Because the lady, this how she was telling me, you been doing you, so I'm gonna do me. And I just try to prove to her, but I understand, I mean, I haven't been messing with nobody, like, I mean, that's why I try to take care of them too much.
How far apart, as far as time, is the new baby and you and Deshaun?
She's my baby, with Deshaun.
Your baby?
Yeah, I'm not my baby with Deshaun, though. She's premature, so she's supposed to be born like but the other girl baby born in March.
So the other girl baby is older than you.
Yeah. I mean, so.
But you were with Deshaun, like y'all was in a relationship.
Yeah. She asked about it, but so I had a little money then, so I paid the girl a lot, but she lied to Deshaun for me everything, but yeah. When the girl had a baby, she just like, get it. I mean, I went to the DNA test. I told this young like, man, shit, baby mine, bro. Like, I mean, you gonna leave me with her. She got mad at her and everything, but I found a lot of gifts and shit now. When I knew she could find out, I just got them trying to make it better.
Well, this is what we gonna do. Where do you want to be in Fulton County? Because I don't want you to be in the regular door.
Man, they just had it, man. They could kill me, man.
Why? Because you was isolated?
I couldn't see and see what kind of game plan they want to come up if you're really trying to help yourself. Can you? I promise, God, I have all the years up to a monitor, man. I go where he is. I can get, show you what the gun is. I all of it.
You gotta be patient though, it don't work quite like that.
I'm just being in jail, like, that TV shit.
What did you think was gonna happen?
I just thought you gonna write you a ticket and say, I come to court for guns. You know what?
Thanks, Woody, appreciate it.
Cause I told you then, you need to tell me that if you came in with this gun. So I'm like, listen, I wanted to, but I just kept thinking like, man. I just kept thinking like, damn, man, I messed up. That's why I could say I take out of jail. I wasn't indebted to have a gun just didn't need call. Nothing. I was getting rid of it. You have an explanation for everything, but if you don't give an explanation and leave it up to people to find out on their own what's going on.
What happened when you walked in the door at the gym?
I walked in the door, right?
Right?
Put the bag down.
No, I mean step by step before you got to put the bag in.
I walked in the gym.
What's up, boy?
Yeah, everybody.
Got that stick, boy.
I said now.
Who did you tell you had that gun?
They shot bro. I got need to come pick their bag. I mean, yeah, well, I'll pick. I'm like, yeah, you know, I started laughing when I looked in. I mean, but that's a real little brother? Yeah. Cool. But did you tell anybody else? Cause I wasn't getting rid of it. I'm just, then, I was like, this, well, like, damn, what the hell taking these niggas so long? So I keep deep running in the gym and running high. Yeah, I'm like, what the hell did nigga high for? I'm like, shit, he probably wasn't no dude. I'm like, I'm playing this spot, see police come in. I'm like, damn, they be for deep. You know what I mean? So, I'm still playing this spot. So I see police keep looking at me. He just walked over there and just grabbed me, man. I'm like, what's on? Like, it's your bag. Like, man, I just got to jail, but like, these brothers just came in like 5 minutes before them. Why they Sean brother, man? Who? They Sean brother. Deanne? Yeah. Is it Deanne or just Deanne? Deanne. Same last name? I think so.
That's his real name, Deanne?
Yeah. So he can give us the story that somebody else is coming to get that gun. Did you tell him that somebody was coming to pick my gun? I never told him it was a gun in there. He thought it was closed. You know? So when he came in there, like, what the hell? He was looking back. Like, what? I mean, but the person was coming to get it. You know, he was standing right there. But they started coming to him. I mean, so if he was just pick bag up and left, you know, you pick bag up and walk through the door, you're going to walk right into the police. You know, that's just how fast it was. Bro. I just like, damn, look at him. I mean, they like, whose gun it was? I told them they would take it. You know, because they just can't get it. They just, you know, the police that had me in cuffs, like, they just take it. You know. But you just, when they grabbed me, when I heard him, everybody just went, they went.
You thought he was going to claim it?
It's in his brother's name. But did you think he was going to claim that right there and there? I should have said it to you. I should have. You said it, that ain't good right there. I should have. But really, at that point, it really worked because it was kind of still yours. Had you got your money yet? Huh? Because they were going to pay you for it, right? She said. Every time something happens, they call it good. Huh? Yeah. So every time something happens, somebody trying to do it, like you go get the gun, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. If you came in and the only person you told was that you had to have said something to somebody else. No. Like, you need to really think about it, because I don't think Deshaun's brother would tell me. No, he ain't. Right.
Who you think told him?
We got a call. Yeah, that's what they told me. They were just up there coming. I want to shoot with big man. So, from whoever called y'all, they just had me somebody who didn't like me. I mean, from how they know that you got a gun in the back?
Right. You had to tell somebody. I got that.
I did.
I got this stick.
I wasn't keeping it. I got eyes Cause Lil D was about from Cleveland, he's still close with Thug. I'm giving the gun back to him.
That's not what she said.
That's not whether you, but did it get back to him?
What she, you get what you said, honestly?
Yeah, I give it down.
What you think Lil D gonna say?
Man, they keep showing up people hours, man.
That gun gonna come back to something, bro. I'm willing to put money on it.
And we can verify from the time when you were in jail that you obviously couldn't shoot at nobody's house. But I guarantee you that gun will come back to the scene.
It's like dominoes, dude.
But see, when I had the gun up, the gun was never involved in anything. Well, I'm telling you, you already stated on January 20th, on January 20th, when you got the gun, up until the first time you went to jail. So if something comes back between that point of January 20th when you got it, up until the first time you went to jail, you're gonna eat that. Now, from the time you was in jail to when you got out,
You couldn't have done it.
you couldn't have done it because you were in jail. Now that second block was about a week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever. You was out. If something comes back within that block with that gun, you gonna eat it. The second time you go to jail, you got out. You know what I'm saying? So what happened? So okay, put it this way. Okay, come to be Chubb. I gotta run for it, so I'm Chubb. What happened when the gun come back on something that everyone I was in jail and y'all see that I wasn't the one who did? We need to do a little further investigation.
Who
But I'm saying, so who did you give possession of that gun to? Shannon had possession of it, but already Shannon had possession of it too deep. So both of them have to come in and say something.
It's like a domino.
That's just how it works. Really, the gun's not come back on them because they already did got the gun was sitting.
So you said that's what they told you. But do you trust them at this point?
That they got a fucking stick and they ain't in the middle of a war. They ain't gonna do nothing.
What you think Cleveland Avenue Lil D said when he found out that gun came back to us saying, what? That ain't it?
I know that ain't him. I don't know that shit.
I know he the one that it's in his hand. So you guys can explain to this. I know that Bluesy put how much down when his mama got shot? 20. So he done got a little more popular since then, right? So that number might have went up a little bit, right? When the word get out that what?
What
you think gonna happen?
Name?
We purposely had them put people out the courtroom because we didn't want certain shit. Just for preliminary hearing, because we didn't want certain shit. My son's sitting there like this. Get the fuck up out of this dude. He just put him out the courthouse. But just the D. Collins told Shannon that the judge said they want their case number by the end of the day or some shit like that. Shannon never knew that. The D. Collins told them all that. Those are the D telling me. So that's what I'm saying. Once they get out, that y'all put, and I still say y'all, because y'all be y'all.
In the name of you.
Y'all put that to go there. I'm gonna tell y'all something that y'all talk to everybody. Since I've been out, everybody knows that I haven't been like around doing them, fuck with them, period. Y'all now, look, you know what he did? Then what scared me though, once, then they put my picture on their page. I made it like I was with him. Slap it back. So everybody comes like my family like, what the hell you doing with them? I don't know why you put that picture up. They would feel me. I'm like, he trying to make sure that we back. That's what you got. Yeah. This time. And then he just like, he put a picture on Instagram like that. I haven't spoken to him, said nothing to him, nothing at all. Not one word, nothing. I mean, I walked in the club, I walked right past him, walked in the back. I haven't said.
But to the streets, everybody still feel like you crew with them. People who know.
Because if some of you niggas do everything, they been seeing me a lot. You know what I mean? They be some on the death of you. Rest of like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? They see me a lot. The ones they got like the older guys, they kind of like wear money and stuff like that. They know I ain't do it. They know I ain't got nothing to it. You know what I'm saying? They know what's going on. That's why when I be around, I only be scared when I be around. You feel me? Like, see, all the difference it is,
the ones tell you who locked up. His crew. That's only just them niggas. I
The
mean,
younger ones.
nah, the head gang, they crew.
The younger ones. The ones that's ready to shoot.
Them homerunners, I mean, they had a real problem.
Them kill shooters, ain't they?
I really want to say no, but they all, you know what I mean, that's how they got out with you kids. You feel what I'm saying?
Right, that's the big homie.
Yeah, so, but me and them had, like, we had problems with them before. Yeah, like.
Thank you for the gifted membership, Big Baby Jane. That's awesome. You guys, when you get a gift on this channel or you become a member, you can use the Woody emoji. And definitely his hot mic moments are making this a little bit more entertaining to get through. And guys, OG Cappy had, you know, let us all know it is Young Thug's birthday. So we've been seeing this happy birthday stuff because it's his birthday. It's not mine.
What you want to have from this point forward, basically?
And then we also found out it's Rona McCraws. So if you want to wish Rona a happy birthday in the chat, drop some cakes and tag Rona.
Y'all gotta get to me, man. Y'all gotta lock them up, cuz. Who do you read? I gotta get to it.
You got the key?
So I don't hear y'all, but I mean, y'all have to. Absolutely. Like if you give us something to go off for, then see, you think you know a big about it, I'm gonna do my job. I ain't got a problem with it. But you're gonna have to be honest and you're gonna have to say your role, how you know, like you just gonna have to put it all out there. Half truth is still a lot of me. But I know I say this. I know a lot of people don't have something to say about this stuff, but I know a lot of people been, and besides that, I mean, I know if I go to jail, I'll go to prison, man. Like you said, they gonna do me like they doing nothing, but I'm trying to avoid it. I mean, so if we
Try to
just,
avoid that.
I ain't trying to send in the jail where I was last time. For family. Yeah, I ain't trying to be sitting down in that holding tank by myself. I'm crazy, folks, man. They let me out an hour, sometimes don't let me out a day, man.
You want to go in the door? But if you go in the door, you're not safe.
I know they jumped on the D in them, but
What they jump up for?
Kel them did.
Why?
They say Kel one with a screwdriver. Say and the rest of them just beat him up. And the decon said he's helping. Do you feel like your life is angry? In jail? I know it is. I know it is. Even in Henry County. In Henry County. They got folks down there? Them niggas know me down there. I mean, you all over Instagram and shit. I know, right? I try to fight like that. I be stressed. I try to fight, I try to hide it, man. I can't do nothing. Like, I just went in and said all these. It ain't no use to start the hell with it, man. Like, cause get what? I can tell you everything and can't nobody put me on no scene to nothing. I ain't done that to nobody. Can't nobody do that to me. I mean, man, I just know if I just keep going, ain't no telling how long I can send it right to me. Man, I really.
Eventually, you're going to get possibly transferred over. She going to come get you.
I just want to be in jail, man. I mean, unfortunately, I do whatever. I will. Why, like I said, I go around through it. Like when she says, I'm like, they're gonna talk to me. I mean, I know it ain't nothing me to get back in with. You know what I'm saying? I find out what the truth did, who he did it with. I find out, and all that's great, but you know what bothers me? Is them doing something to me. No, it ain't about them doing something to you. It's the fact you ain't gonna stay clean. Between time, I just said. Let's say, just hypothetically speaking. Now, I'm gonna be real with you. The one thing I don't do all this. I mean, one snitch, I will snitch. I ain't gonna come back. I done told y'all all these right here. I know I'm gonna survive nowhere else. I mean, nowhere else like was in jail. So you think I be trying to be out here doing stuff? I mean, listen, when I was out, I was going to certain places, putting pictures up because I was trying to prove that I don't know snitch. I mean, right. I mean, if they were thinking of me, they just like, I mean, they still acting normal and stuff like that. I don't even did stuff like that. I was being actually, I spend more time with my baby and the mama more than my own time not with them is when we get hard. And guess what? When we get hard, I just go hang with him. But I promise, from this day forward, man, I want to break no law ever again. I just need help. That's what it's up. I just need my ID, and that's what I want you to understand is it's hard for me to put my neck out there to say that I'm out for a person 100% when opportunities have been given to you. Hold on, I'll let you speak. Opportunities have been given to you several times by me to just tell me what it is. If I find out later, I'm going to look at you differently. You know what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and say that. And I'm not saying I believe what you say, but if it, just hypothetically speaking, we get to the point where, let's say the U.S. attorney wants to wire you up, mic you up, or, you know, have you make some calls or do whatever, I can't fully say that I would put my neck out there to save you because you've not told me the truth too many times. But have I lied to you? Not telling the truth and telling the half-truth is a lie to me. Whereas another thing is kind of condition though. You said the gun wasn't used up, or what? You said you didn't have it. And you never asked me. You asked the other person the other stuff. Now that's not it. But I'm saying, when I was coming, you didn't say that about the gun. You just talked about everything. You didn't say nothing about the gun. That was my purpose coming out there. You didn't say nothing about it though. You said
she would have asked. Yes, she didn't ask you. She would have asked you to talk.
I know that.
She would have asked.
I'm not gonna put my head down, but what I'm saying is, like out of everything. Like when you get me in whatever, I try to contact you. First time I come to car, I look to see you.
100% Sheenie Beanie.
I just was scared to ask you, could I be able to do this for me? I mean, I just felt like if I could just go down a direction instead of just telling y'all everything. Everybody back with me, bro. So I'm just like,
and give a little bit.
I just know you want to put me on the right track, but not drive me there. No. It's like, I just want to direct you a little bit. Not just, but Congress was going to come behind. You know what I mean? They ain't going to be in this paper. I mean, they ain't going to be doing this, doing that. But now, I'm telling you like that. But now, what I'm telling you now, I just said, I give you everything you need to know. I just wanna, like, now I'm asking, like, just help. I mean, if you can help me, I ain't saying because I'm in trouble now, but I really need the help. Like, I need it. And if you can help me, I promise you, I'm gonna sit right here right now and give you stuff like, I'm telling you I'm not just lying. If you want to catch Shannon right now, I can tell you exactly how to do it. If you not, they're just anybody. I just want your help.
It doesn't work that fast. Like, you can't sit here and tell me something, I take your word and I go get one to go get Shannon later tonight. It don't work like that. You know that.
I understand, but I mean, I'm not gonna back down on it. If you help me, I'm not gonna back down on it. And that's my word. Everything I done told you, if you can help me, I'm not gonna back down. It's just that I just need your help with it, and then that's all I need. I don't want to just be left out there by myself, like.
And I get and I understand that. And if you willing to not only help me, but will help yourself, but help me in this process, I'm gonna help you get it done. I can put you in places with people that can make it happen, but you gotta be 100% true. I promise I will. I'm gonna go, like, listen to me. Half truth is a lie.
I'm gonna tell the whole thing.
Half truth is a lie.
I'm gonna tell the whole thing.
And if I vouch for you and put my neck out there because you saying you're gonna tell the truth and you don't tell the whole truth and the half truth, all that shit, then I'm
coming out.
Put a 1 in the chat if Detective Gaither looks like an idiot today in 2024.
It's gonna always come out. This was a month and a half ago with this gun shit. But we take our time. I know the work case. I know. I just felt like, okay, I can't tell y'all this. Then y'all don't need to go. I'm going right back out there. You know what I mean? So I just kept looking at like, but it's been plenty times I be wanting to ask y'all like, you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with asking for help, but you can't have one foot in and one foot out.
You can't play both sides of what she's saying.
What I'm saying is, bro, before I let somebody hurt me, bro, you gonna protect yourself, but then you gotta deal with the consequences that come with that. You right?
When you lost your right to possess a firearm, you're gonna have to recognize this. Try to have it do not let them hurt me.
Well, fucking move. But, you know what I mean, the biggest thing I didn't want to do was somebody did, you know what I mean? I understand, and I know that. I know I messed up, you know what I mean? And all of this year because of like, I wasn't on their pep. I wasn't nowhere going this way. I mean, I wouldn't be locked up, going through none of this shit. If they niggas, they never just planned. You was chasing your dream through history. Yes, I actually was trying to just be rich, like, you trying to get up.
Free, right.
Then he was this, then he know it because he was heavy, he was this. You know what I mean? All thing back was, like, he introduced me to a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like, I was meeting there, these people still remember my tweets. Like, but all thing back is, like, the nigga was just telling people, like, I'm this, I'm that. And that shit I wasn't doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I tell people you basically is a goon.
Right.
Yes, like, I just let him do it, and then when it came down to it,
You wasn't ready to do no dumb shit.
no, he just used me, like, he put my face on it, but got you doing it. You feel what I'm saying? And then, when I got with him, that wasn't what it was about. You know what I'm saying? When I first got with him, I was just so excited with the shit I was seeing. You know what I'm saying? He seen it. And he just let me around.
You know how you were your fire.
Exactly.
They put the
He not
hair in front of the rabbit and you steady doing this, chasing.
So, and guess what? Right now, like, this nigga thug, he just, like, right now, he's just, like, she wanted me to talk to him bad. He was vicious. They don't call me 3 times. You know what I mean? You know what? I call him a few ways. I mean, I call his sister. I'm like, damn, y'all going around this mouth with red? I'm sticky this and that. So I looked to him, I'm like, I want to just tell me too. I want to just tell my child that that's my, I've been talking to police this and that. So like, no, we ain't saying that like that. You know what I'm saying? You don't call it up. Like, now you got to call the people like I'm a rat. They never think that, you know what I mean? Shut up. Why? Now I'm phone her. I called my sister phone. Jack called my phone back. 2 minutes later. Like, who is this? Like, Jack. Like, what's up, bro? I ain't got to get no. I already called him. He's like, yeah, what the hell you got going on, bro? I cut my lip, man. I already got me. I don't know what y'all got going on. They somebody all y'all in the studio, somebody. I'm telling them this and that. I mean, what's up with that, bro? He's like, I don't have to say the issue, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know you, bro. I mean, I know one thing about it. You ain't gonna tell him. You know what I'm saying? He said, Moonton will come back to the studio, telling me, that I keep talking to the police. Moonton and Shannon was trying to get the spot I was in. You know what I'm saying? Cause I wasn't, so, the spot they think you is. Yeah. No, just, like, he was like, he was paying, buying me a lot of stuff. Like, wow. I don't know. You know what? A lot of people said, oh, listen, bro, I'm not going on home. I never had, like, I go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? The problem is just us. All person I had problems. So it don't make, with all that being said, it don't make sense why this man picked you out of everybody. He just did crime, he just did shit on Cleveland Avenue. Why he picked Lil Woozy? Like, what loyalty does he have to you with that? He feels like right now he got to take your ass out because you know a little too much. Everybody knows too much. No, they don't. But everybody ain't targets.
Well, not like you.
I'm going to tell you why. Because you're running him alive.
Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier when I say you contradict yourself to say that you ain't did that, you ain't this, you ain't that. But this
When they come at me, I had to be careful. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel blood, mama, crook, G, well. You know what I'm saying? And don't do that. So if I let somebody hurt me, I got people out there that'll do something for me. Nah, you'll do it yourself before you let somebody else do it. It wouldn't mean as much. Yeah, I will. No, I'm saying it wouldn't mean as much. Listen. If a person can't hurt me, like when they came to my house and tried to meet my girl in my bed, I was coming to the edge. You know? And I wasn't gonna stop. You know what I mean?
So when did you stop?
Well, I'm gonna tell you that day.
Thanks.
You gonna tell why I stopped? Cause it shit hurt me.
What?
I started just 3 weeks. Listen, I started just 3 weeks with that on my mind. And you know what I did? They had me in a room.
That's what
I lose my mind.
Do you want to go there again?
No.
You want to go in general, Pop?
I don't want to go there, period, but I really had to do it. I'm listening. Yes.
All right, we're going to give you what's the day? Wednesday. I guarantee by Sunday, even before then, you're going to be like, get me out of here.
Yeah, but I understand. I know you're going to jump on me and stuff.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't want to, but that room, man, listen, I
Get your mind together. You got to get your mind together. You charge, you're not going anywhere, so you need to get your mindset that I want to be there for you.
I know that I'm going to jail.
But
But what I'm saying is, man, that he went go. He said, oh, man, I'm saying,
it ain't over with. It ain't never over.
And I mean, I said, I promise I'm gonna back out from next. I mean, I'm fine now. Like I said, man, if they was to keep me out of jail and if y'all can help me, man, I promise you, you gonna throw up, murder, man, can't take any one of them. I'm gonna go right there and do what I have to do. Like, I'm good with anybody. Like, even though all this shit going on, I mean, it's 2015, 1:16 p.m. You mean that, right? I put on my own soul, I mean. Okay.
Who shot tribute on us?
Never find out. I don't know who shot. You did? No, I don't know who shot. You do? It wasn't this. It wasn't. And you know why I made it one to him?
What?
Because he know it wasn't me. He still out with my name. You know what I mean? He dropped me my baby off in Intimidation and went to Shannon to new baby off. And walk off. The truck, went to that truck that day. He dropped this off. Yes, he did.
Are you sure you?
I know he was shaking his head. I'm just drop this off. And he let Trill come out here and tell the police that I talked to him. He told me, don't go. I said, yeah, man, because one thing back, how I been shot up, they can check my name for register. You know what I mean? I can prove that I ain't done it. I can't right down here, you know, he did. Power told the door. Forgot without a question again. It take a lot to be told to leave me alone. I mean, nobody heard me when I heard they ain't gonna kill. Damn. I mean, this thing, you know what he did to me? He had $300,000. The whole. And he left. Came back.
And you ain't get
I don't care about money. I don't. You care about some money.
You be contradicting yourself, man.
The nigga was giving me money. You know what I'm saying? I didn't need that. I did it. But when I went to jail and he didn't help me.
You just said the most amount of money
But he left you with 300, and I guess he came back and gave you a 1,000 again, and you was good.
That nigga ain't giving nobody no money.
Shit.
Right. He gave $20,000 money. Yes.
What about Duke?
No money.
What is Duke wrong in all this?
He get a lot of money. About 5,000.
Duke is Jack?
Nah, Jack is Duke. He's two different people.
So Duke with the
Duke is the blind.
Yak was the Yak guy that's there.
Okay.
But
But it's just, why is he so wrong to you?
because
Why?
Jack goes up with me. Shannon goes up with me. Duke know about me. You know what I'm saying?
What they know about you?
Duke gave my brother weed. They smell like Weinstein. And when he came back to get my brother smoke weed, we took the weed from him.
So you know you about that action?
Oh, I ain't scared.
No, he say very because you was fucking dog.
They can't get shit, you know what I'm telling them. You know, he said when they asked me to get someone to gun. Y'all got me fucked up. That's how I think I am. Two thugs is it.
Oh, you talking about the twin there?
Yeah. Somebody just he changed his name.
He ain't flying no more.
No. They just like thugs, they saying fuck all of it, bro. I mean,
Good dog.
he got us in this shit.
Y'all got yourself in this shit.
Yeah, you're right.
By letting another man
They
tell
just,
you.
yeah.
You a grown ass man. You gotta stand up to you and yours.
Honestly, the only reason he got me in it because he put my name in these songs and he got everybody thinking like this. But you know what happened? I haven't been doing this, I haven't been doing that.
What's new?
What am I getting new for?
Other than that, sometimes what's new. That's like, oh shit. What's up? Same man. I'm you.
So, I don't understand
What I was getting at is on the news, when you watch the news, it's a lot of bull crap, but it's a lot of truth in every story. Right? So, your name ain't just coming up out the blue for no reason, bro.
just told you, man.
That's what you say.
Hey,
I think it's a part of truth in everything you say, but I think it's a bunch of bullshit in a lot you say.
I'm telling you about this.
What?
I'm not doing that right now, nigga, shit with you.
But how he gonna be the only one busting? He gonna start calling you a hoe. So you finna tell me that you tell it, you and the Neon ain't doing nothing. So Shannon like, watch out, dog, I got it. Hey, y'all, she ain't gonna bother it. And I'm just gonna let her be like, bust you.
Got three? Yeah,
Oh, shot three, though.
yeah, Ted. Huh?
It's always shot three.
You gonna tell what it is? Cause we stick together.
Exactly what I know.
But you gonna tell you what?
What?
Shannon took over that. What I mean? Shannon seen the opportunity, he took it around with.
So Shannon basically knew you really wasn't truly about that action, and he was, so he wanted to take the spot.
Shannon got mad because I didn't like her go. You know what I mean? Shannon just has, he still got too much proof.
What you got to prove?
What was that, 121:13? Resuming at 121:18.
Holmes ain't got no money. I just asked my $10. You know what I'm saying? They man went on 30, they took it, came back with $800. That's crazy. You're not listening to me, man. I have no reason to lie. If I had something I ain't told you as much as I said, what the hell I got locked on them? You gonna relax? Nah. Tell me you did. I ain't no trick or nothing. Nah, it ain't that. I'm just serious. Like, tell me that.
You don't want to eat nothing?
I'm hungry and I got butterfly. I can't eat.
Get the boys on back. Get the chicken sandwich.
You know what I mean? So,
You eat it, you don't. You go, you did a rice street. Then fuck it.
I just, man, I'm trying to avoid all this. You know what I mean? Like I said, whatever I need me to do, but I'm not scared. I'm not scared to do it, man. That's all. I'm not scared to do it. If that's what it takes, I'll do it. I'll go right into it, no problem, man. I need to
We're gonna take a little break, bro. All right.
Is he gonna talk to himself again? Thank you guys for all the super chats. I don't know if he's going to say something interesting here, so I'm going to wait to speak. Okay, so let's play the game where if I start reading super chats, he'll start saying something. Ike says, this would be more convincing if Woody sounded more confident, less desperate, and the offer was his own idea to avoid jail. And interesting, he wanted to avoid the Fulton County Jail specifically. Like, the facility itself, not just avoiding jail entirely, but also avoiding that particular facility. Nobody's surprised after hearing any stories about Fulton County Jail, though. Thank you so much, Ike. Phil had said, had Woody not testified, all this would have been played as facts. He's smarter than people think. He's going to drop more bombshells when Cross comes. And I hope so. I think we have a long wait for Cross today, though. We might get like a one question today. I highly doubt it. We will be looking at Cross more than a week from now, I think. Thank you so much, Phil. OG Cappy, thanks for getting the happy birthday chat started. That was super, super fun. Thank you for the super chat. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, after this, Woody should leave and start fresh. Heck, if he moves to Massachusetts and takes 5 Zoom classes, they will make him a crash reconstruction expert. The possibilities are endless. Wait, did he just... Okay. He's in trouble for stretching? Steenie Beanie says, Woody said he was pressured and would do anything not to go to jail. In this video, Woody sounds desperate and like he'll say anything not to go to jail. Is the consistency in the room with us? Because these are supposed to be, foundation was laid, their prior inconsistent statements. Thank you so much, Steenie Beanie. This was a great, great point. Shout out to Black Butterfly, good to see you. She literally said Woody hasn't been telling the truth too many times. And you guys called that so instantly when she specifically said half-truths. So recalling the idea, I take a little bit of truth and mix it with the lie, what they want to hear, so they believe it.
Your Honor, there's a 45-minute gap.
Oh,
There's
thank
some
God. Thank
certain
God.
excerpts here. However, we are going to fast forward and come back to those 45 minutes. What's in that 45-minute gap?
Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
So right now, we're going to fast forward to 201-21.
Is there some issue or question about the other part?
No, Your Honor, but
By the time they explain what they want to do, it'll just play the 45 minutes, honestly.
An objection, Mr. Schardt? Speak into your mic so everybody can hear you. I'll do the same.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm assuming the state is saying that they're going to fast forward to the next time Mr. Copeland speaks. Is that correct?
he also speaks within this 45 minutes, but it's sporadic. And so we're going
Well, I think the jury needs to hear what he says.
Oh, okay, well, we can send.
Well, I'm not trying to make, this is the state's evidence, and I'm not trying to make anyone sit for 45 minutes, but I want the jury to hear everything that Mr. Copeland says while he's alone.
Okay, are you planning to play it at some point?
Your Honor.
You're gonna go back to all his little, everything he says in that 45 minutes. We just, yeah, as long as they're gonna play it. I don't know why they want to play it out of order, but whatever, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I would have said more if I was the defense. Like, just play it because you're not supposed to just be confusing the jury. It's like they want, if time runs out, they want to scrap this part and say, oh, we can make it shorter by not going back and playing that. But this stuff probably helps the defense because it just looks like somebody who would be desperate to say anything to get out. Like, holy moly. So I get that it would have been a small win for us out here, like, oh, we could save 45 minutes of having to watch this, but, like, still, play it for the jury. And yeah, back to this Black Butterfly. Thanks again. That half-truth line was crazy, because that's exactly what Woody says. And Princess Waku, this story 100% corroborates what Woody said. Oh my goodness, everybody can see it.
I can go see that.
We've got Thorpe back in the room. So Squirrel Brain is back, you guys.
I can use my phone.
No, you cannot use your phone. You just have to sit there. Sorry.
Dang, they won't let Woody come in the chat on YouTube.
We're restarting at 2:43:50.
Ike says Fulton County needs Batman.
You know what I said? Let's got you eating them steaks. Oh, man.
I guess you remember me from the first couple of times, right? Remember my name? Corey. So you remember my name? Corey? No, I don't remember no Corey, man. That's a kid, Corey, something like that. That ain't Corey.
That ain't Curry. Curry.
On the phone side. Yeah, I remember where you lived. I mean, I know I ain't Denzel or nothing like that. Hey, yeah, you got to do this. Whatever. Go ahead.
You tell you what my people are.
All right, Mr. Copeland. I understand you had a little bit more information you want to say about Peanut murder and all that. What you heard, what you know, what somebody told you, whatever. So, would you like to tell me? That's all I know. Okay. What you know about it? Who the shooters were involved? Who was in the car? What kind of car it was? Where they get it from? All that. Which one? However you want to put it to the same way you explained it to us. What little details to me, I told you. I want you to explain it to this man. Because he's the one investigating the case, as you know. So I just heard the guy like they killed him. Yeah, he's like, boy, they killed Nut. When you say killed Nut, I'm gonna tell you, I'm like, my heart started pounding like who? He like, damn. And another guy in the car, he shut up. So we get around. I'm like, where they was going? But when he told me, I was already trying to get a head away from them. So I went to FaceTime, he like, but you know, old boy, they got shot. I was saying, boy, his head might not make it. I'm like, who? He like, Nut. I'm like, him. Man, he like, shit, well, you know if you scream out of me, right? And well, I ain't have nothing to do with it. So shit, I like, man, my head burning instantly. I got off on him. So we fight behind him, we drop him. Then we pull up his door. They in the first car. So we pull up. Tell me again who I was in the first car. I gotta explain how it was because I ain't know. So we pull up his door. I fall. But when we first pulled up, Doug got out there the front door and walked in. Doug got out the car. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he got the little nitro truck and walked in the house, like walked in the little lounge. And the truck wouldn't pull out. So I went pull. So I plugged. Now they got cut. And me none didn't cut. Now they got cut. And me did get up. So now they get walking in front. But Doug went in and they opened the side. So we went to the side though. Shannon and coming like up the sidewalk, like he got dropped off around the corner. So we all walk in, boom. So nobody's in the everybody just real quiet. So we get up in the apartment we stay in, whatever. Goddamn. I think everybody really just quiet. Dogs getting shit together. Shit like what? Like he leave, just like he packed the clothes? Yeah, like, I mean, and then his sister know that. They like, something, really, too much was said. You feel like, it was just quiet. Like movement. So, let me see, I think I left these up. Just like I left. I went and got his son.
So my put up, they told her what they trying, I was like, she got in the car, she was our friend, she got in the car. Man, he need to chill play, bro. She like, who? I told her, she told them. She like, huh, what happened? I said, I don't know, DJ got in the car, like, shit, what is it? You know what I mean? They told me like that. So she like, what you gonna do? I'm fucking ain't gonna do. I ain't had nothing to do with this shit. She's like, yeah, you know, like, we all knew they gonna say my name. So I was like, I don't know. So we got in the car, we go home. So we got out of the car home. Then when the car got behind the red Camaro, then when they got behind that stuff, finally to the apartment. And then the other two cars made up in there, but we turned out, and then we heard got out of there. I put Clay Greenbright at the mile. So I had got Montour come get her. So Montour come get me, my girl, and it was two, I mean it was Diamond and Deshaun Diamond and Boy. There was three of them and me and Montour. So I think I took Georgia, I took Deshaun to Georgia. I took her. She stayed with. We dropped the other two girls off in Georgia house. And Montour got his girl and his little boy. I mean, so we ran around trying to see like where the hell we gonna go, cause we know they could come. I just told them they just find the cook. So everything know everybody started saying my name. So when everybody started saying I did, I said Montour like, bro, hell no, what I gotta do, bro? So Montour like, shit, but you know you ain't do it, goddamn, this and that. So I'm like, well, I need to go down there and tell these folks no, bro. So I tell Montour did. Montour like, shit. What do you say? Like, yeah, he like, well, when they start screaming my name, they don't go down there. But long story short, Doug called phone, Montour phone, and was like, well, them niggas pulled up at his house, they outside his house. They were looking out the window. They pulled up 3 cars, he had bad, then sat there. So you took the care, they pulled up outside Montour's house. So while they sitting outside Montour's house, I mean, not Montour, Doug's house, while they sat outside Doug's house, Doug kept calling Montour, telling Montour to pull up. See, he didn't know how to with Montour. I mean, trying to get Montour to pull up and get him to wake him out. Right. But I think his sister ended up calling the police. Son, where they pulled out her sister, yeah. But I don't think she called her. I know she said something about it. And when they pulled out, Doug had somebody pull up and drive him straight out of town. Is Doug this house that you talk about where they came after murder? This in Atlanta? Yeah, this on Sky House. The Sky House. Okay. So they the man came and drove Doug out. Nah, I'm so scared. We pull up at the house at Limine. So we get to the house at Limine. All his brothers and sisters do down there. I mean, and he was just patient, like he didn't know what to do. Cause everybody issue was hearing my name. And I just see him like, I mean, I was like, damn, I wanted to ask, like, how can I do this? Like, I mean, what the hell that did somebody? I ain't want to at the time, I just quiet, I just stand there, and then. So you did not want to say you didn't do it? Huh? You didn't want to say in front of everybody you ain't do it? Why y'all say my name? They weren't saying my name. They knew what was going on. Like, I already know. I mean, everybody just in the street saying my name. Like, who did? I mean, so I was like, damn, what the hell? So when I really ran around, I was so scared. Okay, I left through the house. When I left through the house, he called. Nah, I'm scared, boy. Somehow I was in Canada by my sister's house. And I got away from me, but I was scared. So I called my girl mom. And I told her, I was talking on the phone, and I was telling her what happened. Like, they just kept me, man, they said I did, I didn't have nothing to do with it. So she was like, man, I was talking for a minute. And then she was just like, well, don't go down on your own, just wait till the police tell you come out there. I was like, right. And then when I got from her, I found later, I see the ambulance and the police car flying it, like going towards Summerhill, like where she stayed. And then I thought about it, when me and Kel, like when we let B go with each other, he told me he knew my girl stay, so I called my mom back. I'm like, is you at home? She like, nah. I like, okay, I just trying to make sure you in that house. She like, nah, I'm out. You know what I mean? I like, okay. I got a phone up. So I called my brother. I told my brother, like, hey, bro, these niggas know you stayed out how you feel? They just left up, huh? My brother like, what the hell? I told him what happened. But then they killed nothing, but he think I did. Some brother like, they get out, get the kid, they get out the house. So when they leave out the house, go ahead. Get that out of it. Throw it, leave. This is the same night. Yeah, he got killed. This night, it's like all the time. Thug called the man, like the people that drive you around. He called them and had the person that drive him around. It's his personal man. So he had him to drive him straight to Florida to Birdman house. Like him, Thug, his sister, a girl, the other daughter, and no, right? And yeah, I think it was just them right there. All them drove straight to Florida. So when they went to Florida, now, I said, you call right there in front of them. Know what I mean? And you like, well, what you call out? I'm like, yeah, because I didn't do nothing. You feel what I'm saying? And everybody legal like, cause I held the phone, walked up. And when I walked out, I heard that everybody got quiet. So you didn't want to, so you went back and talked. Yeah, I just turned around like, I was on the phone. I mean, yeah, they shot my baby room house. And when he told me to come down, everybody was just looking right there and there. He's like, what the fuck? Yeah. So I was like, bro, I went there. I can't take that. I don't know. You feel what I'm saying? Right. So he's like, yeah. I mean, from to bring me down here. I get out the car with him right here. I come in here and talk to him. And when I leave, I gotta call my brother. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't want to get caught up in it, man. It just
So who's in the car that's supposed to be the driver on Peanut?
This was Ladeep broke the story down. He said, I think he was in the car. I was leaving the sky. And he said, they rolled past the scene nothing, standing outside. They went somewhere and changed clothes. Nah, there it was. I dropped Shannon D out the door house. I had went home with my baby mom. And then Doug them left and was rolled past nothing and seen him and went to a gas station and seen Yak and his partner.
Which gas station? Let me cut you off. Which gas station?
I just listened to the story, so they seen them, they switched cars at the gas station. Doug got in the car with the girl. Doug and I think the D. They got in the car with the girl. And there were 4 left in the car. Yak, Shannon, Nod, and Duwa. They Yak partner. Them 4 got in the car. You know what I'm saying? They said they just rolled past the shot.
What do I look like?
Oh, he's short. He's like a midget. So you ain't gonna see him because he don't be around this.
How can I find him?
Metropolitan.
Metropolitan, boy.
I don't know if they still got this spot right there. They got a trap out right there. He got an issue out there, I don't know his name.
Is it something to do with? Or does it sound like that?
See, look, you going Yak page. He shot a nigga out named Maddie.
Name who?
Maddie, Mali. And I think Duwa might be on his page.
So go to Yak page. So D told you this is the only people that was involved in the shooting.
No,
D personally told you that.
Yeah.
And how did D know? Because one of them told him?
Nah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she's riding in the car
With them, okay.
Yeah. And then when they said do it, these guys got another car.
Okay.
And they went this way, and they went back to them. And then after it happened, they all pulled up on Cleveland. And Ladina right there, and they just got in the car like they talking about it. So they got the guns. I think they had 2 guns. A chopper and a handgun. They got the guns and put it in the car. And they just bent and rolled off in the car.
So when did Bentley pull up? But you didn't say Bentley's name.
Yeah, he was driving the white truck. He the one that took them to the Sky House. I just said,
Okay.
so
they called Bentley after the shooting.
Yeah,
They looked where they were on Cleveland.
The Bentley spot was on Cleveland.
Right.
You bet? So I guess they went through went straight to Bentley spot. And when Thug was at Bentley spot, they pulled up on Thug. And when they got to Bentley spot, they wiped the car down. And then he said, I don't know if it was bent. It had to be somebody, if it went bent, it was somebody that, I mean, he got the car and drove left with the car. You know what I'm saying? And he left with the car and the guns.
And do you know what kind of car it was? Like,
it was an Infiniti, I think.
The Infiniti?
Yeah.
Like a new one? Do you know, was it somebody's registered car or was it a rental?
It was a rental car.
Where do they usually rent the cars from?
The airport.
You know,
Like Hertz, Enterprise.
I went with store when he rented the car.
That's what I'm saying. Which one was it?
At the airport.
You stay in the airport, there's different rental car
I
companies.
don't know which one it was.
So you went with us when you rented the Infiniti?
Yeah. Nah, he took Corvette back and got the Infiniti.
He took the vet back and got the Infiniti.
Yeah.
You remember how long before the murder that was?
Probably like the murder happened like probably 2 days later, shit like that.
Okay, wait a minute, okay. He rented the Infiniti after the shooting?
Oh,
Before, 2 days before the shooting.
Yeah, you talking about that red car?
Marie, huh?
Go ahead.
He had thrown that, the Corvette, what color was it? Gray.
Gray Corvette.
Yeah. He took the gray Corvette back and got the, Infiniti. He never like, he didn't leave the real car there. I mean, he told him he want to trade car. And when he got the gray Infiniti, this the car that is happening. Like, I had video. See, if I had my own phone, I can show you a video I put on my page. But I ain't show the car. I just play the music. I mean, I was saying the car listen to the music. But when I put it on the video on my Instagram, I ain't know. And they just like, well, take that video off your page. You know what I'm saying? That's how. I remember how what they used.
You remember, was it nighttime or in evening or whatever? Y'all took the video. No, when he took the vet back and got it.
He took it back in the daytime.
Still in the daytime.
You got to walk upon the bridge on the airport. Yeah, going to Parte, they head top. He took it right there. They tried to make it. They gave him his pen. He got his pen. Boom.
You know, if you pay with cash or credit card, how you pay for it?
So he paid for the deal. He paid for the rental car. I mean, the Corvette.
Right.
But he supposed to have a Corvette longer than he had. So I don't know how he paid for it.
But you don't know how
he just switched Corvette more.
Right.
So he just switched out.
So there really wasn't no money exchanged.
He was
Just
just wondering.
transaction package.
Hey, now you actually, if you rented it under his name or somebody else's name?
It was like, it was a lot. They told a lot of talking, so I don't know. Like how many people behind the name?
But it was only y'all two at the arrest.
I'm right there with him.
And it was y'all two.
What you mean?
When y'all went to do the switch out, it was you and just him. There wasn't no girl with you and nobody else.
I was just being told.
All right, that's all.
Yeah.
So Lil D told you all of this after the fact.
Yeah. Mine knew the car. You know what I mean? I didn't want to get rid of it. You know what I mean?
I know, but with all that, with the Copeland, I know that shit surrounding you, man. You should have been dug yourself out that hole.
But, you know, I did. Listen, when they came shot me and my baby, man, I couldn't run from it. Like, I was already, it got worse.
Okay, Mr. Copeland, listen to what I'm saying. Stop your mind for a minute. Listen to what I'm saying. The reason why Kelvin was coming after you, because they had no other reason but to come after you. But if you would have just went on ahead and, hey, this is what somebody told me, blah, 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 your name been cleared straight from the rip. Okay, straight from the rip. But understand this. While I'm out there, while your name came up like that. Okay.
I knew before he probably even died and down, my name will come back. Like, because they just the type of niggas they care now. I mean, I know that's to this man.
And understand this. They don't need to do an investigation like us to say that you're guilty. All they got to do is hear from one fuck out there, you guilty. Okay, that's all it took, one person. Okay, let me ask you this.
6 months, drag day.
How many times did we ask you, did you have something on this?
A lot.
It's okay. Okay.
But yeah, I understand this. It's hard. Like,
I know, but understand this. Well, no.
I'm gonna go to jail. You know what's gonna happen, man? I'm gonna go to jail. Then they gonna jump on me. Like, I ain't gonna let anybody take care of it. You know, you already take care of it.
You gonna
Trust me, we already taken care of it. Okay, and understand this. You gotta face what you done wrong. Okay, I didn't do that. Okay, stop that. Stop that. How old are you, Mr. Copeland? 23. Okay, you're 23. Okay. By legal standards, you're a grown ass man. And one of the things I learned from a young man, the old school used to tell me, bro, a man stands up to his own fucking mistakes. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's my fucking fault. I'm gonna own up to it, deal with it, and move the fuck on. You keep receding back to a 10-year-old. It's everybody's fault but mine. I'm in a situation because it's everybody's fault but mine. I don't want to confront it because whatever. You get what you still gotta get.
He cooked a little there.
They were throwing them like let me get what you gonna say. Well, I tell you what, even though they gonna still try to keep it on me. Like, look, I really didn't have anything to do with this murder. People was coming at me like I did it, man. Like,
and what did I tell you from the start? I'm here to either prove or disprove you had something to do with it. But you never gave me anything to disprove you had anything to do with it. I understand that.
I'll tell you what I mean. I knew it all. I knew it. When I went with them to get in contact, they don't automatically do what I told. So I said like,
So you rather your life end and they keep living the party, you know?
it like that. It's been plenty of times I woke up like, man, I can't go to this no more. I couldn't even sleep. I was like hungry. I mean, I didn't want to tell because I said, I knew.
Let me say something.
I did. Everybody on my face, you're going to be a lot of people coming out.
Okay, loyalty is a two-way street. You right? If motherfuckers don't show you no loyalty, you're not going to have no loyalty back to them. Okay, they pretty much put you on the branch and left your ass out there.
And when I realized they left me out there, I went here and did, like, now, you know what I mean?
But they were giving you clues then, but you didn't want to pick it up. You didn't want to see that because I know what. There's dude, you got the shit on your homework. Okay, there's dude I went through some shit with. We partners to this day. Okay, them motherfuckers are loyal to me. I'm loyal to them because guess what? We never pissed at each other from cornflakes. Okay, but they don't piss in your cornflakes and shit in your Fruit Loops. They don't give a fucking rat shit about you, dog. They really don't. They're all about themselves now.
But you're right.
If you would have got taken out with your girl and your child, they would have shed a fake ass tear and moved on about their fucking business.
VIP Woody.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, what we going about?
Yeah, I know that. I thought about everything, but I keep saying, but what I'm saying is, yeah, a whole lot of other people out there, this ain't got nothing to do with it. They gonna come out to me. You know what I'm saying? This.
You remember that what I showed you earlier? When I made the circle, when I showed you everybody versus Woody.
Yeah. I do that.
You see that? That's gonna happen regardless. We can't make it, this is a whole game. We can't make this go away. We can't make this go away. We can make it go away with your help, baby.
How long you been doing, or how many times do you think you've seen Nard?
That ain't him on the picture.
You ain't even seen the picture.
I seen where he lifted up. That ain't Nard.
That's not Nard? Okay.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
I'm looking at like Nard. I know that name on this one. I know it. N-A-R-D? Yeah. I don't know if they're underscore 5 or they're 5 Nard.
You got really locked up? He locked up?
Yeah. He locked up for kidnapping.
Yeah, the couple girl, right?
Yeah. Baby mom.
Where at? What side of town? You know that?
Yeah. 410.
No. What side of town is this girl didn't get in trouble? Southwest.
They just caught. They got caught with Cleveland.
Cleveland. They kidnapped this girl.
Nah, they did fine. And him right there.
Okay. See, bro. I know. Look at me, Mr. Copeland. Mr. Copeland. Raise your head up. Raise your head up for me.
Yeah, you have no how hard it is for me, man.
I can only imagine. You've been one for 6 months now. Folks shooting at you, doing all that, and you still got that loyalty, or you held on to that loyalty to these people who basically, in a sense, have turned on you or pushing you aside. And you haven't been, you didn't tell on them. You know what I'm saying? And you still hold on to that loyalty. It just comes to a point where you gotta stop thinking about them and think about you and your family. I ain't thinking about them, I'm thinking about me and my family. Like, I know, I actually, man, I just did 30 days in Henry County Jail, 30-some days for something I ain't do. And I'm thinking, I hate being away from them. I think about them more than anything, man. One more shit. Man, I sit right here, man, I go through a lot, man. I hate being in jail. I understand I did the stuff, but I didn't do it because, I had to.
Hey, Mr. Copeland, look at me. You're telling me right here, right now, I'm not a bad person. I just got caught in the door some dumb shit. That's basically what you're saying. I understand that. Okay? I'm not living the life of a fucking angel. I'm not even pretending I am. Okay? I'm not even pretending I am. I'll probably be in hell before you. Okay? But I'm not here to judge you. But I do know one thing. You don't want to do motherfuckers to a fault. Plain and simple. Like the Detective said, you want to be public enemy number one to protect them all the way through. Now, at one time, they say, yo, dog, let me help you out of this. Send you here, send your girl there, do this, do that. They left you out there and left the motherfuckers continue to come after you. They're not trying to say, no one at all said, it only had nothing to do with this. Now, one time, all it took was one young thug to say one time, boy, had nothing to do with that. Boy was with me. Over here doing this, doing that. People would took that shit for a grain of salt and ran with it. Yo, man, Warren was over here with young thug. He was over here at the studio cutting the trick. Like, how can he be over there doing that? He trying to cut a track with young thug. But no, they put you out there and left you out there. When all this shit was going on, even when the motherfuckers said, yo, man, I'm gonna ride with you no matter where you go. How many times they get a call with you and say, yo, come ride with me? Because they're leaving you out there to take the full blame for everything.
See, they knew I couldn't say it because, everybody know, like,
you said it right there. They knew you couldn't say anything. They knew you were not going to be the one to just start talking. That the whole weight of the universe had to fall on your fucking shoulders before you even start opening your mouth. Because you do the dance around game. You do the dance around game. That's what you do. And they knew, no matter what, this dude is loyal, and he's going to keep on doing what he needs to do. But in the meantime, everybody going about their business. They left you out there.
The thug gave a damn about you. He throw 20,000 in the club, do this, move you and your girl away for a little while. I ain't saying because you love Atlanta, you're going to come back to Atlanta. But it's hot right now, move you away. Did they do that? Did he give you money to y'all time? Honestly, they knew where y'all stayed because y'all still in the same spot. Did he put y'all up in another spot? One second. Who was that? Say yeah.
Now, let me ask you this, and you can be honest or whatever. At any point in time, that day that Peanut was killed, did you go by that barbershop? Daniel Street?
No, sir.
P Street? Whatever.
I left out the house. I left out the house right before I finally got killed. I was in the house the whole day. I was sleeping. And when I left out the house, I pulled right up from Canterville. When I left from Canterville, I pulled up on Cleveland, came out and meet D. And when D got in the car, he told me in my face that Jay got killed. And when he told me that right then and there, I was like, I just can't house. So I didn't know they were gonna do it. I ain't never heard Thug say kill that. That's why when I heard it, it shocked me. I was like, what the hell they kill home for? Like, I just go to shoot. Why the hell they didn't kill Cam? Like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't kill. Like, he wasn't the problem. Man, they did nothing. Like, I don't know what they done did. I knew it was some person between him and Ted. But
what was person between him and Thug?
I don't know. I never heard that. I just knew nothing. Like, one day they told him to come to the studio. He told somebody, yeah, wait, I'm sitting up. I mean, he started going up there. So then I just never knew. Okay.
Anything else you're gonna add, Brett? Get it on off your chest now.
I just
All right, this is probably a good time to break for lunch. All right.
And Woody was like, I'm
so
not
let
hungry.
us come back here at 1:30.
I step out.
Yes, be back at 1:30.
And I don't know if it's Nuck or Nuke in the chat, but they pulled up the timestamp of like a couple weeks ago when Judge Whitaker was making decisions
All right,
on
is there going to be
the
anything
ex parte.
where we'll need
So
to
we're going to
take
revisit
up
that during
in
lunch.
the interim? I'm not in there, like, not right now, but do we need to come back a few minutes early? Anybody? Okay. All right, then we'll see everybody at 1:30. Thank
Okay,
you.
so just a lunch today. Although, what if we have something happen at 1:30? Oh, man. Hold on, did he go live the second he walked out of here? Or are you just saying to check? Because it could totally be possible that he went live. Oh my goodness. His hot mic moments are like much needed disruption through this kind of monotonous interview video footage. Okay, yeah, we're gonna see. We are gonna see if he goes live. Because he was like, can I use my phone while I'm sitting here watching all this? And then, yeah, so Dondada had gave some positive words earlier, but if you're listening, it wasn't up on the screen or you joined late. Off topic, but to the ladies that may feel down, just know you're beautiful even on the days you don't feel like it, no matter the bruise, bumps, or scars. And I would really love if recused Judge Glanville's in here to double team on this. That's really sweet. It's a good message, Dondada. Thank you so much. She Loves Fantasy, 6 months seems like such a long time. Thank you. It's up to the defense to botch this. It's too easy. Yeah, like, the defense has the ball in their park, and we're still in the state's case in chief. So that's not great. But, you know, sometimes it happens, this happens, and then the defense does something to drop the ball. So it could change, but if this is the star witness to one of the major elements of everything charged in this indictment, whew. Thank you so much, Erica. 84 Aries Goddess says, does it sound like he was jealous or salty about Jeff's success? He was biting the hand that was feeding him. Enemies close, friends closer. And there is, I think this is a good point, because there is a little bit of a pride thing going on sometimes with Woody. Like, when he was taking questions on the stand, currently this week, oh, didn't so-and-so jump you? He didn't like hearing that be characterized that way. No, I wasn't the one that was jumped. Or, I didn't run away, people run from me. So, to me, that signals a little bit of pride that would go to exactly what you're saying. There could be an element of jealousy, being salty, and probably that could be why he was excited when they told him they wanted him to talk about Thug. So thank you so much for the super chat. G. Lander says the state is the one guilty of inconsistent statements. And I'm just realizing in the middle of this, I went and put on I got cold. So I'm thinking of how in the detective video, Detective Copeland ended up putting on a sweatshirt, or we were calling it a Snuggie in the chat. Annie says, check the judge, moved, they fast forwarded anyway. Yeah, that whole little debacle was weird. Why would the state want to move through 45 minutes-ish of pauses where at first we see Woody laying with his head on the table, but they concede that he does make some utterances throughout this 45-minute period, and they want to fast forward but come back to it later. Why not just play it in order? And I really think the strategy there is if we hit like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, the judge might be like, all right, do we really need to replay that break? And maybe the state thinks that she'll just let them skip that stuff that makes, you know, the jury might be sympathetic to, like, oh, he was clearly tired of being there. This is going on for hours and hours. And everything he's going to say after that could be through the motivation of just wanting to say anything to get out of there. So maybe the state doesn't want to contextualize the stuff we're playing now by having that come first. And I don't see why the judge was so happy to allow that, like what the basis was. I think the defense objected, and that objection should have been sustained. But I guess at the end of the day, if they end up playing it, it would just remind the jury again, oh, all that stuff we just watched was clearly after he was tired of sitting there all day. So I don't know, that was so weird. Thank you for the super chat, Annie. Ike says the jurors will confess to offing nut at this point. Yeah, just get us out of here. We did it. Get rid of this. Eternity says, as a mother, I can peep his lies, and he's not my child. Like, the tells are obvious anyway, even though I didn't grow up with this person. I didn't raise this person. It's just that obvious. So how wasn't it obvious to these detectives that are sitting there? Like, that's just crazy. Thank you, Eternity. Always love to see your picture. And then Cash Money Cass, hey, says sudden realization. Everyone is in this mess because of Woody talking. Yeah. Everyone is also currently being saved by the same thing, poetic justice. And, you know, I think so. And I do think that there's merit to the idea that what Woody's doing now is still to save himself. It's not to save the people he snitched on, or, you know, if we're using finessed on, maybe is the right way to put it, depending on if you think he's lying or just making stuff up, or he was telling the truth for real and now he's just trying to backtrack on it. I still think what he's doing now is for himself, looking out for himself. It does happen to be a very helpful thing to the defendants who found themselves here because of these interviews. So you are absolutely right. Chloe Albert's revenge. If you premise your statement by saying it's all going to be lies, then you proceed to tell 20,000 lies. Are you not then telling the truth? Asking for a friend. Yeah, but apparently he wasn't telling the truth on the stand, so it laid the foundation for all these videos to come in. And then they're not even asking him point by point. You know, you said you didn't recall this thing. We play this clip of you talking about this thing. Well, do you recall now? Like, it's just so weird how they're doing this. And then FFS says, this canary on the video is the reason why I have trust issues. If we learn anything from Woody here, commit your crimes alone and don't talk about it. I think he wanted to go in there. I think all those initial interviews, to me, it's just personally clear. I don't know if you guys agree. But those initial interviews, he waltzed in there to really point people in the other direction. And that's what he said on the stand this week, and I think he's credible when he says that on the stand. I think these interviews, a reasonable person would interpret that that's what he was doing in these initial interviews, until he was in cuffs, and they might have been closing in on him. He felt like they were closing in on him. He didn't want to go back to the Fulton County jail. And then he started to really try to give them anything they wanted. That's when he started pointing them towards Thug. Like, just crazy. Just crazy. And all in the context of, this is June, so Thug could distance himself from Woody at this point. And then Garrett for the 2 says, defense can do leading questions because he's a hostile witness. Well, you can do leading questions on cross-examination, you guys, but still, he might still be a hostile witness just as a description. So the defense would have been able to ask leading questions either way. They don't need to ask for permission from the judge because it would be cross-examination since he's the state's witness. Survivor Speak says, I hope they play Love's complete video about the PowerPoint. I think that's the ace they're holding on to. You mean the freak out video? Where she's yelling at Glanville? Oh, I would love to see that in open court. I still think there's people that haven't seen that clip, and it's just so crazy to see that in the context of Love insisting, oh, I don't remember it going that way. I don't remember that happening. You don't just forget some freak out like that. Like, that's just dishonest. I hope they play it too, Survivor Speaks. Thanks so much. CT Benny, Woody said on the stand, Woody said he lied on Thug because the cops couldn't prove it. Yeah, so you lie on someone because you know there isn't evidence, and then you don't really expect that they're going to put a case together somehow, just based on your words. So that's a good point. He pointed in that direction because, in his eyes, he'd be the one that they would never be able to get something on. Little did they know they'd be willing to build their whole case around his word. So that's how we're here. Oh boy. Thank you so much. Emmanuel McCrae says, the law of involuntary immunity is unlawful because it is not applied to all in hood or gangs, only to Super Woody. Yeah. And it's like, again, they were saying in these videos they just want the bodies. They don't care about that smaller stuff, but they listened to Woody and it deterred them from the person who may have the body on their shoulders. Whether that is Threat, whether that is Woody, it seems like they covered their own lead. And then now the DA is covering that further by just, here's an immunity order that we're going to misinterpret for you. Like, that immunity order still doesn't make sense. And it was really bothersome to me this morning that when Schardt raised an issue about it, the judge didn't address it. Just let it keep floating. And maybe we can rewatch that. It's a long lunch today, so maybe we can rewatch that after we go back to, what was the date? So my YouTube video says 2 weeks ago. Knock or Nuke had pulled the timestamp for it. So we're going to go back and watch Whitaker talking about, the ex parte meeting and how the defense can deal with that on cross-examination. We're going to see what she said 2 weeks ago. But then maybe we can rewatch what she said this morning, because that was just some crazy stuff. And we still don't understand if Woody really understands that immunity deal. I thought his attorney was going to get up there this morning when he walked up to the podium, Chuck Engelberger. I thought he was going to say something about it. But he got up there and was like, just so you know, I stepped into this late and I'm not aware of anything that may have been privileged communications between him and the other attorneys. Okay, cool. Like, thanks for making us aware of that. So that's a vague thing. We can draw a bunch of conclusions from that. Maybe you're implying that there's something important that you're not aware of yet, that maybe you should be aware of. But you didn't really pose a question. You didn't really say that part out loud, that may be an issue. Or maybe you're just saying, hey, I don't know anything, so if I don't do a great job here, it's just because I'm not prepared. I can't be prepared for what I might need to be prepared for later when they ask him questions. That was a very short, kind of random speaking part from Chuck, and I didn't really know what to make of it. Sentinel, thank you so much. We have 5 gifted memberships, and there's new member emojis, you guys. So make sure if you're a new member or an old member, check out those member emojis. There's plenty of them. It's meant to help us get through these great, fun video footage, the remaining couple of hours. We're almost there. Thank you so much, Sentinel. Phil, thanks for the super chat. Well, on poll request, okay, we can do a poll, but this might be better in the chat because I think with a poll I can only put 4 options and I can't just, people can't fill in the blanks. So, guys, in the chat, make your first question on cross when the defense gets to cross, and maybe guess what attorney is going to go first with cross in the chat. And then if we have a bunch we see over and over, then we can turn it into a poll. Thank you, Ike. And then let's get these clips. Let me switch over here. I think we timestamped it because I went and added the timestamp that Nuke gave us here. So let's see what was said 2 weeks ago. This is July 30th. That feels like forever ago.
I
Can
don't
I
know
interrupt
if
you
you,
for just a second
Sure.
too? And I'm sorry, and I do want to hear, but is there anything else that Judge Glanville said that you believe is legally incorrect information?
yes.
Okay, because I want you
We
to
need-
address that
We
as
need you
well.
to testify? Why do we need you to testify? That Mr. Copeland had to stay in custody till all 26 criminally accused have their case disposed of? That's not true.
Okay,
That's wrong.
Yeah.
A-
that is on, that's on page 36 of the transcript, lines 3 through, the discussion's kind of lines 3 through 9.
At some point, civil contempt becomes punitive. Civil contempt is supposed to make the person do the act. If the person's not doing the act, at some point, it's just not effective. So it has to be then given a date certain. You can't just hold a human being in custody until all 26 people, some of them don't have lawyers, forever.
Yeah.
That's what Judge Glanville said. That's the problem. So I'm just being transparent. We're going to have a situation where Mr. Copeland's testifying. At some point, I'm going to be able to ask questions. I'm going to ask him, was there a time on June 10th, 2015 that you found yourself in an office with a judge? Was this person who I'm pointing at there? He'll say, I believe no. But the transcript says, exactly, you spoke with Ms. Love earlier.
If we get to that, that may be something that you are able to examine him about. And I do think that, you have the transcript, and I know everybody has said, oh, there was Brady in there. Y'all have got it all now, so it's not Brady anymore. If it even was before, y'all have it. You can use it at trial. I think you can appropriately examine Mr. Copeland if he decides to testify.
If he decides to testify?
Some, maybe all of the things that happen in there, that may be something we have to hash out a little bit more. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. So with regard to legally incorrect information that the judge gave to Mr. Copeland, the two, page 40, 41, 24, 25, and then the one that I cited that you mentioned about all of, you may have to stay in jail till all of the co-defendants' trials on page 36. Anything else?
We need you to testify. Nobody needs him to testify. He could do whatever, it's America. He could do whatever he wants. He could sit in a jail.
Okay.
He has to pay penalty of perjury, but that's what judge. And they also tell him how to testify. Judge Glanville tells the lawyer first. If you remember, I could get you the transcript. You remember, you're shaking your head. Judge Glanville tells the lawyer.
Yeah, if you've got a transcript cite, I think the more clear we are, the better.
Okay. It's at the beginning when Ms. Love was there. Hold on one second.
So this is very different. I don't know if it's going to keep going with the same argument. We'll see. And then we can jump forward and rewatch what happened this morning to compare what Judge Whitaker said this morning. Guys, it will all come down to if there's a major issue on a specific ruling today, certificate of immediate review, if that's granted or denied. That's the indicator on
Okay, page 30, line
this
5
judge.
is Mr. Copeland talking.
Give me a second.
And we know today in August that was denied.
Okay, so I start with page 8. Mr.
Page
Copeland.
8, Mr. Copeland's not there. Mr. Copeland doesn't arrive until page 23.
Right, and you asked where the former judge was asking questions that I'd like to
No,
know.
where he gave legally incorrect information to Mr. Copeland,
Okay,
which is what you put in your motion.
well, okay, and Page 8, though, if you take in consideration, sorry, on line
Okay.
9, the former recused Judge Glanville is telling the lawyer for Mr. Copeland, now, to be fair, I think Ms. Bumpkus, as an advocate or anybody, has got to tell him, meaning her client, he's going to face some pretty significant cross-examination. And then Ms. Bumpkus says yes, or excuse me.
Was that legally incorrect? I would think, given this defense team that's been accumulated, that's probably accurate, even though it wasn't said to Mr. Copeland.
The judge, though, and the motion is, calling the judge and the prosecutors and disqualifying prosecutors. The judge has stepped out of his role as a judge. What judge tells a lawyer, tell your client, whatever the words are, you make decisions, obviously, but this is how I read it. Tell your client he's going to face significant cross-examination. And you know what else? The judge goes further. The judge starts telling him that the client, he's telling Mr. Copeland that the clients are guilty.
Mr. Copeland's not here at this point in time. This is his attorney, Ms. Bumpus.
All right, let me get that for you. It's when the judge is saying, they, meaning the accused, know more about your criminal conduct.
Okay.
But let me find that. Okay, on page 26, Your Honor. Line 16.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Copeland should be there.
Yes.
I'm just following what the court told me, 23.
Yep.
The court said, so if you, I believe Mr. Copeland, are worried about what the defendants may ask you because they may know your business, but if they ask you about things that you might think you might have some liability with, you can't be prosecuted for any of those. Why?
Well, I think because this whole thing has to do with the fact that there was a 507 immunity order granted.
But he can be prosecuted for this case.
Which is not what the judge is saying there. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know any judge who gives advice like this. Then on page,
Well, if you are, I mean, if the topic of the meeting is to ensure that Mr. Copeland understands what it means that he just got immunity, which he certainly does not seem to at the outset of this meeting, and the nuances of that. I mean, that's a nuanced issue even for lawyers. It might be appropriate in the context of ensuring the client understands what could get him in jail for contempt and what the grant of immunity means, that he would explain to the witness, the potential witness, here's what it means. So, all right, I don't find anything improper about that particular one.
okay. On page 30, it's not the judge now, it's Mr. Copeland speaking. Page 5, I believe he's speaking about the district attorney, but in front of the judge. You told me before you went to the judge with whatever thing you went to him with, and I believe that that's the use immunity order.
Right.
You told me I can't, when I'm asked a question, I can say I don't recall or I don't remember, excuse me, I don't know. You told me that if I plead the fifth, I mean something. Why would I plead the fifth to something I ain't do? And I said that you don't know what I did and what I ain't do, and then you was like something. So to me, telling a person you can say you don't know, nobody should tell a witness you don't know. That's all the state wanted. I don't recall, so they could get in a prior. It's in front of the judge. And then with Mr. Talking about what the judge did or didn't do for cross-examination of Ms. Hilton and Ms.
Okay.
Love, that was Brady, as you said, evidence. Yes, I have it now. But why wasn't I told that? And I want to ask questions.
Okay, so Judge Glanville is off the case. That all would go to whether it's appropriate for Judge Glanville to be on this case. That has been
Brady
taken
disclosure
care
is the state's obligation.
My understanding of the law is the motivation for any witness to testify is admissible evidence.
of. Right, and you can certainly ask Mr. Copeland about that.
And I'd like to ask the judge on page 36, line 3, until the trial is over, until all defendants have been, I got these 6 that we have right now, then there's another 6. Ms. Hilton said, no, there's another 12. the court said there's another 12 or thereabouts that are still outstanding for various forms or another, and they're talking about he has to stay in jail. And I'd like to ask Ms. Hilton, Ms. Love said the same thing, and Judge Glanville, why would you tell him that when that is not the law? You can't just hold a human being.
All right, so you can certainly ask Mr. Copeland about that.
Okay.
I don't know that the prosecution's motivations are relevant to the issues that the jury is supposed to decide.
All right, so what do you think, you guys? You think we can flip back over? Let me put current cat, August cat, back on the screen here. Do you think I think we've caught a few times, they should be able to cross-examine Kenneth Copeland on certain things that today, this morning, on August 16th, Judge Whitaker suddenly saying that they don't want to allow the defense to cross-examine Kenneth Copeland on. So there we go. Thank you. This was all, and I need the phonetic. Is it nuke or nuck? Like, nuck if you buck, or nuke, nuclear warfare, nuclear. But yeah, we are good. So let us go and see what happened this morning. Again, let me get to this. Danielle, where is your comment? Danielle, thank you so much for the reminder. I actually had seen the ping yesterday. Forgot, because I did want to tell you guys at the lunch break, and then forgot because I was so into going back and looking at this. Professor Nez, I'm dropping the link in the chat right now, has Ashley Merchant on, and they're talking about YSL, the mistrial, Fulton County, and we already have had some nuggets here. So thank you for the super chat and the ping. I'm not going to stream snipe because I just think you should watch it with the creator who's actually doing the content. But we can still talk about the points of it. That is this link. And Shayna and Wealthy Wisdom and a few others have also pulled over. Ashley just called out the sheriff for lying to them by telling her that Glanville had rescinded his contempt against Steele that day they came, and they totally lied. Obviously, she held her ground that day. So when Ashley Merchant and Alex Souzer were standing up there, someone had tried to tell them that the contempt for Steele was rescinded. So if they believed that and just walked out, we wouldn't have had all that happen, even though it was never rescinded. And Wealthy Wisdom is reiterating the same thing. Glanville's deputy told her that Glanville said he's removing the contempt so they don't have to come to the court, that they can leave. And remember, he didn't want anyone to come in and sit in that courtroom. He said there was a security issue. So that's why only a few of the Gactyl defense attorneys were able to come in the room. Like crazy, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. And then, so She Loves Fantasy has a comment looking back at this July 30th replay from, oral arguments about questions and the ex parte. That Judge Whitaker, maybe she's so lax about this because she's done it before too. There you go. And we can keep looking. Let's see. Where was... Yeah, so she said it twice, you guys. They can cross. The defense should be able to cross on this. Like, this is crazy. Call them liars out. And then there we go. So let's go back and watch earlier today. Let me find where it was in Law and Crime when everyone gets into the courtroom, and we'll toggle back over. Let me take this banner down. Because people that join late, they don't realize what we're replaying. They think it's something new. I don't want the confusion. Replay.
I got your motion, Limine. Is that something we don't anticipate that coming in today, right? You're just getting a jump on things, which I applaud.
Well, thank you. It may come up in my cross of Mr. Copeland.
Okay. And it hasn't already been admitted, right?
No, it hasn't.
Okay. And we discussed it a little bit before.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I tried to argue 403 about it, and Your Honor did not agree with me. And so I know it's coming in.
Right.
The issue is
that date.
We're assuming that date, and that date, it says that date on the printout, but
which is not anything like what it looked in the original, right? That looks like it's just added on there. Or
I
let's
don't,
find out.
I'd be speculating.
Okay. Ms. Hilton.
When I looked at Mr. Schartt's motion, I said, I didn't see the January.
So there's, the picture or the post is attached and there's this kind of weird little thing floating.
Okay, do you want to watch all of this morning's arguments or do you want to jump right to Steele? Because this was pretty funny in my opinion too. The way they argued about these social posts and the date. And I think we have the time. We can watch it all because we have till 1:30.
Floating over the post on the right border. Yes.
If I could clarify, my issue is everyone's been telling me that was posted on January 10th, 2015. The state has been operating on the assumption that is a fact. And I don't,
It hasn't been established.
yeah, I don't understand how this
Okay.
has been established as
All
a
right,
fact.
we'll hear from Ms. Hilton. You want to just look at my copy? Okay.
We're double checking, but my understanding is Quindarius Zachary, I believe in his interview says that he took this picture and that the picture was taken prior to January 10th. It may have been posted on January 10th.
That's not the issue, is when the picture was taken. The post has this date hovering on it.
Correct.
That's his issue.
Right, so as far as the January 10th, I think there's an explanation as to why the January 10th is there. So if it's to come out, there's an explanation for the January 10th.
Okay, so couple of different things.
Okay.
Did the post ever look like this rendition or do you have what you intend to submit? Let's start there.
Your Honor, at this time, we didn't intend to submit this picture into evidence, so.
Okay, and what you intend to submit will have this little January 10th box hovering?
Your Honor, we don't even know if we're planning on introducing this picture, so that's why I think he's doing it precautionary, but this is not any.
Okay.
Hold on.
Well, then I guess, Mr. Schardt, you can use the post without the January 10th hovering over it. If you want to use it.
My cards face up on the table. It is, I may want to introduce it, but not if it's going to be otherwise inadmissible. And so
Okay.
I just don't, we've been proceeding like it's a fact that this is taken on January 10th. How do we know that?
So with or without the.
Or I'm sorry, not taken, the posted.
Posted. What's your basis for asserting that it is posted on January 10th?
I don't know when we've asserted that in trial. This is a picture that we served. It has the January 10th date on it. I don't believe I have ever communicated that we believe or disbelieve that this was taken on January 10th. I think our understanding, and I'm just confirming, is that we believe the picture itself was taken prior to the 10th, but it might have been posted.
I understand.
But whether or not it was on January 10th or how this date arises.
Okay, well, number one, you need to figure out why that January 10th is on there. And number two, if it wasn't posted on January 10th, what's the relevance?
We agree, and that's something that if we decided to enter, we would have determined that, I don't know if this is the picture that we were going to enter, so it's the voluminous amount of information. I don't know if this is a picture.
Right, because y'all haven't exactly organized your case yet. All right, Mr. Schardt, they don't know whether they're going to use it or not. And they don't seem to, it would not at this point be admissible, but I can't tell you if it might be admissible at some other point when they get their case organized.
Yeah, it's not about the case not being ordered, it's about whether or not we were using this particular piece of evidence. Like we have a multiple of social media.
Right, well, you
pictures, so-
don't know whether you're using it, and you don't know whether it is relevant, so. Because you don't know when it was posted, or why you think January 10th is on there, so we just don't know, so.
Your Honor, in the previous motion, the state asserted it was posted a couple hours after the killing of Donovan Thomas. So if that is not the case and they cannot assert that, I would ask that this post be deemed inadmissible because it has no relevance and it.
I'm not going to deem it inadmissible because maybe at some point during their case, they'll come up with why they think that. Do you know what motion it was in? Maybe that'll help Ms. Hilton get to the source of.
It was argued in front of you.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what brought it up.
Maybe it was Ms. Love. I don't know. Maybe you need to speak with co-counsel.
Yes, I'm trying to, I believe we were going through the proposed exhibits upcoming and I brought that up, but.
Yeah, you brought it up. I don't think we have gone through much social media yet. So I think you brought it up and they said, but I don't remember who the they was over there at the time.
I don't believe it was me or.
Okay, well, maybe check with Ms. Love. But I think it's
Every
going to
time
be
I try to
several
grab that
hours,
Ashley
if
Merchant
even
link,
today, before there's
my
any
YouTube hates me.
cross-examination anyway. So maybe we'll know the answer by the time we get to the cross-examination portion of the case. Also, that reminds me that with regard to cross-examination, I know, Mr. Steele, you had at one point suggested an interest in cross-examining Mr. Copeland as to everything that went on during the ex parte. And some of that is no longer relevant. So anything, I mean, if you want to cross about things that the state said to him or that he said to the state, that's fine. But we have, I think, both circumvented and the whole coercion issue, and he has now been properly and correctly advised by this court and had the advice and counsel of 3 different attorneys that I
Hold
know
on,
of.
look at the way this lady looked when she
So
said that. Does anyone know her
that should
name?
no longer 3 different advice
Look-
now.
Look at this lady here, and I need to learn her name because I don't want to call her this lady. But look at the way she looks when Whitaker says a thing about the immunity being explained properly, finally.
Been properly and correctly advised by this court and had the advice and counsel of 3 different attorneys that I know of. So that should no longer be an issue. And so that should no longer be relevant. So I would not permit examination or testimony about that. All right.
Well, of course it's okay because you are the honorable court. But I will make an attorney proffer
Okay.
because if you'll accept it, otherwise I could do it with Mr. Copeland. But I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
Mr. Copeland on the 7th of June 2024 stated, and in my way I understand the law, he doesn't have a 5th Amendment, but he refused to testify. And
Correct.
He used the 5th Amendment as whatever, his statement. He made it clear to me as a reader of the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting that he was not going to testify. He said in court, outside the presence of the jury, that he was pressured. Please check the record with Ms. Winfrey. If he didn't use that word, he used a similar word. He would never have testified except for that ex parte meeting where Judge Glanville pressured him as well as Ms. Hilton. So I believe that it does go to his state of mind while he started to testify. Your Honorable Court correctly, in my understanding of law, told him what is his options and how long he's looking in custody, and told him, I believe the decision's his. The legal decision, though, will trigger you to have to exercise your discretion and hold him in contempt. So I believe that the jury gets to determine that information. In addition to that, Judge Glanville was with us since January 4th of 2023. This jury is all selected from the very first panel. To me, he was biased in front of the jury. I understand that what you said, that, no statement, I appreciate what you said. No statement made by the former court disparaging of lawyers should be considered, or whatever the words were. But there's also going to be a jury instruction that nothing that the court says is intimated an opinion. And I disagree in this case with that instruction. I'm going to object to that instruction. And I need the jurors to understand that Judge Glanville, I will make it clear. I will make it clear. I will make it clear. I am excluding this honorable court. But Judge Glanville pressured him. And I will argue to the jury that Judge Glanville was biased. And that is admissible because it all happened in front of the jury. And from just Judge Glanville's demeanor, and I'm not here to hurt Judge Glanville. In fact, I like Judge Glanville, but I don't know what happened in this case, but I like him before this case. But the way he conducted himself to people in this courtroom, I've never really seen a judge do. So I want to ask Mr. Copeland, it is very important to me to explain that he was taken against his desire into Judge Glanville's chambers, that he was with Judge Glanville, Miss Hilton, his lawyer. I'll make it all perfect. If I don't, you could admonish me and the state can correct me, but I'm not here to snowball anybody. But to say that I can exclude statements of Judge Glanville and, most importantly, the conscious or subconsciousness of this witness, because I believe, and I've not spoken with him, Your Honor. I've not spoken with his lawyer about it, but I believe that Mr. Copeland will truthfully say that he believed that Judge Glanville and the state of Georgia are one. And that comes out when Judge Glanville specifically says, and I don't remember the transcript page right now, but it's something to the effect of, we need your testimony. There's no we. Nobody needs anybody's testimony. If he didn't want to testify, I've had witnesses tell me, I'm not testifying. We subpoena them and come to court. They're held in contempt. There's nothing that the judge can do because the judge can't give immunity, so they can't compel the person to do it. So the person invokes their Fifth Amendment and they just leave. That is unfortunate, but that's a reality. There is no we. So with all that being said, I'm making an attorney proffer that if you prevent me from doing that, and Judge Glanville prevented me already, I'm just telling you, he prevented me from cross-examining Agent Racy. He's an FBI agent on misstatements made by the prosecution, knowing misstatements, knowing the prosecution, it's Ms. Hilton, knew that a gentleman who's the same last name as a court reporter entered an invalid coerced guilty plea. Judge Glanville stopped me again from getting into the truth of that matter. It's never been corrected. The point I'm trying to make to you is that all came out in front of the jury. So yes, I am going to intend to do, I will follow your rule, obviously, but I intend to cross-examine Mr. Copeland, not only what was said by Ms. Hilton, but what was said by Judge Glanville. I will be respectful. I'm not here to, throw some odd names about Judge Glanville. I will just be very specific. And then if he doesn't answer my questions, I'm stuck with his answer of, I don't recall, or whatever has been going on in this courtroom. But I don't believe that you should limit the cross-examination. I didn't do that. All that to me, that was very hurtful to me. And I don't mean hurtful. I mean, it was offensive to our law. That's how I took that. And I know what you said about it. I know what Judge Krause said about it. I look at it totally differently. I've never had a judge do that. I've done a lot of appeals. I know you've done a lot. I've never read a judge doing that. I've never seen a prosecutor do that. So I think that the jurors are entitled to know, and I think Mr. Williams because he's the one who, God forbid, gets sentenced if I lose. I think they are entitled to know what caused Mr. Copeland from the 7th to be locked up. The jurors saw that. They saw that. He was testifying. He answered maybe 3 questions, maybe 5. He said, I'm not testifying. He invoked his 5th. The jurors were sent out and he was gone. Jurors come out and they're dismissed. He's just not there. We're on a long delay. I think that it is not irrelevant to this matter. I think it is more than relevant. I think it's probative. And this is the actual treatment by the former court and the current district attorneys of this case.
Okay, I understand your argument, and I am not making my ruling in any sort of an effort to protect Judge Glanville. I do not believe it is relevant to the issues for this jury to determine. With regard to whether Mr. Copeland's testimony between the 7th and the 10th was, I'm sorry, between the 10th and the 12th, was impacted by the ex parte on the 10th. I asked everybody, do we want to do the entirety of Mr. Copeland's testimony over? And everybody said, no, we want what got testified to between the 7th and the 12th at 3 p.m. So y'all had the opportunity to have it all done over and you chose not to do that. You can ask him about the immunity and whether he'd be testifying without being ordered to. That's fine. But beyond that, the ins and outs of what happened in the ex parte with regard to whether there was a biased judge or not are, in this court's legal opinion, not relevant to these issues. And honestly, even the we need your testimony, Judge Glanville had made a determination that Mr. Copeland's testimony and compelling that testimony by an immunity grant was in the public's interest. And so the we there is Judge Glanville, or can very easily be understood to be Judge Glanville saying we the public and not we, me, and the state. So I appreciate your proffer, but my ruling stands.
Can I just add to that then?
Sure.
So it's in the eyes, the mind, and the ears of Mr. Copeland, not a reader who can say, well, that's the public. In addition, Judge Glanville said to Mr. Copeland, on cross-examination, you are going to get tremendous cross-examination. And they know you better than we do. So they know what you did. The they, I would ask Mr. Copeland, is referring to Mr. Williams, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Huey. And that presumes guilt, because Mr. Williams does not know the reality that Mr. Copeland has done all this other things, like pull a gun on Mr. Watts that he admitted today, shot into a barber shop that he admitted to on the stand. These are outrageous conducts. For Judge Glanville to make that statement, yes, the jurors should hear about it and the effect of Mr. Copeland. And you are respectfully taking away the opportunity that we are all given. Judge Glanville did this to a witness that's currently testifying. And if you don't realize this, because this is, I think your first witness, this is a big witness. He has been spoken about the entire case. I opened on him. I said that Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas. To remove this, I believe, is going to be under the analysis of, it has to be harmless beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's a constitutional violation. So I'd ask you to listen to the remainder of the June 10th, 2015 statement, because he's going to talk about, he already has, and if you can't understand it, the transcript seems to be, in my opinion, fairly accurate, where he talks about Mr. Williams. And If he didn't testify, none of this comes in. I think the jury gets to know that and why he testified, and it was because Judge Glanville held hands with Miss Unlove and Miss Hilton, and they coerced this man to testify, pressured this man to testify, whatever his words would be. So I ask you to just, I understand your ruling. I'm going to follow your ruling. I hope I made a good attorney proffer on cross, but those are the topics I would go in. I would not go into, and he also was, by the way, I have, based upon information belief, he wasn't fed and did not drink from Friday when he was held in custody until Monday when he's in that star chamber. So I think that that goes to his frame of mind as well. So, and when I say he, I'm talking about Mr. Copeland. And he was put into a jail in DeKalb County where the system was down, at least that's what he was told. He couldn't contact a family member. So I think that all that adding up to make his determination that, yes, I think that it's a corrupt system and the judge and the DA were going to hold me for not only this trial, but who knows how long 26 people can dispose of their case.
All right. Well, that part we definitely dealt with. If he was not given.
Okay, we're going to watch this little clip. We're going to watch this little clip. So this is going to be Woody talking about the contempt with DJU TV. It's a long interview. It's an hour and 30 minutes. So I just linked that in the chat. But this is where he starts talking about, let me switch over to it. He said, he's going to say, let me tell you what they did to me.
I say, dang, they gonna put me with everybody? I said, I'm not to fight though. You feel me? Like, I know when to fight and when not to fight. If I'm around people I see they gonna really try to hurt me, I'm just letting them jump on me. Cause I'm gonna win in the end. But if I'm around somebody where I just try to fight me, I'm gonna beat him up. I'm gonna fight back as best as I can. But when they put me in there, you know, I was like, people came like him, man, hey bro, we salute you, bro. Cause if it was somebody else, they got to understand and did this and did that. Well, I lied. So I ain't gonna go lie on nobody, to justify my lie. So I call my people like, hey, look, y'all put money on the phone and money on my book. They listen to my call. I know they listen. They see that I'm getting comfortable. They removed me from that jail and put me in DeKalb County.
So at first they put him with general population. And as soon as he's starting to get access to maybe something that he could use to buy some food and water, what do?
Jail and put me in the whole dorm by myself with no water, no TV, no phone, no nothing. No books to read, no nothing. So I'm like, dang. You feel me? So as in, the next day, hey, can I get a pen number to use the phone? Oh, the system down. But y'all still booking people in. Everybody using the phone but me. Can y'all put the TV on or the TV don't work? It feces in the toilet. I gotta walk around like this the whole 24 hours. Can I get something to clean this up? I gotta clean the whole dorm just to get the smell out.
And remember, he's there for contempt. The point of the contempt is hopefully to purge him, but it's not supposed to punish him. He's not there because he was convicted of something or for something that warrants punishment.
The toilet ain't working. It's full of waste. The officer come feel bad for me. Fill it up with bleach. I bleached that thing down so bad that bleach was stuck in my nose. 5 hours later, back stink again. Flies, can't eat the food. I didn't eat Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday morning, they came for me. They were looking for me. They couldn't find me. So when they finally found me, I had came out the room. They like, where you been? We've been looking for you. I said, I've been in the only place y'all put me in here. I'm weak. I haven't ate. I haven't drank anything. No nothing. They're like, well, you got court. What I'm going to court for? I didn't know I had to go back to court. So they took me back to the court. And that's when they did all that bullshit stuff that I can't talk about right now. And then I'm explaining to the judge, the DA, I'm weak. I haven't eaten since Friday. I haven't drank anything. This jail is torturing me. I haven't talked to my family, no nothing. They're like, okay. So one of the officers, he felt bad.
So he's going to go on to talk about how one of the officers gives him apple juice and tries to give him some snacks, but he hasn't eaten in so long that, you know, sometimes when it's been a while, you feel a little queasy because you haven't eaten. And even though you should be eating something, you got to like sip your way back into it. So he ends up like sipping on some apple juice before he ends up later wanting to eat anything. That's how he was held. And I didn't get the impression that he was lying about this in this interview. The full interview is here.
bad. He gave me like some food, but it was like, the food that they feed the deputies. And he gave me a lot of apple juices so I could get my energy back. But I couldn't eat the food. I just drank the apple juice. So he saw I was drinking. He kept giving me apple juice. This the only person that had sympathy for me was the officer. So and I'm telling this to the judge, man. I'm weak. I need to go to the hospital, man. That man's going 3 days without eating anything or drinking anything. I can't even stand up, and y'all gonna force me back in here? So I want to talk about so much so bad. I mean, because I know they're gonna try to shut me up. They're gonna probably try to put fake charges on me soon.
Can I speak? Am I covered federally? Because this interview was before Monday and Tuesday of this week. So again, this is a full hour and 30 minutes. He talks about his life story and growing up. I'm gonna, when I get a second, I'll edit and put it in the description as well. Like, obviously this is live, you guys are chatting with me, but anyone on replay crew, I'll add it to the description. I listened to the whole thing. I thought it was a good listen. It was a great interview. So shout out to DJU TV for letting Woody speak and like give us some insight on what's going on here. But yeah, you hear all that. And if we toggle back to what was going on today, where the defense is saying, we believe he was coerced. He had no food and water. So when he comes in, when he's brought back in, and Woody just said he didn't know he had to go back to court back in June. He thought he was good doing the contempt and was just going to be stuck in that jail, in that cell. They bring him back. He has no food and water while he's sitting there in that ex parte meeting with standing counsel. It was pretty similar to that one, you guys put it in the chat. Just like that interview that started at 3 a.m. And then, remember, that happened, it says 6 days ago on YouTube. It happened before Monday and Tuesday, and Judge Whitaker's denial reason was, you guys should have put that in your other motions. Well, they just became aware of it. Partially because you didn't really let them do much questioning on it. And you certainly didn't let them put Hilton on the stand. You certainly didn't let them put Glanville on the stand to ask them questions.
Or you have reason to believe he was not given food or drink between Friday and Monday. That's something that certainly should have been raised in the coercion motions that several of you filed, because that might have impacted between the 10th and the 12th. But again, you all decided you wanted the testimony between the 10th and the 12th. And that was a strategic decision on your part because you believed that there were beneficial things that he said during that testimony. I think that advice that these defendants, through their attorneys, would vigorously cross-examine Mr. Copeland is correct and accurate advice, and that these defendants know him better than the state's attorneys know him or anybody else is not inaccurate as well. If you would like to, understanding the parameters of my ruling, provide some questions that you believe should appropriately be asked, I'm happy to consider those. And it may be that there are, I mean, you can absolutely, again, ask him about the immunity grant and the, even right now, whether he is only doing this because it's avoiding jail for him. That's fine. You can explore that completely. All right.
You say it to Mr. Schardt all the time, and I always tell him, don't say okay, because it seems like you're
Well,
waiving it. So no, it's not.
By which I mean, all right, do you understand? Not all right, do you accept my ruling? Because I know you will abide by it, but you do not agree with the correctness of it.
Yes. And then the last thing I'd like to say, if I may.
Yeah.
When this honorable court said I didn't take up the opportunity to strike the entire testimony from the June 10th to the 12th, that's the law. The law is until that motion is filed of recusal. So I'm following the law, and there were beneficial points. I mean, you just read the transcript where he testified under pressure or not, but that is in the case. So I believe that I have a right to ask him about, those days before you took over, before you gave him the proper admonitions and the correct law. So that's
Okay.
all.
Thank you. So that the record is clear, I am suggesting that obviously the law with regard to the timing, once a recusal motion has been granted, what you have to undo. Yes. What I'm saying is if you believed that there was coercion starting at some point earlier than that, based on a lack of food and drink or any kind of treatment like that, then that could have been brought up. And y'all chose not to bring that up or not to make that.
And to be fair, Steele could have said that, you know, this is 6 days ago. It was after we did these motions. But still, he said, upon information and belief, I now know. And then Doug Weinstein does come in later and say, look, we just found out about this. It's new. We couldn't have put it in these other motions. Maybe we'll get some new motions on it.
That argument. And you all could have agreed to redo the entirety of the testimony, or you could have asked to redo the entirety of the testimony on the basis of it having been coerced, and I would have considered that.
Well, at the time, I was following the court's order, which I didn't think I even needed an order, but that I could cross-examine Mr. Copeland on everything that happened on the ex parte meeting. And that's when I made my ruling, or not ruling, sorry. That's when I said, I don't want it out. In addition to that, I didn't want it out because I want to cross-examine him on why he did it. It's part, why he testified from the 10th to the 12th. That's part of the case. And I think that it goes to the jurors. The jurors are entitled to know who the prosecutors are and who the judge was. And it goes to their bias, their interest in the case, and their motivation on how they are prosecuting this case. So.
Okay, I don't think that any order that I issued led you to believe that you would be able to, well, it may have led you to believe, but I don't think it should have reasonably led you to believe that you would be able to explore anything about what Judge Glanville said or did during that ex parte.
I think that it was clear to me, whether you said it or not, the way I understand the rules, that that's a part of this case, that's a part of this witness, and that it comes out on cross or direct examination. The prosecutors can sit here and say now, maybe they're going to do it. I have no reason to believe that they are or not. But Mr. Copeland, we had a misunderstanding on June 10th, and we had a meeting with the judge, and your lawyer was there the whole time. They could do all that as well. But I don't see handcuffing Mr. Williams' lawyer on cross-examination when it is a reality case. Just like if Mr. Copeland went out and spoke on a jail call and made statements about things. That's his state of mind at the time. It may be relevant. I think it's relevant here. I think it's relevant that Judge Glanville did this and Miss Hilton did this.
You can ask about anything Miss Hilton did.
No, I understand you did not limit that, but you're limiting the way I heard you today. I have to almost excise Judge Glanville, and that's what I'm objecting.
All right. Yes, sir.
Just so I'm clear, with what the court just ruled, we can ask about things that Ms. Hilton said to Mr. Copeland during that ex parte meeting. We just can't label an ex parte. This is what I'm concerned with. There's a lot of confusion and I think misunderstanding of this immunity. I understand the order that was granting him use and derivative use immunity. However, Ms. Hilton articulated to Mr. Copeland in chambers much more than that. For instance, my understanding of law, and Your Honor, I know that you've dealt with these issues more than me, the statute of limitations is not what we normally think it to be. It's not from the date of the offense. It's told if there's no evidence of who committed the offense.
Mm-hmm.
That's one, the perpetrator has to be known. So Ms. Hilton said, for instance, we'll use the barbershop shooting. Ms. Hilton said, oh, all this stuff is older than 4 years, so you can never be prosecuted. He could be prosecuted for the barbershop shooting.
But here's the thing.
They would just have to put a tolling provision.
That's not relevant either, because It is not the fact that the statute of limitations may or may not have run that prevents the state from prosecuting him for something he wants to get on the stand and confess to. It is the grant of immunity that prevents that. So regardless of the correctness or incorrectness of statute of limitations comments, they cannot use anything he gets on the stand and confesses to because they granted him immunity.
Now, we looked at that a bit yesterday, and from the verbiage, it seems like he cannot be compelled to provide testimony or produce other evidence that could be used by another court. So I still think this right here, what Whitaker is saying right here, is still also incorrect, or at least incomplete. It might be correct if we make the assumption that she's only speaking about this particular court, but she doesn't really state that explicitly.
Or the court has granted him
But
immunity.
in my mind, here's the difference. The state has made a deal with the, quote unquote, I'm not calling the man the devil, but that's the saying. And there's a difference between them saying, oh, we're giving you use and derivative use immunity versus them saying, we will absolutely not prosecute you. They have basically, I don't know if they checked with Rich Homie Kwan's father, but they've basically given this man carte blanche to never be prosecuted for anything he says. And if I was representing Kenneth Copeland later on and they indicted him for something like this, I would say, y'all must be crazy. Y'all got in the back room and told this man, you guys are never prosecuting him. So they've done more than giving him use immunity. They've given him blanket immunity for everything. And that, to me, is fertile ground for impeachment and cross-examination. And I think the jury needs to know they want Jeffrey Williams, they want Shannon Stillwell, they want these people so bad that they gave Mr. Copeland just full reign to run around Atlanta, do all these things, and as long as you get up on the stand, we're never going to prosecute you. And I think that's relevant.
Okay, well, they didn't give him full reign to go do things he hasn't done yet. So, I mean, let's not
they
get
made him
too
think
far afield with this.
They made him think he had full reign. He might not have believed them. He might not have bought that, but they led him on to believe that he was good in the clear for anything. So let's not mince words, Ms. Whitaker.
You may explore any kind of interest he might have in testifying in a way that might be beneficial to the state, although I don't think that's happened anyway. Because you could explore bias. You're entitled to do that, but we're not getting, this is not a trial about how the state handled Mr. Copeland or how Judge Glanville handled Mr. Copeland. This is a trial about whether these defendants, whether the state can prove that these defendants committed the acts that they allege them to have committed. And if you want, again, you also, all of you all, are welcome if you want to give me a list of questions that or that you believe should be able to be asked. I can look at them.
Very well, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, go ahead, Mr.
I just want to raise something
Sure.
while you hopefully reconsider. And this was mostly, the prosecutors. I think Mr. Atkins, I was going to exclude him, but I think he did it too. They asked witnesses, to my knowledge, without any basis, well, you're testifying this way, but have you ever had to testify before in front of Mr. Williams? When you were giving your statements, was Mr. Williams present? And then they did it with everybody. Was Mr. Huey present?
Right.
And I've objected every time. And it's totally, that's a crime of witness intimidation without any evidence. It's just, and they say, no, I haven't testified at all, but I don't remember, or I told you something wrong, or I didn't say that to you. I want to do now and show what the state is doing to witnesses. And I'm telling you, Your Honor, when Mr. Zachary comes, and I brought this up earlier in a pretrial meeting, my understanding is that Ms. Love had him served, he being Mr. Zachary, served with a subpoena.
Okay.
It's a trial subpoena from what I was told. Ricky Richardson was his lawyer at that time. Ms. Love ordered Mr. Zachary the day before to drive from Augusta, Georgia, miss his job, to her office because she said, if he doesn't come, Judge Glanville will lock him up. There was no trial going on. This in 2023, we were doing jury selection. I heard about that, so I raised it to Judge Glanville. This is abuse of power. You don't order somebody to come to your office with the hammer of the judge going to lock you up. Judge Glanville said, put on your evidence. He gave me an opportunity. Everybody said they didn't want to testify, so I didn't call anybody. Ricky Richards, I didn't call anybody, so I forfeited the motion. But my point is to say that, somehow there's witness intimidation from Mr. Williams et al. I want to show what's really going on, and that ex parte meeting helps illustrate it. I will also ask Mr. Zachary, because I'm confident he'll know. It was not attorney-client privilege because it didn't just come from Mr. Richardson. He told me you can also speak with Mr. Zachary with Mr. Richardson, and he'll tell you the same. That's all we spoke about, coming to court. And he did come to the courthouse. I'm told that his father met him there too. This could be wrong because I'm not there. And then his father said, the law, there's no trial going on, my son's leaving. So that's there was no conversation.
Okay.
But my point is, this is not an isolated incident, and I'd like you to just allow the truth to flow. I'm not going to hurt Judge Glanville. I'm just going to state what was said. That's it. And it's really the
Look at the closed caption. Not Judge Glambo.
impact, like you said, on Mr. Copeland.
All right, thank you. Sure. Do you want to wait and see what Mr. Weinstein has to say first?
Okay. Briefly, Your Honor. The discussion this morning came up about Mr. Copeland being deprived of food and water at Rice Street, as well as conditions, other issues that happened at Rice Street between June 7th and June 10th. And I believe the court said, I may have misunderstood you, that several attorneys filed motions regarding the coercion in the chambers. Perhaps this is something that we should have brought up. I was completely unaware that that happened.
Well, it's not, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not sure it did happen. He has some reason he thinks it may have happened.
Okay.
He Mr. Steele, but okay.
So I did not learn of this.
Whitaker cannot relate to what people go through at all. Oh, I've never experienced that, so I'm going to doubt when someone tells me that that's what happened to somebody else, or that somebody would do something to somebody else. I'm going to doubt it because I've never experienced it, and that is so frustrating. Like, you're a judge that sat over plenty of cases with regular people. You can't just sit up there and make your rulings based on your personal experience.
Possibly happening then, let's put it that way, until I saw Mr. Copeland on social media this week. So this isn't something that I could have brought up regarding Judge Glanville and the coercion that took place. So if we do get further facts of that, I would like to bring that up with the court again, because it sounds like that could have influenced your decision on the coercion.
And you know how they can get further facts on that? You guys put it in the chat. How can they get further facts on if Copeland, if Woody wasn't given food or water and was held in certain conditions between June 7th and June 10th? How could they, what's one way, what's the best way that they could get the facts on that? There you go. Let them ask Woody on cross-examination about these things that the judge does not want them to be able to ask about. Exactly. This whole argument this morning is to limit the scope of cross-examination. You could just ask him. Just ask him. And yeah, you could look at the videos in jail. That's another literal way. But relating to this issue this morning, don't limit what they can ask him on cross. Let them ask what they should be able to ask on cross. Why is Judge Whitaker pushing so hard against the scope of what cross can be about? Like, it's just nuts. It's just nuts. There you go. There you go, Susan. They don't want it out.
Perhaps not, but I would like to bring it up in the future.
All right, thank you. Mr. Engelberger.
Yes, Judge. I'm a little late to the party, obviously. when we're talking about privileged communications, I understand there may have been a hearing about what was said to or discussed between him and his other lawyer, but as it relates to any communications between my client and I as of August 12th of, August 13th of 2024, obviously I would assume this court understands those would be off the table in cross-examination.
All right, as far as I know, there haven't been any hearings about anything that was communicated just between Mr. Copeland and either Ms. Bumpus or Mr. Melnick. There was a hearing about things that might have been said with Ms. Hilton present with Mr. Copeland and Ms. Bumpus.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly. I understand privilege. Thank you.
I think this is it, right?
That's all right.
Oh, no, they do have
two
more. Okay, they
very
have more.
quick things that I just wanted to address. One, and normally I'd ask that the camera be turned off for this, but I think I was wrong yesterday about the statement about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's barbershop. I don't believe that came up yesterday in the statement. And I've looked at the rest of the statement. I don't believe that topic comes up. So I know Your Honor asked me to send an email, and I'm just reporting back to the court on that.
All right.
And also, I just have a question. In the state's transcript with the redactions, there's some that are in red, some they're in different colors. And I'm just asking, as we review along, what the significance of the different colors are so we can check to make sure everyone's on the same page in real time.
I think this is the last thing they bring the jury in.
Different colors because I had a question about. Anything that's in yellow and red, we're going to exclude because that was something I had a question about, I think, based on things that have occurred in court. Those will be excluded.
Okay.
The only one that is in blue that I actually was going to bring up this morning, Your Honor, is page 202, line 14 through 20. We had previously discussed 14 to 20 when we first talked about redactions, I guess 2 weeks ago. This is the line in which Mr. Copeland says that he's aware that Shannon carries guns and carries it on him, and if you stop him, he'll know that he has a gun. And I think at that point in time, Mr. Schardt brought up his objection based upon what we argued yesterday. And so the state wanted to know we were permitted to now play that part given what occurred yesterday, given your order.
But she ends up conceding neither of these statements. They have to skip both these statements about how Shannon always carries the weapon.
So are you asking what is my ruling about that, or what are you asking?
Basically,
and then we come back at 1:30
to play it, and we just want to make sure
5
that
minutes.
that's fine based upon your.
Sorry, I just like loaded the real-time feed and now it's like screwing the video we're watching. So you guys can use the buffer emojis. Make it come back. Well, we can just switch to real time. She's essentially arguing two more statements that they didn't want to exclude. The state did not want to exclude these two statements. Schardt's like, well, this is why we argued that they should be excluded. The judge looks over at Hilton. Hilton's just like, fine, okay, we can take them out. So those are two of the parts that we skipped earlier. I got him muted. I'm boomerang. I was saying thank you, you guys, the whole chat, for being willing on the lunch break to go back to watch the stuff from July 30th, pair it up, line it up against what was said today on, we are on August 16th. What Judge Whitaker said this morning did not match what she told the defense on July 30th. And those things that she said on July 30th were things that she used the defense used in their consideration while they decided, well, do we want to strike all of Woody's testimony? Are we okay with striking it on June 12th? So they made certain decisions based upon the expectation that Whitaker gave them back on July 30th, that they'd be able to ask certain questions within the scope of cross-examination. And this morning she tried to, in my opinion, severely limit what they could elicit through cross-examination questions from Woody. And Woody, again, he might try to say it himself. It seems like Brian Steele might try to wedge in some of these questions either way. And I think he's very skillful. I think he can find a way to ask certain questions where it may seem like he's only asking about Hilton, but expects that the witness, Copeland, might give an answer that explains what everybody in that room was doing. So therefore, it will be Woody that brings up Glanville, or Glambo, as the closed captions are saying, and he won't actually have to put that in his questions. So I do still think we'll find a way to get that questioning, but for the judge to limit it at all is just so insane. It turned my stomach this morning. It turned my stomach even more seeing it mismatch what she told us on July 30th. Just nuts. Miss AB, good to see you. No, we have like 2 more hours or maybe 3 of these videos. They wanted to skip 45 minutes of it and go back to it later too, so who knows. Good to see you though. Thanks for the super chat. FFS says, I'm not here to hurt Glanville. That's what Whitaker was saying. I don't know what happened in this case, but I liked Judge Glanville before this case. Love the backhanded compliment from Steele. So, I'm not here to hurt him either, because Whitaker seemed to want to make that clear. Then Brian Steele makes it clear. Me either, but, I actually did used to like him, but there's a reason I might not right now. Carol Johnson, thanks for becoming a member. And then Canadian Crispy Bacon, I actually do see the thickness of the defendant with the body armor. So that's interesting, and specifically, they're not all wearing that. But that is interesting. You guys are good with your eyes. I can recognize like facial expressions in the court, but other stuff I don't notice the way you guys notice. And then Big Trelly, thanks so much for the pronunciation for nuke. And then No She Do It says, Woody said it on the stand Monday and was ignored. Yeah, he tried to speak. And I like, and I'm waiting to hear, can I speak? Because he's going to say something that the state's not going to want to hear. He's not going to say something the defense doesn't want to hear. When he says something like, can I speak? He's about to say he doesn't like something that was going on that was done to him. And when he tries to talk about certain things, it gets steamrolled over, it gets ignored. We'll just have to see with Cross if that changes a little. Dee Dee says, I'm starting to think Whitaker is Glanville in disguise. Not much has changed in terms of bias. And I don't think much has changed in as far as the wishy-washiness either, right? There was a part of criticism for Glanville where he'll say one thing, forget he said it, say another. And we just looked at that as Glanville kind of being a bit unfocused or absent-minded, not paying attention like he should. And Whitaker's doing the same thing where she's disregarding her own rulings already, and she's been here for like 3 weeks. Like, come on. You can't have the excuse of saying you don't remember what you ruled on 2 years ago. It's only been a few weeks. And Classy Beats, thanks so much. Good to see you. Do you think Brian will ask Woody about the ex parte anyway? I think he's going to try. Or even ask him if he felt coerced to testify at any point.
To put on the record before we get Mr. Copeland and the jury?
I think it could be worth it too. And with all the other appellate mistakes.
You were standing up, so I wondered. All right. Is Mr. Copeland out there? I know we're a couple of minutes. Well, no, we're not a couple of minutes early.
He is, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Deputy Hilton's going to be, she just took a brief comfort break. We'll be right back.
All right.
Okay, that's a weird time to take a comfort break. We just had a long break.
Can we go ahead and get him on the stand?
Left Coast Mana. Everybody put an LCM in the chat here. Thank you for the gifted membership. That's awesome.
Yeah, I know.
Super, super awesome. I appreciate that. %of you said these videos are a mess. 6% said a sermon and 4% said an interview. So only 4% think the interviews are interviews.
Ready for the jury. Mr. Atkins, can you hit play if we need you to do that?
Yes,
Okay.
That's a great point, Az. The defense is probably scared to get on the judge's bad side. Steele was being very polite. Is he humming? Is Woody writing beats on these classy beats? Get with that. And then thank you to DJ Chief RT, who sent a $20 Cash App. That snuck up on me. I didn't see that earlier. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope y'all had a pleasant lunch. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
We're gonna resume at 1:29:42.
So now they're going back to the break, and they're starting all the way at the beginning of the break. Because he already had his head down when they fast forwarded through this. So this is going to be a time, you guys. This is going to be a time.
Fucked up, man. Straight up.
Oh, let me move these captions. He's not going to say anything. I got to wait.
Go.
You may. And I don't think these little headphone things stuff. Do y'all have those today?
You trying to leave?
Yeah. Let me just make it easier. Instead of waiting to pass them all out, can y'all just step right back for a minute? We will get them passed out.
Why are we doing this? I'm confused. Did one person's headphones go out or something?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I think we need to give the jury some instruction here. The state is, they
That we
said
went in
that they said they were
reverse.
going to go back
Right.
to what happened during the break, but I don't know. I don't think it's sufficiently clear to where we are in the timeline right now. I think we need to make it clear we're going back to the part that we skipped earlier that the state said they were going to go back
Yeah,
to.
YSL
Is that
Granny
what we're doing now?
shaking her head, yes.
I just inferred because we ended at 2 something that I went back to 129.
I don't think people are paying attention to what hour number you're saying, so.
Okay. I can say that, I can play it again and say we're gonna go back. That's fine, I can replay.
Why don't you just say for the record what you're about to do?
And then can we just play the from the beginning again? To put
What
in
we
context.
just heard, yeah, I'm sure.
Darn.
I'm not sure that needed to be like a bench conference, though. You probably could have just said that, but okay. It's all right, it's all right. Maybe if we'd had everything passed out, it would have been easier, but, okay, yeah. So just let us know, a minute ago or before lunch, I said I was skipping some parts, whatever. I'm going back to them now. That'll
And
be
Ms.
fine.
Ramon says she thought the jury's following.
All right,
I've intentionally tried to listen to Hilton's timestamps
We're ready,
because I want to know,
I
oh, they're
guess,
only
for
skipping
the
13
jury. She's
seconds.
passing
They're
them out.
skipping less than a minute. And I still can't
We're
always
ready.
catch where they are. And I'm trying to listen. So why would the jury know? I mean, maybe just the common sense of him being alone at the table. Thank you for hitting that like button, you guys. Got those likes going up. Hit the like button for YSL Granny.
thank you.
Your Honor, we're gonna go back to the portions that we skipped earlier and play those portions now for the jury.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Gotta get out of jail. Ain't dead, man.
Can y'all not hear it? Now it sounds better. And we'll let IT know yet again that we continue to have issues. Maybe they just need to replace that entire box. Do you want to give it a try? It always seems intermittent anyway.
Gotta get out of jail. Ain't dead, man. Deep fuck you, man. Fucked up, man. Straight up. Go, man. That's hard.
Yeah, 13039.
I don't really get, maybe there's something he says there that they agreed to take out? I'm confused. Because it looks like there's other people on the
We're gonna
screen again.
resume at 3:20:51.
What?
I just can't stop thinking I'm going to jail, so I can't even think right now. So
Relax.
Yeah, I mean, you ain't gotta get all out today. Like I said, we working to get you not taking the full county. Like, if you're there we're hoping just to get booked in and booked out.
So you may stay tonight. You can't handle it.
Y'all can't go over my big mama and the baby can go? What you mean? Like, move or something? No. I'm not talking like you get booked in and you get booked out. I'm talking about you get booked in and you get moved to a different jail. I'm talking about it ain't
on the street, like, basically protective.
How long you been in jail? I don't know. That's not up to you. That's not up to us. I don't know how you been. So I'm going to give you a recommendation just for your warrants. I'm going for a gang charge deal? Yeah, you got a warrant for the gang charge. For the gang charge?
What you feel about the gang charge?
I ain't gonna get no money, man. I already got no money.
You don't need, bro. Honestly,
ain't gonna do it.
I feel better when you're in jail because at least we know you someone safe. Exactly. My biggest fear is scooping you up off the ground and saying I told you so.
I'm just out there like this, I know how to watch my bed. That's all I've been doing. Watch. I just had bad with you. I'm watching them, but I still just let stuff go and let them just come right back to me. But
it's a lot, basically, with what you learned about the D today. There's other stuff that you already know that it's starting to kind of add up, right? That stuff that happened between y'all where you like, wait a minute. You want to know who your biggest problem may be of all the people that I showed you, your friends. Because you so loyal to them.
your close friends, like this shit. I'm not loyal to them, like, because if I were, I only never just told them shit. Like, at some point, you had that loyalty to D and Shannon.
But now, the loyalty, you seeing where it's at, where it's like.
Only one way, right? And that's coming from you to them. So this, what I got to do is this, my big party coming up, man. It's an in-town big opportunity. I swear to God. I didn't even get locked up. I tell y'all where the spots in with the guns. I know this, man. I don't care. I put my face on it. I don't care, man. I don't care, man. My big birthday comes up. I just.
When your baby birthday?
On the 17th. June? Oh, yeah, I can see you ain't gonna be out by June 17th. Yeah, man.
And then if you want to be at your daughter's birthday, now that you locked up, ain't you thinking everybody thinking what he locked up on now? So by you being at the birthday, you make the birthday party right.
Well, not even that, because you know what they're saying about this gun? It's just like, oh man, you just don't worry about this. I mean, they ain't locked you up there, this and that. They don't know why police got it. No, they probably trying to figure out.
I'm sure the word got out.
They trying to not talk about it, my baby.
Yeah, this is a repeat. This is crazy. Why did
I mean, what?
How many marshals came up in there to get you?
They want nobody to come outside.
You don't think people heard all that?
What nobody else? Like, you know, that's the good part of calling the rule. Y'all move it. But let me ask you this. This is what concerns me. Because we got the police report for that gun, the one that was found in the house today. And guess who it belongs to? Who? A DeKalb County police officer. No, he was burglarized. No, I'm breaking houses either. You know, I only leave Forest County City. Yeah. I'm not gonna leave Forest County at all. You know that. I'm gonna stay here.
I just realized his hoodie's just sitting there and it says hot shit. Oh man.
Yeah, you ain't gonna make it out that time for the baby part. I ain't gonna promise you that.
Look, as a father, I would want you there, but knowing what you bring, I wouldn't want you there anyway.
Man, y'all can give me a house arrest and nothing, Lord.
I'm for real.
That's not out of control, but I can guarantee you they will be there.
But you, wherever you go, your armor brings problems. And although they ain't shot up lately, when you in the apartment and they come through shooting, y'all hitting the other apartments and other people. So by removing you from everybody else good.
Everybody else is good. That whole time out. You know, I didn't go shooting shit out of out.
Thank God.
No, you do not think good.
I said, like, oh yeah, I ain't gonna do it. Like, that's nothing.
It ain't because of you, it's because they already know we don't know who's fucking wrong. It ain't because of you. It is because these niggas know how they do that. You know what I'm saying? All that shooting been happening was tips now. I mean, they the only ones that shooting.
But like you can't lie, it makes Shell and all of them look like dubs. Because
all the time that they shot at y'all, you ain't got
I ain't sure it's one of them motherfuckers.
Huh?
Huh?
I ain't
That's what they thinking. They can't kill you. He that bad?
They ain't that, like I'm saying, like, y'all outside this man. They're like, I'm telling y'all what's going on, and y'all still not listening. These people know how they do this. These people, if they want to kill me, they want to kill me. Like, all the shit I was, when I heard about killing, was these niggas throw them to my killing me. You know what I'm saying? I already learned about them from the beginning. I mean, the show they did, okay, like you said, I kind of figure what it was. I mean, like, dang, these niggas, I ain't worried about nobody else doing that too. I mean, I just can't explain it. Like, this young man, bro.
Mr. Copeland, okay, I'm gonna break it down to you like this, young bro. Alright, and I mean it from the heart and from the soul. Once again, it had nothing to do with they knowing that you had something to do with it or not. Okay, that had nothing to do with it. Let me tell you what's keeping everything quiet. You understand that? See, when the first pass get boxed up, then the second, the third, and the fourth, the rest of them motherfuckers gonna calm down because they all saying this. Sooner or later, them motherfuckers gonna get me next. So they all gonna chill out. Motherfuckers, listen to me. When you and Cal was gone, everything was still quiet. One of you came out, she started trying to pick back up. Bam, bam, they jumped back on it, locked another motherfucker up. Everything ceased. Because they saying this. Them two motherfuckers right here know everybody that's in the game. They got the scorecard. Okay? So that's the bottom line. If you know me by my real name, my street name, my mama name, my baby mama name, my grandmama name, my big mama name, I'm fucked. I can't hide anywhere. So I'm done. Because the minute we stop calling you Roman and calling you Killer Copeland, you know, okay, these motherfuckers know me. When we start talking about your baby mama, how you get shot up, and all this, you know, everybody know me now. Same thing happened to them. When you say, you want the problem we said. Okay. Y'all, because this nigga got so much to prove. Y'all be like, trying to hide me in jail. It's not me. I'm not saying you nigga, man. Man, what I'm throwing, say these niggas said to it, man.
Okay, what? Maybe they are having IT issues. That's the second time now that it's muted, or is this silenced?
Shannon did everything. He shot that gun, killed her. Shannon doing everything. It's not me. Y'all be locking me up. Cause Shannon working, man. Stop right there. Take a deep breath. Man, cause y'all just saying right there, y'all trying to kill up and lock me up. Okay, I ain't retaliated. Not one time. I just wait, listen.
Is he laughing at us? Oh,
I'm doing shit. I'm not doing nothing. I'm I'm saying, I'm gonna go back to jail. I'm not, if we thought you did one of these retaliatory shootings, we would have probably locked you up for it by then. But if nobody is saying anything, and you continue to let everybody paint you as that bad guy, you're letting that happen because you're not saying shit. And now that you're saying shit, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do my fucking job, and Shannon gonna be in there. If that's the truth, I'm gonna do my fucking job, but you don't get nobody an opportunity. When you sat here, when you told me about that, I'm shot at you. What I do? I went up there for 10 minutes, got his fucking picture. If that him, that's him. What I do? I did my fucking job and I got his rap. But you gotta give people an opportunity, but not to let you look like a bad guy. I know, I'm giving you an opportunity, but you're not listening. I'm listening to you, but let me do my job. But you want to deal with what you did. You walked in there with that gun. I was giving them these. But it don't matter. You knew you weren't supposed to have it. Nobody said go out and carry a gun because you need it for protection. Granted, if you could get caught in a situation, you gotta use it. There are certain laws that will protect you even as a convicted felon, but that's not giving you the fucking okay to go carry a gun. You know that. You're not going to jail for nothing else but for what you did. You the one I have been participating in gang though, but you have already been categorized as a gang member, and this particular gun, we can say this was purchased by someone else, a gang member, Quindarius, who has been the one I got caught with a gun from a gang retaliatory shooting. So therefore, anything that has to do with him comes back on you, and you already have your affiliation going on. That was reckless conduct that you did by fucking taking your shirt off and playing basketball for 37 minutes while a fucking gun is laying on the damn thing. Like he said, a kid comes up in the bag and saw a Christmas ball. Look at this, and actually pull a trigger, blew somebody's fucking head out. Then you would be charged with murder. So you
Why is Dennis like acting stuff out?
You did. We didn't make you do this. We didn't tell you to go tell Redactions about the house in the first place. You did that.
It's weird. It seems like when they're pausing it, the video's not actually stopping anymore, but okay. Yeah, Black Butterfly, he said F thug straight up.
It don't work like that, but I understand it. This nigga, man. If you realize what you say, you gotta give us the opportunity to verify. Simple as that. You gotta be patient because we gotta do our, we don't do our, we gotta take your.
Well, who said?
No, it don't work like that. It don't work. At the same time, if you try to help us, I'm not gonna put you out there like that. So there's certain other steps I gotta do to kind of remove you as much as I can. You know what I'm saying? Your name as much as I can. So if you want me to just fucking say, shit, support this type of my morning.
Hey, Shannon, how you doing? Your friend, who is that?
Hey, I don't want to do it that way, but I don't want to do it that way.
Hey, Shannon, you shot
That's
at
what I'm
me.
trying to do.
It doesn't work like that.
It's not.
It doesn't work like that.
I was told y'all at the beginning then. It's not.
You been in here, January though. You been in here 5 times.
I know, but the nigga taking them kind of like, they what I'm saying?
You got to worry about you.
You know, if I'm on your case, or this man on your case, we don't work like that. I can't speak for fucking BB and the rest of them, but I can speak for them folks. I'm speaking for the work that I do, and I'm not gonna put you out like that if you helping me with some shit. If you sitting there like down silent, I'm gonna treat you as down silent. And what I tell you the first time we fucking spoke, I said, Parte, I know you know more about what's fucking going on than you letting out. You taking me to a trip to fucking New York through fucking California. I'm a straight white dude. I don't do fucking layovers. I don't have no fucking time for that. Okay? You wasted everybody's time to get going.
All it could have been avoided. A lot of it could have been avoided. From January 10th, what's the day? Today is your year. So we signed up.
This is 6 months to the head.
If you would have said it from the beginning, he could have did his job. And I don't know the rest of this would have went on.
There would be no need for you to be in this situation. Because everybody would took their eyes off me. I thought I'd be in a situation like what was it? Who? And y'all still fucking boy. Y'all don't fuck with what y'all still fucking for. He cool. I'm saying that. And boy still walking around with his head high. Fuck with everybody and I'm out. Yeah. But this what I'm saying there though. It did. I mean, I'm just sitting there thinking like, everybody gonna see this like. Everybody gonna see what?
They gonna see it. It's either they're gonna see it
little chick. Okay? And I know with chick.
Take a jail picture with Tick.
He keeps ripping those headphones off every time. Like, please say it's over. Can I go?
You took a jailhouse picture with fucking little.
Y'all had said yesterday you might have another speaker you could try as a backup. Let's try that, I guess.
Here we go. More. They're gonna try to correct it. Woody's humming again. And yeah, Alan, this is such a great point. So this June 10th, 2015 interview that we're looking at, they were talking about the daughter's birthday. Obviously on June 10th of this year, leading up to it, Hilton was preparing on how she's going to how she's going to question, lay foundation. She probably had it fresh in her mind when that birthday was. So planning this whole maybe needing to hold him in contempt, she would have known what that weekend was for his daughter's birthday. And thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you for becoming a member, Stacy. You can use some of the Woody emojis. Classy Beats, I saw you guys going on in the chat. Who's taking the bigger L? The DA or the IT people?
I saw the fucking.
Is this a pause?
You may have to disconnect from the Zoom audio or something.
The zoo audio. Did he just, like, kind of snore? Like, pretend snore? Oh my goodness. He's gonna start a cipher in the court. Just sitting there like... Oh, that's so refreshing to hear. Shell says, my husband is watching this rolling his eyes. He's a retired officer and embarrassed about the behavior. That is very refreshing to hear. What is he doing? Not a mic check, 1 2 1 2. Yeah, that was funny. It was hilarious when Woody said he watched First 48, so he knows cops. Yeah, he might be like looking at which angle is looking at which side of him in the one angle.
turn off a whole lot of people.
Okay. I mean, in the meantime, I guess we can have them come down and try to do this reset also. Okay, more technical issues, calling for a technical issue break. I don't even think any of this is working. So if y'all would like to go spend time in the jury room, or we'll try to keep this as short as possible, but well, TBD on how long it's going to take to fix it.
Yeah, IT is down bad. Like, would have been interesting if they could have done some questioning about the earlier stuff that we got through for the first 2/3 of the video. Do you have any questions to ask about this stuff? Handle your direct exam on the content we've already watched right now.
Sure, just make sure you've got cell phones with you so that we can get back to you. And I think it won't be more than a half hour. Maybe it'll only be 5 or 10 minutes, but yes.
You should have had a half day today. Look at that. We're getting a half day accidentally. Oh, this jury, guys. Thank you, Angie, for gifting a membership. I like the way you like drop little treats in the chat. And then Leah's dad says, most would agree Woody is guilty of a lot and he should have been off the streets and is instead the focus of this nonsense. Who gets justice from this? I think it's pointing out a terrible, terrible, terrible approach to finding justice, right? We have these detectives just yelling and screaming. They don't know what's going on. They say all this stuff is untrue, but then everything that they're saying isn't true in real time. Suddenly, months later, is true. That those same words must be what really happened. It's just bizarre. So definitely not justice, just bizarre. And then Chloe Albert's Revenge says, neither one of them is taking the L. It's us. That detective's voice is literally killing my eggs. Oh my gosh. Just yelling. Yeah, I think I do have like a little bit of a headache. I don't know if it's just because watching the videos all day or something totally unrelated, but definitely seems to be kicking in after that last stretch of Gaither and Thorpe screaming. Plus the miming, the sudden miming from Detective Dennis. Yeah, they need to... Oh my god, Windows 95. Okay, cool. So Danielle says, Ashley Merchant said the DA before Fani, who had this case, decided not to prosecute because when you don't have a credible witnesses, you don't have a case. Yeah, because the alternative, like for this Donovan Thomas murder, they don't have ballistics. They have a casing. They have casing. So it's kind of like, well, these people have guns and there were casings there. And Woody said some stuff in interviews. Therefore, that's enough for us to conclude that the people Woody pointed to, at least at one point in time, because that kind of changed too. Just because they have guns and there were casings, they must have done it. They must have done it. So it makes total sense. It's cool to hear Ashley Merchant said that, but it makes total sense that the prior DA did not want to prosecute this. Miss AB says, no one wants to hear any more of this clown show. The technology is rightfully... Yeah, it's the technology just saying, no more of this. No more. I actually feel bad for the jury members. Thank you so much, Miss AB. Yeah, and can you imagine if, like, I don't know, if those are, like, cheap headsets are not comfy to wear. They're, like, angled weird, like, the bottom will be pushing into your, like, the cartilage of your ear. Your ears can start to hurt with a bad pair of headphones. and they've got to be wearing those all day today. It definitely induces headaches. And Wendy Brilliant, look at that, 5 more members. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Oh, you guys, you know what time it is? Especially with the new memberships. Let's do a 60-second all caps vent session. Let it all out. Any gripes, any praise. Major thank you to Wendy for the gifted memberships. But yeah, all this like, oh man, we have headaches. This is crazy. Definitely time for a venting session. And then also, and maybe we can take a look at it, but this is Schardt's motion in limine that he talked about and argued earlier. Oh, I'll wait till we're done. I'll post the document link as soon as the cap session is over, because otherwise it'll just get lost. You guys are like, loud noises. This all cap session is brought to you by Wendy Brilliant. Make sure you're also showing some love to Wendy and all the people that have gifted memberships and sent super chats today. Super, super, super appreciate that, because this is a long time. This is a lot of time. And same shell, I will be checking out this Ashley Merchant interview later. When I'm done with this, I'll be cooking dinner listening to Ashley, and I'll be like, yes, that's good stuff. This is ridiculous. I'm tired. What a crock. I'm sick of Fulton County. Nikki's just saying caps and caps. Fulton is corrupt. What you mean? Loud noises. Shout out to Kat. Yeah, heck yeah. It's really a shout out to the chat, I think, because you say shout out to Kat for somewhere to discuss the case. So also shout out to the chat. Stop this now. This case is insane. This is corrupt. Where are the reports? Woody did these crimes. I think there's a I did these crimes emoji now, you guys. I forgot if I loaded that in, but I think there is. The computers are like, I don't supposed to be here. Please make it stop. Some love for Wendy. Love all the love in the chat. Yeah, let me drink some water. Let me drink some water. Prevent that headache. Okay, now that the chat has slowed down a little bit, this is the link to Schardt's motion in limine, or motion in lemonade, whichever you guys like to say. We heard him argue that orally, but this is, you know, that there's an Instagram handle, SB with the shit, a handle allegedly belonging to defendant Shannon Stillwell. Let's see. The state provided the defense with a specific social media post allegedly linked to Mr. Stillwell's alleged Instagram account at the time, which operated under the handle SB with the shit. This post is attached as Exhibit A, which we saw on the screen in court. This post includes a picture of Mr. Stillwell overlooking what appears to be downtown Atlanta. The picture is captioned, "Overlooking the city with a lot on my mind," followed by a series of emojis. Why is it so tiny? The post has a text line which seems to suggest the post was made on January 10th, 2015, the date of the Donovan Thomas shooting. This text line does not appear to be part of Mr. Stillwell's post. So somebody added this date. The discovery provided by the state upon information and belief does not establish who located or saved this post off the internet. It is also unclear how the social media post was manipulated to include the date January 10th, 2015. So, foundational issues. This social media post cannot be authenticated, nor can the state establish the actual date that this picture was posted on Instagram. These deficiencies, the state's inability to cure them, affect the relevance and probative value of this evidence. This evidence should be excluded. And then this was the post. So, well, can I rotate this for you guys? Okay, cool. So, yeah, so the date's not included here. And then, what is it? Are the emojis, cat, angry cat emojis, and then, are those like the British soldiers? I forget what they're called, the British Guards. But yeah, So, hey, we've got Dondada in here. I don't know if that's our Dondada, but you know. Cool. So there was that. This is the link to it. Do you have anything else we can look at? I have it in the background, so I'll know when they come back. Do you have any filings from? Nothing from Weinstein, though we will be looking for that later today, I think. Nothing from Nichols. And I think this... Okay, and this one from Huey was from yesterday. We looked at this yesterday, but in case you want the Huey motion from yesterday. Yeah, King's Guards, British Royal Guards. There we go. So nothing else new, but I know Weinstein was supposed to try to turn some stuff in today. Poor guy, because he's been busy. He's been busy and expected to know about an interview and what Woody said in it 6 days ago before he wrote his previous motions, more than 6 days ago. So that's that. We'll go back over to this chat. Before we end the stream, like after court ends today, we can look for those motions one more time and see if anything files in. You know, like 4:30 does seem to be that time. Woody stole the apple in the Garden of Eden. And no, Torres Hughes, Nick is touring around, and that's actually, let's see if he posted any pictures of, he went to the Sasquatch Museum. Let's see. No, I don't see anything on his Twitter. He might be doing his panel show tonight. Show us some pictures. He didn't mention doing one. If he does, I'll jump on there because I totally want to hear Sasquatch Museum stories. Yeah, so if you guys missed earlier during the lunch, we were getting, thanks to you guys in the chat, we were getting some updates on information coming from Ashley Merchant. Ashley Merchant has said that yes, the Brian Steele contempt issue is still at the appeal stage. And that also when it was all happening on that day, back in June, one of Glanville's deputies tried to say, look, Glanville is rescinding that contempt order. Don't worry about it. You guys don't have to be here. You can leave. To the GACDL, the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. You guys can go. You get it out of here. Don't worry about it. We're going to take it away. Yet it's still in the appeal stage today. So thank goodness that Ashley Merchant and Alex Souser and anyone who could try to get into that courtroom or who waited outside, they still stood their ground anyway. Because if they believed the deputy, they would have gotten played. They would have let themselves be played. So very, very awesome that they stood their ground that day and didn't buy that. And very interesting that Judge Glanville had one of his deputies try to tell people that. Because remember, Judge Glanville also told his deputies to go tell George Cheedy, reporter George Cheedy, hey, don't photograph, don't film, don't record Kenneth Copeland being arrested and being taken away, held in contempt. Don't record that. Okay, so he is doing a panel today. Hold on, let me check if there's a live link and I'm missing it, because I don't see it scheduled yet. If he schedules it, I'll drop a link to whatever. So this link I'm dropping now is just going to be for Nick Staro's channel. So if you want to catch a panel tonight, if he talks about being in court and what he did with his time in Atlanta, hit the bell because I don't see the live scheduled, so there's no way to hit the notify button right now. Oh my God, you're here. There you go. The Sasquatch Museum was amazing. My bad, you guys. Every time I click the invite button, there's a 50-50 chance that it's going to freeze the screen. And I just wanted to get a link for Nick, if Nick wanted to give us a quick Sasquatch summary. So Nick, yeah, put the F in the chat for me. Literally for me. I don't know why it does that. Because when you hit invite on StreamYard to get the link to invite someone, it does make a pop-up. And the pop-up works fine, but as soon as you click to copy it, it just does not play nice with me. So we'll get this back on the screen. Nick, if you want to give us a quick summary, you can hop on for a minute or two before they come back from break. And if not, definitely looking forward to seeing you share your Atlanta travel adventure story. Oh, we should get a Sasquatch emoji. When court starts again, I'll make a Sasquatch emoji for us to use. Just because. Did the Sasquatch plead the fifth? So the break right now is for tech issues again. And this is real time, so I don't see them. Yeah, I don't see them quite back in the courtroom yet. I just saw a head moving around in front of the little camera view. It's the curse of Judge Glanville. Oh. Might open that in another. Let's see. I think that might have and Nick's here. Oh my God, are you wearing a Hold on, let me make it bigger. Are you wearing a Sasquatch hat?
No, this is from Bucky's.
Bucky's? Shout out to Bucky's. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
What did you get from Bucky's?
I'm in a Chick-fil-A at the moment, so I had so much fun. I had so much fun at the Sasquatch Museum. It was amazing. And I
You're
got
exploring
souvenirs.
all the American places.
Yeah, I didn't know it existed. I was driving north from Atlanta to Chattanooga, and on the I-75, this huge billboard, Sasquatch Museum. And oh, hell yeah.
That's awesome. Did you take any pictures with, like, did they have like a model Sasquatch?
They had a few outside. I didn't take pictures with it, but I took pictures of it. And from the inside, I was allowed to record some and take pictures. And yeah, so some of it might be on tonight's panel show.
Yeah, sweet. That's what I'm waiting for. So I'm just dropping your channel link. I didn't see a notification, but as soon as I see the event, I'll share it so people can hit the notify button.
Yeah, I'm on the road, but as soon as I get to Valhalla's place, I will set everything up. So yeah.
Oh, sweet. So it's gonna be a Nick and Valhalla stream. Oh wait, are you doing panel or are you doing Lego or are you doing both? Is it gonna be 2 streams?
Lego is tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern. Tonight is Friday panel show. I don't know the timing of it yet because I need to be set up and stuff like that with everything young. So I will send you an invitation. Well, you don't need an invitation because you have access.
That's true. That's true. And then guys, so again, this is Nick's channel. He doesn't have the event set up, but I'm also going to drop a link to Lego. Let me find Lego Law's channel. Lego Law is a really cool channel. Bunch of panels of attorneys and sometimes non-attorneys get on and talk about recent cases as a panel while they build Lego. So this is Lego Law.
Yeah, it's they are inviting people. Like they had Rob from Law and Lumber, they had Joe and a bunch of people on. So it's a discussion and an interview while building Lego.
Okay, so I found the one that you're going to be on tomorrow. So that one is the actual event. Nick is from Sweden.
Yeah, and I'm doing a road trip across the USA. I'm trying to set up here so I can grab my.
Oh, I do like waffle fries. Shout out to waffle fries. Oh man, that actually sounds good. I haven't had French fries in a while.
Well, in the museum, they had 2 salons with documentaries, 20 minutes on each documentary. And they had excerpts from the Roosevelt book where he writes about these sightings. And yeah, I got souvenirs. I got T-shirt, I got a shot glass, and I got earrings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait to see you use the Sasquatch shot glass.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
It's in shape of a Sasquatch foot. It's
cute.
going to be so amazing.
We have a lot of TV shows here in the States that just are Sasquatch themed shows, like people looking for Sasquatch or telling Sasquatch encounter stories. It's like there's a lot of shows about it. But I never went to the museum. Next time I'm in Atlanta, I will go.
Yeah, I mean, and right opposite of it, there's a pinball museum. With all pinball, I didn't go in because I don't need to see it because I used to play on them, so I already know what it is.
I'm bad at pinball.
The things I played with as a kid is now in museums. Hey, yay! Thank you. Not feeling old at all.
Where in Sweden, Fletch is asking, are you from?
I grew up in the middle part, but I'm currently living in the south part. So I grew up in close to the border to Norway, in rural and mountains and forests, and yeah, I'm Appalachians, the Swedish equivalent of the Appalachians. That's where I grew up.
That's a good comparison.
And, yeah.
I've got another question for you, and you can keep eating your fries. Did you hear about Ashley Merchant's interview at all earlier today? Because if you didn't,
no,
there's a few pieces of tea. So obviously, Brian Steele's still dealing with the contempt issue. It's in the appeals court. But Ashley Merchant said that when they showed up on June 10th, when they were trying to hold him in contempt, Glanville had one of his deputies tell the attorneys, we're going to rescind the contempt order. There's nothing to worry about. You guys can leave. So Ashley Merchant said that on an interview with Professor Rez today. Yes, so when they weren't letting people in the courtroom, they were telling them, oh, it's a security issue for these defense attorneys to come sit inside. Ashley today said that they tried to tell them they weren't going to hold Brian Steele in contempt after all. They were going to rescind it. And sure, they didn't.
He didn't want that TV moment where every available lawyer in Georgia is in his courtroom wondering what are you doing? Oh, that's
crazy. And thank you, Stay Tipsy, for the super chat, by the way. But you know, I know you're traveling, but it might be something to listen to while you're driving. It was on Professor Nez's channel. And I think it was like maybe about
I'm
an hour
listening to
long.
you. I'm listening to you while I'm driving.
You're gonna listen to us listening to the Detective Gaither screaming videos.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it is.
And I said it before, I will say it again. Detective Gaither must be the most incompetent cop I have ever seen.
Yeah, I agree.
She has 2 brain cells and it's schizophrenic. There's no movement whatsoever.
Well, that's why it's funny that he called Thorpe squirrel brain.
Yeah. So apparently, but Thorpe hasn't been testifying yet, has he? In this trial, I don't think so. So we might meet an even more stupid investigator.
Unless they say it's cumulative.
Yeah.
And they don't allow it to come in.
Cumulative stupidity.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. I think the defense is trying to fight some of the remaining detectives. And maybe Whitaker will, for the cumulative factor, be like, yeah, let's move this trial along faster.
I don't get why the prosecution even wants these people, these investigators. I mean, they are in broad stripe prison outfits. I mean,
yeah, that was weird. Like sitting in the matching hoodies. Someone said Freddy Krueger because of the gray and red coloring, which I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm not even into. I haven't seen like those, but it was recognizable to me. That thick stripe familiarity.
Yeah, they look like these, RV couples that go on vacation and dress alike. Yeah.
You're seeing a lot of those on the road.
Yeah. I'm not saying anything, but I'm at a Chick-fil-A. I might see a few here as well.
And then Angela says, have you been through Oklahoma yet? I'd love to host you.
I'm not passing through Oklahoma. What I have left is Knoxville. Then I'm off to Indiana. I'm changing cars in Indianapolis. And then off to meet up with Kaiser and Mo in the Deep End. The Sunday barbecue at Kaiser's, which he invited me to.
They need Kaiser to fix the audio in the interrogation rooms and the courtroom. That would be so great if we could listen to Kaiser's quality audio in this stuff.
Yeah,
Kaiser has a great microphone setup, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, and then Monday, probably going to the Delphi, Indiana. Because,
case,
well,
that's cool.
The Delphi case.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. A lot of people are interested in that, in the Delphi case. Because it's like shenanigans. You want to keep the cameras out of the courtroom for what exactly?
Yeah, the judge there, Judge Dahl, was one of the judges who proposed to the legislators that cameras should be in every courtroom. But now, when she is the one, no, out you go. She did that off your F motion and nope. And her rulings are unimaginably bad.
Okay, well, we've got, because my answer to Start Pushing Weight Again, thank you, Start Pushing Weight Again, is going to be really pretty much no. But Nick, I think your body language when you read a question like this, does the state have any forensic evidence, the ballistic data? Do they have ballistics on this Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
They never did it. They just have casings.
They have casings. That's all they have.
They have casings.
But they have no gun to match it with. So, yeah. No. They cannot. They might try to introduce the casings are not matched, but are the same caliber as
a gun that someone may
somebody
have said
admitted
that
of
they
having.
carry.
Yeah.
And I think it's gonna be that Woody said that they carried. It's not even gonna be a person themselves saying that they had this caliber gun. It's going to be Woody saying that they had that caliber gun, and maybe that they had it at that
Yeah.
time. Someone else's word that they had it at that time. Oh, I saw him holding. So that's why you haven't seen it presented. Start pushing weight. That's why you have not seen it presented, because it's not there. It's like the report.
Yeah. The reports were mysteriously missing because of this alleged hacking incident in 2019, was it? But that hacking incident, they were really pinpointing hacking only things that are useful for the defense, while the prosecution stuff, that's still around. It's amazing hack.
And APD doesn't have those photos either. They lost their pictures.
Yeah, which was amazingly funny in that laundromat situation a few months ago, where they claimed, no, there's no surveillance camera. No, they never saw any surveillance camera. But then Mr. I think it was Mr. Steele, can you bring up that photo, states evidence, blah, blah, blah. Can you enhance that corner? Oh, look,
right
a surveillance camera. It was right there. And cop after cop said, no, nothing. And the nail in the coffin there for me was when the custodian brought in the radio traffic. And in that radio traffic, you can hear them saying, let this car through, it's the owner. We are going to watch the surveillance video.
So it wasn't like it was a sleight of mind. They didn't think of it. They expressly were saying they were about to watch something that we didn't even know they had a camera. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, you guys.
I mean,
what integrity.
Yeah.
It's just shaking the head constantly. And thank you again, Start Pushing, for the super chat. Same for Angela. Thanks for the super chat.
But now we're going to dive into
you enjoy that
burger thingy. Yeah. So
the burger thingy.
Thanks for having. Yeah. Chicken burger thingy. Grill club chicken something. And I'm going to dive. And you don't want to watch it.
No, you enjoy it.
It's
you
chicken,
enjoy it.
It's bread. Yeah. You don't want to see me go dive into this. But thank you for having me on. Thank you for so I can tell you all at least part of the Sasquatch Museum. And yeah, we will talk more later today.
We will see you later. Bye, Nick. See you back in the chat.
Bye.
I'm going to put this screen back up there. Thank you again to Angela. And then thank you, Angie. This is so nice. Thank you, Cat, Mods, and Chat. You guys are the best. That's right. Love the chat. Love the mods. Start Pushing Weight and Stay Tipsy. Interesting names back and forth. So Start Pushing Weight and Stay Tipsy are now members. Thank you so much, you guys. Every time I see a head bobbing in the court, I'm like, did they fix it? Did they fix it? Did they fix it? And they don't come back. Porcelain Thunder says, I can hear you getting fatter. This is on purpose. Yeah, chicken burger thingy. And it's so funny because Chick-fil-A, their billboards are always like talking about saving a cow. So instead of eating beef, go to Chick-fil-A and eat chicken. And he's like, yeah, burger. Yeah, we all want burger chicken thingies. Waffle fries are so good. Yeah, where's the McDonald's video? That's a good... We're not talking about McDonald's on Nick Staro's road trip. The McDonald's video from 2015, relevant to this case. Where is it? Yeah, like the physical notebooks disappeared. Crime scene photos, just, oops, we don't have them. Oh no, Nicole Harris, we just had you miss Nick Starro. So I'm going to give him the reminder there. And then let me get your username here. We love new content creators. Thank you for putting your handle, because I don't know if Nicole Harris would have come up right away. So I think I have your channel here. Maybe not. Let me check it. There you go. That's your picture. Found the right one. Okay, so I just put Nicole's channel in the chat. And I see some content. We've got a lot of YSL trial reactions. I know you guys love that stuff, so make sure you check Nicole out. I just subscribed myself. And I can't believe Dwight Howard's uncle was not going to try this case, but Fani is. And that's been a big, big thing, especially with the Ashley Merchant interview today. Because there's been talk about it before, but when you hear it come from Ashley Merchant, it's kind of like solidifying it a bit more. And it makes you wonder, someone didn't want to try something when the evidence could have been fresher, when more witnesses could have been available to testify. Because we have some witnesses that are deceased or otherwise not available for other reasons. Why would you feel more comfortable coming in late, diving in late to something that you weren't overseeing at first, and then deciding to try it while you have less available? Great question. Great question. If you guys want to, in the chat, pretend you're Fani and answer that question. Because it's a big question. And thank you so much. I'm peeking at your channel. So you said you use Instagram more. And comedian. Okay, good. Great. So when we get YSL reactions from Nicole, it's going to be the relief that we need after watching these long drawn out videos with Gaither screaming in our ears. It's going to be much, much needed. So here is Nicole. We're going to call you comedian Nicole. There you go, right in the chat again. So make sure you subscribe. And Gwennon thinks personal grudge could be a possibility. Could be it. Because it is really interesting. You have that stuff with YSL Mondo where when Fani was a criminal defense attorney, you know, represented Mondo. There's certain things that are privileged. Mondo was not indicted. Crazy. Interesting. Aaliyah living my best life. Good to see you. Especially on a Friday. Glad you're here. Thank you so much for the support. Eternity says all about nut. Eslo says it's for the clout. Julie says just because they can. Because clearly it's allowed. F.Baby is calling it flat out, saying that it was because of nut. Jerry says for politics. Ashley says to make a name. This looks a bit more like we're getting back in the courtroom, so hopefully they fix these IT issues. There's more people moving around, and it looks like, you know, the state is actually at their table. But who knows? Who knows when IT issues will fix? Or who knows if we'll start and then they'll just have IT issues again. Scholar says, Woody has pulled off the greatest finesse in RICO history. Amber Dawn says, Nick looks like he's going to dress down day at Parliament. Yeah, a lot of people. Fani dated Nut. Ego. Trying to show that she's hard on crime and fixing that crime rate. And then I guess there's another conversation going on in the chat about beans on toast and then spaghetti on toast. Oh, S-low. Do people say slow? Like, they ignore that the S is little? I'm usually pretty bad with pronunciations, to be fair. But the capitalization, I was like, that's probably S-low. Nick Starl says his usual clothes are Canadian tuxedo. And then let's see. Yes to spaghetti, no to the beans. Yeah, Kate, I agree. Put a 1 in the chat if you think these IT issues should mean that we're done watching these videos. Let us do something else. Or at least give us some questioning. They really could have been asking Woody questions this whole time. But that's not going to be their strategy. They just want to dump these videos, be done, maybe ask like a couple questions to try to recall the big theme of what they want the jury thinking about. But man, they should have. You guys don't want these videos. You guys are over it. Fani needs to charge herself with RICO, someone says. Oh my goodness. Everyone's like, please, please. Casper. Ooh, beans on toast with Worcestershire sauce and cheddar cheese. So we're getting more creative with this bean versus spaghetti on toast conversation. This AI chat has to be crazy. And Good Vibe says Mondo has an interview where he says Fani didn't want to try this case. So that's why we have love. Stalling until next week's break. Hold on, I searched for the YSL indictment press conference. It keeps giving me all Trump indictment instead of YSL. Yeah, Worcester sauce, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, if we take the deep dive into conspiracy, we can say politicians want to control music. Unfortunately for the state, even if cross-examination doesn't start today, they've got the jury's gone for the full week next week. I still think there's nothing significant that helps the state that would be lingering in the jury's minds over this week. They're gonna forget about all of it. I know, Worcester sauce, whatever. So this law and crime thing is live. They just haven't come back. They're just doing a great job with these microphones, or I don't know if it's the computers, like something with the program that they're using to show the evidence, or if it's the actual hardware, like their headphones and stuff. And then Phil says, send the jury home, tell them they can catch up when they watch Cat on YouTube this evening. They're just gonna be here like, oh, there's another Woody hot mic moment. It's crazy. I mean, at this point, they really could have had this half day. Yeah, I'm just adding letters. Well, there's letters there, whatever. Not Worcester sauce. That's even worse. Worcester sauce. Woody's interviews broke it. We're on break because Woody had to pee again. Wash your sister sauce, Waukesha sauce. Worcestershire. What's this here sauce? Hey, what wine who's? Good morning, all the way in Australia. Okay, wait. So, what are we getting with this AI chat, Jen? Oh, it's not giving me an AI prompt. It's not telling me what we're talking about. I probably can't figure it out. It's lost. Is anyone getting an AI chat summary? Dang, I was gonna hope that they're like talking about roosters and washing sisters. Worcestershire sauce. We broke it. We're having IT problems with YouTube because we were trying to pronounce Worcester sauce. Yeah, we broke it, you guys. The W sauce. Yeah, can you imagine? I really wouldn't be surprised. Like, Judge Whitaker comes back, she does her loud sigh, and she goes, "Sorry to bring you back in here. We're gonna recess for the day." The equipment in the courtroom and the AI chat summary are on strike. What's that here sauce? What's that there sauce? Honestly, at this rate, you probably could go cut your grass and come back, Ian. It's Judge Glambo messing with the equipment in his courtroom. And then Gwennon, it's just something that I see pop up. But it's just not like when I refresh the stream, it can pop up. But now I just don't see it popping up. That AI chat summary. I'm not sure if you have to do anything to see it normally. I think it just like shows up on its own. Bloody Marys and mimosa. Yeah, they do put Worcester sauce in that, right? I've never wanted to drink like a Bloody Mary, so I don't really know, but I think they do put that in there. Yeah, there you go. We can only hope. Because this is a time. Oh, they have a verdict. Hold on, we have a verdict in the, I think, unless I'm looking at a clickbait title. Hold on, let's go to Susan Lawrence.
Before we
have a verdict.
take the verdict from him, I'm going to read the jurors their instructions upon discharge, which gives the jurors their rights. I hope everyone will respect that. And remind everybody to keep the same calm demeanor we've had the whole trial. Again, I appreciate it. The jurors will pass a note to the bailiff and to me. The clerk ultimately will publish the verdict. Either side wants the jurors polled. Again, we will poll them by number. Okay, and they have their numbers. Let's bring them in.
Her attorney is like, oh boy. This is the woman that shot and killed a black mother through her front door while the door was closed. Susan Lawrence.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ajika Owens was the victim's name.
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, I think it is bad neighbor case is like the short name for it.
John, it's my understanding you have reached a verdict in this case. Is that correct? What I'm going to read to you is the last instruction. This regards you as
The court
jurors.
camera is messed up. It's not
Ladies and
me.
gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required
Maybe it is me. Let me check.
years that a jury's deliberations,
Sorry.
discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. Can you please hand the verdict to the bailiff, please? I'll have the clerk read the verdict.
Verdict as to count one. We, the jury, find as to count
I
one
think
of the
guilty.
charge. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the
There you
defendant personally used a firearm? Yes. So say we all, dated the 16th day of August, 2024.
Does either side wish to poll the jurors to be polled?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, please poll the jurors by number only.
Juror number one, is this your verdict? Juror number two, is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number three, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number four, is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number five, is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number six, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can go back to the jury room, please wait there and I'll discharge you in a few moments, okay? Here we go. Also, here's the last one.
I can't handle
I'll
seeing
take that
people
date.
cry. I like absorb it.
Let me get that one back.
She just looks still and steady and
Ms. Lawrence, the jury has found you guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. You're going to be adjudicated guilty of that offense. I assume that sentencing will be at a later date. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
Are you requesting a pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, sir.
What I'm going to do is have the Department of Corrections prepare a pre-sentence investigation. I'll continue this case. I'll put it all the way to the November docket, although I expect us to be sentenced long before that. I'm just putting us far enough away to get everything done. So when we get the PSI done, then please contact my office. We'll
we
set up
do
sentencing.
have
Ms. Lawrence, you're going to be
YSL
held
back.
in custody of the Marion
So let's
County
go
Jail
back over
without bond
there.
until that time. Okay? Thank you and good luck to you.
We're all gonna cross our fingers and see what happens. Let's get the jury out. And Mr. Copeland back. And in the meantime, I'm gonna
Banner.
personally request that IT order a backup to this ASAP. Is that even working? Did it already go out again? It's already starting to not work. So did we try the reboot thing?
Yeah, there's the firearm enhancement. So I forget the specifics, but that definitely bulks that sentencing up.
know. Doesn't sound like it. Is it? Okay. I don't know. It just suddenly sounded different. It's
Oh my
So,
god,
anyway.
stop my ears.
I think I'm just going to let the jury go home because it's already 3:00 and I mean, it works for a second. It doesn't work for a second.
Oh boy.
Okay. Well, is that going to work? Let's hear what that sounds like because this is not working. Busy on the bench, and so we need to back out ASAP, like 3 weeks ago. Thank you.
You're gonna be more stern with the IT people than the state. Like the IT people are gonna have deadlines, but the state doesn't.
Oh shit. I saw the fucking photo of Tick in the fucking jailhouse and you behind him.
The sound works.
Okay. Well, we'll switch it back to, I mean, they're not asking him any questions that he needs to answer right now. We'll switch everything back and cross our fingers. I mean, I hope that's where they have it turned to.
Because I'm a motherfucker who won't go to basketball players' case. You know, I'm this with me and OJ, I was sure. I'm again, sure. So I look out there, that's killing cool. Well, sure.
Huh?
You can bring the ass down in this motherfucker right now.
I can hear, but I can't hear what I'm saying.
That motherfucker together.
What?
No, I mean, that part is difficult to understand. He said he could hear it, but he could not understand it, and she's yelling, but that's the way it works.
That's the way it sounded before. When she raises her voice, it sounds like that. So that's no different than it was before. So wind it back to wherever you're going to start it. Let's get the jury out.
Woody sounded like you guys in the chat.
And Sally
I can hear it, but I
looks
can't
like the
understand what they're
acronym.
saying. Oh my goodness.
Do I need to hear this?
What?
I'm saying, do I need to hear it?
Well, I mean, to the extent you were listening before, just continue to listen. If you were listening or tuned out, I don't know. But
No, I'm saying when I had these on, I was hearing it, but like that, I can't hear it.
okay. Well, I mean, are you going to be asking him questions about this? You've already asked him. You already examined him. So
I have to follow a few follow-ups, but it's stuff that already come in.
okay.
Your Honor,
The follow-up is to stuff that is already.
Your Honor, we're going to be asking him questions about it.
Don't get too comfortable. You're not going to be staying. So I'm just going to be sending y'all home early. It's Friday, so happy Friday. We have not been able to come up with a sufficient solution that seems to last for more than a few minutes. Hopefully in the 10 days between now and when we see y'all again, we will have solved this issue. But for now, I'm gonna release you with the reminders that you should not discuss this case with anybody else or allow anybody else to discuss it with you or in front of you. Don't try to find out any information about the case from any source. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't listen to or watch or otherwise take in any kind of media or other accounts about this case or anybody involved in it. And have a pleasant weekend and week and next weekend. And then I will see y'all. What is the date of that next Monday? Monday, the 26th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Me too.
You don't go anywhere yet. Hang on just a sec. And now this is working. But, you know. All right. Yeah, now it's working great, but it's obviously not working well enough to count on. All right, so we shouldn't need Mr. Copeland until Monday, the 26th also, right? Okay. So Mr. Copeland, you can go for now. I'll be back
He's
here
gonna
at
run
9
out of there.
a.m. on Monday, the 26th.
Can I go now?
You may for now, yes. Be back Monday, the 26th at 9.
There was one other solution that we could potentially use. We have a Mondo board at the district attorney's office.
Not
We
a
were
Mondo
allowed
board.
To use it with the configuration that we had previously where the jurors were sitting in front of the box.
I don't know what a Mondo board is.
I'll describe it. It's a very large computer screen, a very large computer
Okay.
on wheels that has a speaker attached to it, which may be loud enough for everyone in the far end of the courtroom to hear it undistorted, as well as allowing the jury to hear it.
Okay.
If the court is.
Do you want to wheel it up here and
Yeah.
let's give it a shot?
That was going to be my request, yes. So I'm having someone bring it over. if that's
Thank
the
you.
case.
Can I ask you a question about the Mondo board?
Are you going to be able to hook that headphone up to it so Mr. Copeland can hear off the Mondo board?
It would actually be easier to reach the headphones with the Mondo board being where we anticipate.
We'll give it a shot. Somebody can stand in for Mr. Copeland since I've released him and see if you can hear sufficiently and undistortedly through the earphones, headphones. Okay, while we wait, why don't we get a jump on our next week's work? Who's ready on anything? Y'all should be ready on something by now. Okay. All right, on the PowerPoint, we should have states either written or ready to have oral response by now.
Well, actually, Judge, I had not finalized that. I know the court gave me a deadline. I was going.
Okay.
You're supposed to
Well,
come on.
one side's ready, but I don't know how y'all are ready when you haven't given them your.
The final, no.
Okay, so we're not ready on that. And I know that we haven't filed. Okay, let me ask you this. How about the issue of the Ryan motion to suppress his statement because of the incomplete Miranda warnings? Or allegedly incomplete Miranda
This is
warnings.
Angela DeWilliams and Leah Abbasi.
I don't know if the court is addressing us, but if the court is, we need to have a Jackson general hearing because again, that is not where I placed our focus. We were trying to make certain that other things the court instructed were done by today.
Okay, well, what was it that you were supposed to be doing by today? That,
We were working on exhibits, witness lists with the.
That you're supposed to have 2 weeks ago.
so when were you gonna get all of this 3 pages worth of things we're gonna tackle next week to the court and to the defense for their consideration? Sunday at midnight? All right, well, let me ask you this. On the Ryan motion to suppress, have you looked at it? Do you believe that the Miranda is complete? That the Miranda warnings are complete?
Look at her face. Why'd she just do that?
My position on that is that Mr. Ryan, and his ability at this point to move to exclude that evidence, would be untimely, number one. He has been convicted of it, and I believe that having heard it, there's an argument to be made on both sides, frankly. I hear what the officer is saying, and I think that there's just an argument to be made on both sides, to be fair. So,
Do you think that the law supports that if an incomplete Miranda is given, that the statement can nonetheless be used against the defendant?
Not in the state's case in chief.
And y'all didn't use it in the case in chief, did you?
Not in the previous trial.
All right. And yet you think that you have some law that would permit you to use it in some later trial against the same defendant?
That's not what I was saying.
Okay. Well, I guess I will just wait eagerly to see what it is that your argument is going to be on that. Just trying to think of some of the really
And I am willing to speak
easy things.
I am willing to speak with Mr. Williams more after we get a couple of other things situated.
Which Mr. Williams?
Miss D. Williams.
Oh, Miss D. Williams.
D. Williams.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thought you said Mr. Williams. Apparently I'm hard of hearing too.
No, so I will communicate with her, and if our position changes to such that it becomes a moot issue, she'll know and the court will know before Monday.
Okay. All righty. Well, I know that I haven't, Mr. Weinstein, gotten your promised motion to exclude Mr. Kendrick's first couple of hours of his statement. But the teaser was that y'all had just found out that he was represented by an attorney in an unrelated matter. And therefore, law enforcement should have reached out to that attorney before questioning him in this matter. Am I right about what the basic theory is?
That's the basic theory, but
Okay.
I am not prepared to argue that today, and I am
Okay.
still working on the motion. And
Okay.
I think that Mr. Apt maybe clarified that would be filed tomorrow.
Yeah, he did. That just pretty much seems like black letter law to me as well. And I don't know, maybe there's some U.S. Supreme Court cases.
Look
that
at
have
Love
come
ready to
out
launch.
recently,
She's ready to launch.
or since I took criminal law in law school, that answer that question differently than how I was taught it. But so I will also eagerly await whatever your legal theory is.
Thank
So,
you, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
Perhaps that's why I'm still working on it.
Perhaps that's why. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. I mean, I don't know if there's any point in going back over the list that I have reviewed with y'all almost every day this week, because there may be nothing that both sides are ready on. And I realize that I'm a few days ahead of where I thought we would be, or when I thought we would be taking these things up, but just thought those two might be easy ones. Oh, do we have the ability yet to identify, other than whatever was in the wiretaps, any other co-conspirator statements that y'all on the defense maintain are late identified?
Your Honor, we maintain that all statements beside the 3 statements provided.
And I understand that, and y'all told me that before, but I don't know not the 3 that were identified before, not anything from the wiretaps. Are there others? And if so, what are they?
Okay, so the state, I thought that where we left it, and I wasn't even here that day, but I watched the video, that where we left it is that the state has provided hundreds of wiretaps and jail calls and still have not identified statements within those hundreds. So for us on our side to go through the hundreds, guess the statements that the state is going to may use, and then give them that list would take a
Right.
significantly long time, when what the state could do, because I'm sure they have their case lined up by now, is to give us the statements that they've identified. And then if we have a legal argument against them, we can make that argument. And just for the record, Judge Glanville not only told them to provide all of the statements back in December of 2022, but after that, he told them to not only identify statements, but any evidence that they've identified, transcripts, any of the case, videos, that if they know that something is inadmissible, they need to go ahead and redact it. Tell us, hey, I'm going to introduce this. I've already redacted things that I know as an experienced litigator. It's probably not admissible. And then if we have any further redactions, to let them know. So that is the way this was supposed to move timely, not be a trial by ambush, not have the jury sitting outside waiting on us to get through the issues. These are the orders from Glanville. And Your Honor, respectfully, none of them get followed.
I'm noticing that.
Oh, okay, Whitaker, a little.
How about, I had asked about the January 10th,
The blurb at the beginning
that
of
was,
the day.
and you, Ms. Love, weren't here at the time, and we wondered if maybe you knew
I
the
heard.
origin of that?
I heard, and I do know the
Okay.
origin of that. So if I'm not mistaken, the court was inquiring, and there was a motion of sorts regarding the date at the top of the picture of Mr. Stillwell looking out of Mr. Williams' condo, contemplating. So that photograph, Ms. Hilton was correct in that Mr. Zachary told the police that he took the photograph a few days earlier or in the latter part of 2014. However, the date on the photograph comes from as it was placed on the social media page, the same way that the date of a posting appears on any Instagram or Twitter or whatever. The date of the posting is under the picture that is posted. So I didn't, unless I misinterpreted what the question was, the answer is that it was screen grabbed from Mr. Stillwell's account. And the date of the posting as shown on his social media page was January 10th, 2015.
Okay, well, it didn't, if it's a screen grab, is this the screen grab?
I'd have to see the one.
Well, it's what's filed in the motion.
That's the motion in limine.
Motion in limine regarding admissibility of social media posts and alleged date of posting that was filed 8/15.
If Your Honor would allow me
Sure.
to take a look at it.
You guys have already
Ms.
tried to
Preston,
argue
you
this. You
can
should be aware.
please. See that little,
Oh, so
hand it back to me.
what that is, Your Honor, is that when a person is looking on the social media page and they want to know the date of a posting and they hover, it'll pop up or pop out in that manner.
So screenshot when it's
Are you
popped
gonna
up.
have somebody that is gonna be able to testify to that?
We sure are.
And
Because it was done
so
on more than one.
somebody hovered, that date appeared, and then y'all took the screenshot or whatever, screen grab?
Two things. We, in not just this instance, in other instances as well, we not only captured it as it was shown, like if it with January the 10th, 2015 on the picture itself, but we also went back, the person who was looking at the social media page and hovered just to get that pop out that the court is looking at on that exhibit. So in multiple cases, we have a screenshot of a social media page with the date on it, and then a corresponding screenshot with the hovering where the date pops
Okay.
out.
So will you then intend to admit it as, or offer it as, are you gonna have both of those things available?
Both, yes, I mean, yes, in terms of what we intended to proffer.
It would be the screenshot as you look at it, or the screen grab as you look at it.
Yes.
That has it the way we normally see it, and then also the hover, and then also somebody that is gonna be able to say, when we see these dates, we have a reasonable degree of confidence that they actually mean what they say.
Yes,
and why?
we would have the person who first saw it and pulled it from the page, one, talk about what's on the screen grab, what's on the exhibit, and two, what the date means on the exhibit based on their understanding and knowledge of that particular social media platform. And three, we would ask, because I wouldn't see a need to admit both the original posting and the posting where it's popped out. But just as a next layer of confirmation as to the date that it was posted, we would ask, hey, how do you know? And then that person would say, well, you can also hover over the picture or the
But
posting.
who's that person?
And the date pops out.
Can you produce them?
And if the question becomes, well, did you do that? Yes, here's that exhibit with that pop out.
Name
date.
the person right now, or you're gonna make up a
Right.
person.
And is there any objection to, I know this shows like some comments also, is there objection to that?
There is, and in my, as I was preparing an exhibit, we, in accordance with what usually has occurred, is we take out all the extra comments, and my prepared exhibit has that all taken out. So I just wanted to put I didn't want anyone to say I did anything to the one that I was putting in my motion. But can I inquire about that? Because just so the court understands, in this discovery dump 1 to 2, that's where this picture is, to my understanding. I know it's there. It may be other places. And it just says, it's a folder, it says social media, and then there's a bunch of pictures. I don't know at this point, unless I missed it, I don't know who hovered over what picture, who collected this or anything like that. So I'm just trying to understand who's going to authenticate how this was collected and what date it was and how they hovered over the picture.
Have we gotten to the production of that information yet?
Your Honor, we have that in, we've turned over, actually they turned over attorney work products. So that information is contained within a report that was authored by, I believe, Mr. Sprinkle in our office. So and that actual picture is addressed directly.
Okay.
So in as much as we turn that report over.
All right, sounds like it's Mr. Sprinkle.
He's one of the people who addresses that report, that social media posting.
Name all the people.
And what is
Name all of them
contained
so you
and
don't
what it
invent
shows.
somebody.
The person
Say who it is now.
collected this photo and hovered, or is he just making reports saying, I've got a pile of papers that are in a file and one of them happens to be a picture of Mr. Stillwell?
The way that we got the photo or knowledge that we should be looking there is from one of the investigators, the gang investigator, Gaither, who was working on the case, looking through social media files. Mr. Sprinkle, as I understand his report and as I understand my conversations with him, and I will make certain that what I'm saying is absolutely correct. Mr. Sprinkle addresses in his report this social media posting, and then he talks about the date that it was posted. My memory is that he talks about the popping out, but I have to look at that. But I know that it is definitely Mike Sprinkle and Investigator Gaither that, and as with the rest of them, he addresses quite a number of social media postings, both he and other investigators that have worked on the case.
All right. All right, so at least we've got that answered.
So is Gaither coming back in?
Or not?
It's been answered respectfully, Your Honor, but I guess this is just my way of saying this evidence did show up in their list of exhibits that they plan to introduce in the near future, and I am flagging my objection for the reasons I stated, and I guess we'll see how things
Okay, well, I mean,
transpire.
sounds like a maybe authentication objection, maybe.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so you're going to be put to the task of
As we are.
establishing that. Okay. How far away is the Mondo board?
This is crazy.
Okay, so Mr. Steele had brought a challenge to, and I'm may be misstating this, but I think to including for the jury's consideration, I guess, overt acts that occurred prior in time to the RICO statute. Is that right? Or is it not? It could be not right.
I think it's right.
Okay.
For verdict. So the example that, the obvious example that I use in my mind is there's 191 overt acts.
Right.
And let's say overt act, the rental of the Infinity happens on January 7th of 2015. That's the only overt act that's proven. Every other 190 are not proven. There would not be a conspiracy because the overt act is not within 5 years. So my point is, I understand that the conspiracy allegedly continues and the state of Georgia can put in, if the court permits, different examples of predicate acts and overt acts.
And do you agree that they can put in for consideration overt acts that occurred further back in time than the 5 years?
Yes, the case law says that that's
So
appropriate.
is your argument just that unless at least one of the overt acts that the jury finds I'm going to have to start over because I can't remember how I started that. Unless at least one of them is within that 5-year statute, then they can't be convicted. That's your argument. Yeah.
Perfect.
I mean, I think y'all agree with that. That it didn't sound like, that isn't what I understood your argument to be before, but if that's what your argument is, then yes, I agree. That appears to be the law.
So I'm not hearing that he's asking that 190, that there's a form for, that includes 190 overt acts on the verdict form because, and this is the reason I'm asking about that, because any relevant information or evidence that is permitted at trial that constitutes an overt act. The overt act does not have to be alleged on the indictment, and we certainly don't, that list that is contained within count 1
not what the argument
never
is.
been represented as an exhaustive list of overt acts. And the overt acts that
Look at Doug.
introduce at trial don't have to be included in count 1. And if the jury finds, I mean, I understand what Mr. Steele is saying, and I'm not arguing with that last summation that the court gave. But my point
Yes,
is
you
that
are.
I understood him to be saying something akin to, I want a special verdict form that includes the overt acts that are listed on the indictment, and I want them to say if they found this one, this one, this one, and if the ones that they find occurred prior to 5 years before the indictment, then they cannot find the defendant guilty of that count 1.
If only the ones they find occurred more than 5 years prior.
Right. That's
Then
what
they
I
can't
understood
find
him to
them
be
guilty.
saying.
Then why'd you stand up and say you didn't understand
We're all
it?
on the same page then.
So as long as we're not talking about listing out the 191,
Oh,
because
we might be talking about listing out the 191, because how can I know whether they found one within the statute unless they say yes or no as to each of them?
well, they could state, they don't have to, the reason that I would object to putting 191 is that it would limit them to consideration of 191. And if evidence of one that happened, for instance, during the course of this trial
Yeah.
is not on the indictment.
It's not, and they can, I mean, we haven't gotten to that, but I would think they can consider that potentially. But if the only thing they find is an overt act is something that occurred post indictment in the jail, and that's the only thing they find, they can't be convicted because you haven't indicted them for that.
Oh, Your Honor, yes, you can, and I will get that case law for the court.
Okay, well,
But
I'll
definitely you
be
can.
interested in seeing how they can get convicted of something they weren't indicted for, but okay. I have so much exciting case law to look forward to.
Yes, Your Honor, the court does. They were indicted for conspiracy to commit, to violate the Georgia Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. The overt act, that's count one. The overt acts that are listed in the indictment
So, okay, they were indicted for conspiracy and?
For
A and B?
No, they were indicted for conspiracy.
Okay.
And so all the jury needs to find, after they find that there's an enterprise, that there's conspiracy, that people participated in it, only one person has to commit one overt act for the jury to find them guilty of count one. And not by them, I mean all of the people that they determined were part of the enterprise. Right. So if they find and believe that during the course of this trial, an act that is considered that can constitute an overt act was committed by either one of the defendants, then they have what the law requires to convict each of the defendants that they find participated in or conducted this conspiracy guilty of count one. So the notion that you enumerate 1 through 191 overt acts, and that you limit the jury's consideration to whether or not the overt act that they find the one person committed is within these 191 acts is not an accurate statement.
All right, well,
of
give
the
me
law.
the law on that. That really wasn't what I was trying to address anyway. What I was trying, but I mean, obviously we're gonna have to deal with that as well. What I was trying to figure out is whether Mr. Steele was arguing that if it was outside of the 5-year statute, those overt acts either couldn't be considered, which he's not arguing, or couldn't be found, which he's also not arguing. He's just arguing they can't be convicted unless at least one of them is within the statute, which we all agree
If
to.
that's all he's
Okay.
arguing, then I don't have.
That's all he's arguing, but I'm gonna need to know, because you're gonna be arguing against that kind of a jury verdict.
The form.
And that they could find an overt act that occurred subsequent to the indictment and is therefore not contained within the indictment could form the sole basis for them being found guilty. And I'm gonna need to know the law on that.
And to be clear, just to make sure that the court understands my position, not just that happened since the indictment. If there's an overt act that's not listed on the indictment that they find did occur, even if it happened pre-indictment,
Okay.
because we did not and do not have to include all of the overt acts committed in furtherance of this conspiracy. So that's the reason I would object to that.
You don't have to object to it. I'm not making a decision right now. I'm just saying I'm gonna need the law on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That an overt act not listed at all can be the sole basis for the conviction.
Assuming all the other elements are met, yes. that
Okay.
overt act.
All right.
Yes.
This is like mind numbing.
And then I'll find, on your Bruton thing, on your Bruton assertions, have you been able to get with the state to see if y'all can work out something redacted?
No, I was going to put it in writing first.
And then
And
get with them? Okay, that's fine.
Well, I wasn't going to get with them, but
Get with someone from the state?
Yes.
That's fine. I'm not gonna order you to get with Miss Love on anything.
You know, I
'cause-
have an interesting issue on it. If I can just
I know, but he minds getting with you, so.
make a statement, if it just, it'll be in the motion,
Okay,
but I find it interesting. So Bruton and then the newest Supreme Court precedent, all this will be in the motion for everyone to see. But as just discussed, the RICO conspiracy in count one, I can't find a case yet, Your Honor. I will try to make it over the weekend. As soon as I get it, I'll send it to everyone. If I don't have it, though, I invite everybody. But it's the RICO conspiracy, and the Bruton then is not just like I eliminate everything with Mr. Williams that Mr. Kendrick said. Anything inculpatory about Mr. Williams, I assume I can't cross-examine Mr. Kendrick, so I put that down, the timestamp. I did the same for Mr. Stillwell. We did it together. So it's coming just easy for one motion. But he talks about Mr. Copeland, Mr. Arnold. All these people are supposed co-conspirators.
right.
Well, according to the law of RICO, I assume, conspiracy, then Mr. Williams could be cleared of everything, but if he's found part of the conspiracy, then the act of Mr. Copeland is a act of Mr. Williams. So I'm having a struggle here. I don't want to, and I put it in here, I don't want to limit my redaction to just Mr. Williams, which I typically would do.
Right.
Okay, so I just want to highlight that.
Okay, well, that'll also be interesting. And that actually is an interesting issue. I'm not being facetious about that, which I kind of was about some of the other ones. Okay, well, to the extent that any of y'all can get your filings made, not that I want to spend my weekend reading it, but I'd rather be prepared for court on Monday than not. So if you get it done before, the middle of the night on Sunday night, please file it and get it to Miss Persfield so that she can get it to me so that I can start reading and digesting and considering it. So I like to be prepared. Okay, so where's the Mondo board?
Your Honor, that's what we're getting, and I keep pausing to.
No, I didn't know you had to be the one in charge of
Well, I
getting
have-
it. I hope somebody else is wheeling it over.
Someone else is securing it for me.
All right. All right. So y'all always come up with new things. Is there anything new that we need to talk about in our time that we unexpectedly have this afternoon?
Issue, and I've thought about this recently, and it's going to come up, I believe, and that is previously in this trial, individuals who have pled, their plea agreements have been coming into evidence.
Right.
That was over objection.
Mhm.
I'm not sure why that was happening. I don't believe that's proper. And I've got to research it some
So
more.
you raised that a little bit before, and I thought I had basically said there's going to have to be a reason that something from the plea agreement becomes relevant. Like they're now saying that was not a voluntary plea, and then we could go through that.
Okay.
Are there other?
Well,
I mean, no, they should not wholesale. Are you talking about the transcript of the whole colloquy and everything, or the fact that they pled the conviction?
No, I'm not articulating well. The state, when they had each of these gentlemen plead guilty, they presented them with a plea agreement, which had certain terms and also certain acknowledgements.
Oh, like their deal.
Their deal, but then they also, it lists certain factual acknowledgements that they acknowledge as true, and they initial them.
Sure.
And all this was prepared by the state and then initialed by the accused who pled guilty.
All right, and they were all counseled, right?
And they were all counseled.
Okay.
And those were previously Mr. Murphy, Mr. Walter Murphy. There's been others have testified after entering a plea, and those have come in. Trontavious Stevens was another one.
Okay.
And their plea agreements are actually in evidence. Mr. Sledge has a plea agreement with these factual acknowledgments.
Uh-huh.
I don't believe, there's two things. Just wholesale, I don't believe it's appropriate that those agreements prepared by the state and initialed by the defendants would necessarily come into evidence. It seems to me it would be the same as a police report coming into evidence. You got live testimony. Why would a written document that summarizes the live testimony come into evidence? So that would be A. But then also, specifically with Mr. Sledge, there's one acknowledgement that he makes, which I don't have it right in front of me, but I'm summarizing. He essentially says either he believes or he has knowledge that people associated with the YSL are responsible for the killing of Donovan Thomas. My understanding is that is not based on anything other than hearsay and what he's heard, as opposed to being a witness or hearing anyone confess to it. That's my understanding from working hard on this case and interviewing witnesses. So I would object if these acknowledgements, if we let the acknowledgements in, if we do that, I would object to I would ask that anything be redacted that's not based on firsthand knowledge, because that's just an end around to hearsay.
Unless he's a co-conspirator and it comes in under the co-conspirator exception.
I'll just put it like this. I have no reason to believe that he received any co-conspirator statements, and I have no reason to believe he has firsthand knowledge.
Okay.
So two things, Your Honor, regarding the comparison of the plea agreements to a police report, I would believe is inaccurate. We consistently, if I were to compare it to anything that would be more applicable, it would seem to be a certified, perhaps copy of a conviction along with a transcript of the plea colloquy. In this particular case, the defendants that have pled have, with the advice of counsel and with the benefit of telling the state what they don't understand, having the state actually go through and change things, as we have had to do on that factual acknowledgement form so that it is completely accurate. The defendants who've pled are now in a position to either say what they've acknowledged previously under oath on the stand or be impeached by it. And that partly is part of the reason that we've had to introduce
Is
those.
that the way they've been coming in, as prior inconsistent statements or evidence of prior inconsistent statements?
Right. So what we have done generally is we have asked them questions that pertain to maybe one or two. Like we're going down the list of questions, and all of a sudden our memory gets fuzzy.
Right.
And all of a sudden we don't know that 3 means not you. It means 3 different people. And so at that point where we see that, you know, a person is attempting to conceal information, we bring out the plea colloquy and we ask them to read.
Okay, so you give it to them to offer to refresh their recollection?
No, Your Honor, we believe that that plea colloquy is admissible evidence. It is relevant evidence. There's nothing under 403 that would permit its exclusion. So we offer the the factual acknowledgments that are a part of the plea agreement that they have signed as substantive evidence, as tangible, as evidence in this case.
Okay, I think it could be substantive evidence if they basically
get amnesia,
disavow all of those things. But if there are 11, say, factual acknowledgments that they've made and they disavow one of them, then the whole thing shouldn't come in necessarily. And it sounds like maybe that's what you've been doing.
No,
I don't know.
That's not what we've been doing. Just have them disavow one. What has been happening is insinuations that I wasn't exactly clear. I didn't know what I was reading. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't understand the meaning of the word is, things like that. have been
Okay.
made on the stand under oath by the defendants who've pled. And
Did y'all take down and record or transcribe or in any way memorialize the back and forth that led to each of these, where they were able to say, I don't understand this, if they didn't understand something?
in some instances, they were actually captured on camera, and not in all instances, but their lawyer was present, and the lawyer served as the go-between to say to us, and we could have, you know, if counsel for any of them needed to come in and proffer as officers of the court how that took place outside of the presence of the jury, we could do that. But in each case, the lawyers, every one of them, have come back and said, he doesn't agree to this, he agrees to this. So that occurred. And again, as in some instances on camera, where we were reading through the factual acknowledgments, or we were reading through the plea agreement as it was being taken, we've been stopped by the defendant at the table.
So I would think that if they are now saying, I didn't understand it, and you have something that shows that they had every opportunity to ask questions, get clarification, and then they, after that, go ahead and sign it, that's the way you impeach their statement on the stand that they don't understand it.
Judge, I am not representing to this court that the only basis for our tendering that exhibit is the fact that they said they didn't understand it. That was one piece of the basis for us tendering those exhibits.
Okay. Go ahead.
What has happened is that we have had an asserted confusion about what certain acknowledgments meant. There have been insinuations that they have felt pressured, they didn't have enough time, they didn't really know what all they were agreeing to, and we've had cross-examination questions, particularly, did you write this out? Did you put this language in here? These are not your words. And in order to undermine the witnesses' understanding of what they were acknowledging before the jury. And in reality, one, the acknowledgments themselves are a contradiction to this idea that I didn't really make that acknowledgement. However it is that they imply that, it's a contradiction because their initials are right next to it.
Okay.
And as we went through the factual acknowledgments, sometimes on camera, I would ask, is this your initial? Did you understand this? And so forth and so on. So not only is the videotaped version of them being asked, did you understand and do you agree, evidence, and that is relevant and admissible, but the document itself is also very relevant, very admissible, and there's nothing under 403 that we believe would permit its exclusion.
All right, I didn't understand it to be a 403 objection anyway.
My point only is that to my knowledge at this point, I don't see any reason for excluding, especially not the ones that we've done. The ones that we haven't done.
I'm not going to go unadmit them. I mean, those are done.
I didn't mean to imply that was what was happening. What I'm saying is that when we tender that exhibit, we have a basis for doing so, and we have a basis for believing it is at that moment admissible. If the court sees something differently, then I expect a different ruling. But as to the assertion by counsel for Mr. Stillwell that they are not admissible, he doesn't think that they're right, they tantamount to a police report, we believe that that is not correct.
I mean, I agree with you on that. Now, there seemed to be some indication from this side of the room while Ms. Love was speaking that either those were not, that it was not coming in as a prior inconsistent statement, or that there was something else I needed to know. I mean, obviously, if it is a prior inconsistent statement and they have established that, then I would think it can come in on that basis.
They were just being admitted as you know, the course of how we're doing things at trial. There was no, to my recollection, no, didn't you sign this on this date? Didn't you say this? It was just kind of, yeah, and this is your plea agreement. We're admitting that into evidence.
All right,
objection,
well,
you know, and then.
Over objection, if that's the only basis, then I would have to sustain the objection. But obviously, if you sufficiently establish that it's going to be a prior inconsistent statement, then it will be able to come in as substantive evidence. And maybe y'all want to give me Mr. Sledge's beforehand so I can be familiar with it, since it sounds like this might arise as an issue, but.
This is my concern specifically, Your Honor. Number 8, and we can certainly provide a copy, Your
Okay.
Honor. Says number 8 on the factual acknowledgements that Mr. Sledge initialed. Defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. on behalf of YSL. Okay, I didn't write this. The state wrote this, and Mr. Sledge initialed it. Defendant personally knows. If he personally saw Mr. Stillwell do anything, it should say Mr. Stillwell said it and I saw it. If he personally saw some other person do something, it should say that. But defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates. I don't know what personally knows means, but based on my preparation for this case, that personally knows, he personally knows YSL individuals, alleged individuals on this case were arrested for it.
Right.
But
All right, I think I understand what you're saying. So, I mean, does seem like that might be a bit of an issue unless you have a factual basis that you can share either now or at the necessary time to establish that.
Judge, so that would be an issue. Our position is that would be an issue for Mr. Schardt to cross him on. We spoke with for instance, Mr. Sledge, through his attorney extensively. If he didn't understand the meaning of personally knows, they literally they corrected areas that were inaccurate. Mr. Counsel for Mr. Stillwell may now say his investigation has shown something contrary to what they put their initials next to on that piece of paper. Our position is he can cross them and he can present it, but the evidence that we have is that this person stated prior to making and entering a plea agreement, he personally knows.
Okay, so I mean, if they have a basis to believe it, because that's what Mr. Sledge told them, then you need to ask him that before you get a document in that he signed that says that, and have him say, nope, I never said that.
That is exactly what, number one, that's what we've been doing. We've asked, did you know, blah, 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 blah. And the court has access to all of these recordings. They're all out there in the universe. So the court can see the previous testimony that has been given at trial. And
I don't know if it's all been transcribed yet.
No, I'm saying on video. That camera's been rolling since this trial started. So the actual how it was tendered, I don't even think it automatically shows on black and white.
All right, I'm not going to worry about how other things might have come in the past. I'm just going to take it from here on the things that I'm going to need to rule on. And I think I have given you the parameters under which they would come in, which are essentially the rules of evidence in Georgia.
That's exactly
okay. All right. Let's try out our Mondo board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, you guys, for all of this. Speaking of our audio fix with the weirdly named Mondo board, not YSL Mondo, who is unindicted, even though they are a co-founder of YSL. While we're on the line of tech issues, Garrett S. said...
And so would the video show on this as well, or?
Yes, so what we're going to do is have it playing on Zoom.
Okay.
And having the output being the speakers to the Mondo board.
Okay. That sounds like it might potentially work.
All right, so, but yeah, Fonnie can get new audio equipment on the next cruise with Wade. Nicole also aptly pointed out that students from right in this area, from Spelman, from CAU, from Morehouse,
And honestly, if all
they
we're
can
gonna
all
do
walk
at
in and fix
point
this
is
problem.
Test equipment, we can just adjourn for the day. Is there anything else that we need to or can do before we just go to testing of the equipment? No? Okay. I mean, all right. We're adjourned. y'all are welcome to hang around and see what you think about the equipment. I think that would be a good idea, but what is this?
Okay, so we'll keep it up in case. But thank you again, Nicole.
This is my copy of it.
And Steph says, Judge is famous one more time incoming. Guys, when she said that Doug Weinstein's argument is practically, from what she understood, black letter law, that was hilarious. I hope you guys saw Love's face when she
To
said
everyone,
that.
a copy of the exhibit list, the state's version of it. This is what I emailed the other day as well. So this is just a copy to help us go through for next week.
So y'all are gonna get together on that also. Yes.
Can I confirm that on Monday and Tuesday, we are here at 12 noon?
Yes, that is correct.
I don't know if they're going off the record. Okay, there we go. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, one more time incoming, but she did kind of like really dig at them, dig at the state by saying that I think Doug Weinstein's letter is like, or it's black letter law. It's not really something that you can dispute. The idea of whether someone had counsel or not. Should the interrogation, should something like that be admissible if they should have had counsel present? So we'll see, because apparently Love has to make an argument in response to that. So that'll be a good time. Yadat says, Westmoreland, love her. No orders ever followed. Whitaker, I'm noticing that. Love, what you mean, in her witty voice. Yeah, that was another facial expression from Love. That whole segment, I was really glad that they kind of had Love in the camera. Because when they were panned to Westmoreland, they had to keep her at the bottom left corner of the screen, but they did. They let us watch Miss Love. Thank you so much for the super chat. Tony Yardley, I had messaged in the chat so you could see it at that time, but you had joined right in the middle of them doing some arguments. I mean, I think you were here in time for that January 10th showing up in that social media post. They're coming up with, the state couldn't name who they wanted to call at first to authenticate that they were the one that hovered over the date. Then she said that Sprinkle would come in and talk about reports that they had. And then Schardt was like, well, who is actually doing the hovering to verify? So then they say they want to get Gaither to come in and testify to that. So 2 people are named. Love said she's certain she'll be able to produce it to authenticate that supposed Instagram screenshot that we're not even sure is from Shannon Stillwell that was posted about having some stuff on my mind on January 10th, the day that Nut was killed. So before that, they had tech issues, so you really didn't miss too much. If you missed all day, go back and watch this morning. There were more arguments this morning for about 45 minutes. Crazy fun times where Whitaker doesn't remember something that she told the defense about how they would be able to cross-examine Woody. Very interesting now that Love was making the argument just a few minutes ago. Well, if there's an issue with the plea deal or someone feeling pressured or under duress, the defense can ask about that on cross-examination. Well, we had a problem with that this morning because apparently Judge Whitaker wants to block the defense from asking certain questions about pressure Woody may have faced. So really interesting things that get said and then sometimes they don't stick. Thank you so much for the super chat. And then I want to say this right. Is it Janice? I want to get that right. So Janice, if you're still here, let me know if I'm pronouncing your name right. And thank you for the $9.99 super chat. I appreciate it. That girl Mia said, committed overt acts during the trial from jail. Yep, so we had seen, was it Huey that had filed a motion on that? With Keratin Matthews writing it? Oh, and they're switching. Let me close this off. There we go. So it's just me, you guys. It's just me. But yeah, just this whole idea of overt acts and how they're using RICO to prosecute this case is extremely crazy. And Love kept wanting to get around, like, that's not all the indictments there. It could be more than the 190. And that's where we started getting that word salad argument. Thank you, Sylvia, for becoming a member. I love seeing you over in Nick Starrow's chat, so good to have you here while he's traveling the country. Otto MC, and this is perfect too. Did I hear that right? Yes, you did. Love was going on and on with the word salad, but it sums up to, they only need one person to be found to have committed at least one overt act for all defendants to be found guilty of count 1. Now, what's interesting about this premise is if that's the case and there's co-defendants that aren't enjoined on this particular trial, That seems like a conflict too, but I mean, you can't ask me to explain the logic behind RICO and overt acts, except that they just want to be able to get convictions easily. So yeah, you heard that. Sheeny Beanie says, somebody tell Woody to talk about the ex parte meeting. LL Steele can't ask him about it directly, but Woody can do his famous, can I say something? I think we're going to hear about it. We might even hear about it in an interview over the weekend. And the defense can once again try to say, we just heard upon information and belief that this happened, and maybe discuss that on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Because remember, no jury in court. Jury and Woody will be out until Monday the 26th. Thank you so much, Sheeny. Kevin G says, did she just reference Bill Clinton? It depends on what your definition of is. That whole spiel, that block where Love was talking about other witnesses that were questioning if she understood things, it was her seeming like she was personally offended again, and perhaps trying to say, well, the defense wanted to press about the issues of prior plea deals, trying to insinuate that there was pressure or coercion. Like, basically, it seemed like she was trying to balance the scale from earlier this morning when Brian Steele made the argument, well, the state is constantly asking witnesses, have you ever testified in front of Jeffrey Williams or the other co-defendants before? To imply that they might be giving testimony that isn't completely forthcoming because they're sitting in the same room with the co-defendants. So Brian Steele had questioned about that this morning, and now I'm wondering if the stuff in the afternoon was Love trying to, like, wrap herself around and in front of that. But yeah, that whole, one of them asked if I knew what is. like, sorry you take so much personal offense to stuff, Love. But she certainly did. Garrett says, RICO charge equals a felony of 5 to 20 years. Love would lock them all up, even if only one of them had a charge not on indictment. What if one did a DUI? Do all get 20 years? I mean, like, as long as the DUI was somehow an overt act here, that's what she's trying to get at. And she's also trying to be careful not to commit that these 190 are the only ones that could possibly be on this list. She's leaving the door open. She wants the door to be left open, that maybe we could find something else to throw in here, just in case we need another chance to get just one. That's what's crazy. And then Eslo says, thank you for letting us vent with you. Someone help. No problem at all, you guys. Shout out to the chat. I love when you guys are venting in there. You make me feel less crazy. And then Sentinel. Oh my god, thank you so much. 5 gifted memberships. You guys all thank Sentinel in the chat. If you just got one of those memberships, especially say thank you. But check out those member emojis. You can hit the little emoji. They should be the first ones that pop up. There's some good ones in there for this trial. Thank you so much again. You've gifted so many gifted memberships this week. And it's so fun. It's like my favorite YouTube feature. And I appreciate the support in a way that also is really fun for the chat. Thank you, Sentinel. And then She Loves Fantasy says, please go get some french fries on me, Kat. I want to. I haven't had french fries in so long. Now I gotta pick what place to get french fries. I'm in Florida, so I don't have like everything near me, but there's the regulars like McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King. We do have a Chick-fil-A close by. Where should I get these best french fries? I really might. Thank you, She Loves Fantasy. And then Pinko says, LDS versus Fairview, Texas is going to be a big constitutional case. Hold on, let me bookmark another thing. You know, these things are things that I read like at night. Like my book reading is, oh, here's an interesting case. Oh wait, is this the proposed, oh, Latter-day Saints versus Fairview, Texas. So is this about the construction of the temple? Hold on, I'm gonna put it looks like this. I'm gonna put a link. That's a horrible article. It's just a video. I'm gonna bookmark a link. And then if you guys want to read it also. None of these articles look good. Okay, this one has at least some substance to it. So there's some starter reading on that. Sounds like good reading. And then other than that, we are all caught up, you guys. Nick Starr is going to be doing his panel tonight. I'll jump on I'm going to be working, you know, at getting out of this. I'm going to be doing some work, but I'll probably forget when 6 o'clock rolls around or not know exactly when he goes live, but I will pop in when I see it. And he doesn't have it scheduled yet. So this is Nick Staro's channel. We'll do some more YSL chopping it up over there. And then Chloe's Revenge with the Sneak In Encore, the Freebird, says, this is the first example of a sob citizen ATA. She follows her own crazy laws from Pangea. Our new laws and constitution are not recognized. This is so funny. Not love the Sovsit DA. The chief deputy DA going Sovsit. This is funny. I wish I could star this for like future streams. Well, thank you so much, you guys. It's been a fun day. You guys made it, you know, survivable. And unfortunately, when we come back, when the jury's back on the 26th, we still have some video to get through. On the Mondo board, perhaps. But yeah. Next week, 3 days of court, right? I think? Whatever. I might have that wrong. But I certainly want to tune in. Monday, I plan to find out. I want to know if they're going to be on time with turning in their arguments and different things that they're supposed to be prepared with. We'll see if there's more zero chances given on Monday. And, you know, obviously we'll get some arguments on the floor because it's just going to be the attorneys, no jury next week. So, you know, I love that stuff. So if no spontaneous stream this week on some random other trial, I will see you guys all Monday. You guys all take, and cross-examination won't be until, you know, maybe Monday the 26th, Tuesday, Wednesday, that 2 weeks from now. So you guys all have a good one. Yes. And Susan Lawrence was found guilty. The woman in Florida that shot her neighbor through the door was found guilty. You guys all have a great, great weekend and see you around the YouTube somewhere else.